should we do different teams in saloon and...
Guys, get ready.
I need to go just front or run?
Yeah.
One guy running towards us. I'm blue.
Okay.
One still left in saloon.
Tell me how
think
good the
they're
smokes
under
are,
us.
Quizzy.
Wow, that's shit.
This one?
This one is good.
They're on the beach right now. I think we can maybe go peek them here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
I'm near the shack.
I'm with you.
I need the shack.
Go on the peak.
Let's take the shack. One guy in the shack.
He's in
One
the
guy
shack. One
behind.
HP. One HP in the shack.
One guy behind shack. Nice.
I'm knocked from across.
You need to crawl just so you're not in.
Smoke
Hands
orange
on
if you
us.
can.
I'm resting right now. I'm resting.
Yeah, I'm just
More
representing
need
you.
Add you till.
Go with me, someone. We can nade
I'm
it.
coming. Yeah, I'm coming.
They flank
Wasn't-
behind the shack. Inside the shack, man.
I'm molling.
Watch over
I'm
me.
molling
Watch
outside.
over me.
They're running on us on the beach. 3 guys. You need to peek them from behind. I can't peek them from
one.
inside.
Don't see them.
I'll just read another.
How many are woo? Need front check,
healing.
need front check,
Yeah.
need front check.
One still right side of smoke.
You need smoke maybe.
I
Smoke
can't.
maybe, please.
I can't.
I'm prone healing.
I'm nading them.
Careful of the
First
bar,
one.
by the way.
They should be pushing right of smokes.
I'm medding.
One, nice.
How many up?
Two
Tell
active.
us.
3 up.
Nice. One exit.
up.
One exit. One exit.
I'm throwing flashes. We need to clear this. Come.
Yeah.
Face is also
Just throw
fighting with
flashes.
Navi. Yeah, I am.
Throw flashes.
Come right side.
Rest me.
Okay,
Fuck, man, bro. The blue's on me and I just had a line of sight and nade for a second longer.
Balance adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles. Some adjustments to the blue zone on Destin. And some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle, and have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destin is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destin. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset, and sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Remember, the only thing I remember about Win or Die is also the military game, where we pulled up on ferry pair behind them and we almost killed them all from 600 meters from the boat. I think they survived as a 2, but we still got 2 points from them. I remember a great moment. That was, I think, game 2 of day 1. The fight left side of Malta, where we were trying to push Austrian force, but Hull overextended and overpeaked to it, and I got 2 open knocks on them, and we decided to crush them instead of fighting the yellows, which gave us opening later to the farm, and that was a really good start to the tournament as well. Very, very, very boosting.
Yeah, it's a really interesting moment in the first game of the day 1 when they pushed us near Pochinki, and I don't know how is it working, but like 2 of my teammates just killed each other in front of them by molly.
Victory is not a moment. It's a journey made up of choices. The possibilities are endless. Why you fight, what strategies you use, who you have on your crew, and what colors they fly. All these choices end and begin with you.
Врагата nousu selkeä, mä en pysty katsomaan.
Оэнс 0 ноков, вы услышали?
Да.
Да. Нормально, они здесь позиции будут.
И вместе пикаем, не фул телом, просто пикаем.
Voiko nää hakea täältä?
Один на вазике, давай поправо надо, через кубы.
Поправо.
Aika vaikea. Toi
Me hakee.
sauttimetta näkee.
Mä käyn joku saku mukaan.
Пикайте, кто не раскрывает. Смоки хае, стакайте.
Ei viitti enää mennä. Ei ne tossa.
Yksi puski enemmän tonne.
Tulee naattiin. Norttiisti.
Нок справа.
Найс.
Vini.
Я со
Надо допушить это. Под вазом? Урал?
Я хилюсь. Под вазом хае дал.
Mäkin hiilaan. Kopit fighttaa sitten muistakaa sautessa. Ei tarvi niistä ressuta. Saa savulla ylös.
У вас в кавах чел, осторожно, парни.
Mä holdaan.
Tulee savuista. Nortti. Один снизу стоит.
Mä hiilaan kans. Ei saa suoltata.
Вы скалу убьем, не? Можем?
Да, пошли.
Tamamesta lisää. Kamaa siihen jos on.
Menen päällä.
Трогай. Мы трогаем.
Я фул. Он у меня где-то слева был.
Хорош.
Найс.
У вас в упоре здесь на скалах.
Подо мной еще. Найс.
Под синькой. Он один или нет? Да. Энс.
Monta samoja takana.
Теперь один. Передо мной. Хорош.
Ira gonna come through, find the flush, and actually the knock here as well. Cappy's position in this engagement is actually key though. Iro's actually gonna find the knock. Now we look towards Cappy to definitely get something done with that angle, and he does. He's gonna find Lyra. Master that onto Odin as well, but Western with a response.
Yep, the instant responders from Foot Esports coming on through. Cappy peeks on over, finds one more. It's a 1v1 situation here with Western and Cappy, the two young guns up against one another. Nade in hand for one. Peeks on forward and Cappy able to get the triple. Thought that had Western written all over it.
FaZe have to move towards where Fex and Diggory are positioned. Could be difficult for him. Squeaky's actually got that first aid off.
Chris spots 3, likes what he sees, finds the second Naga skills, goes down as well. Just like that.
That's a hell of a play if he pulls it off.
Yes.
I mean, that's the man for the job, but
And
he's
now
actually... Yeah, and Gustav connects it.
Held his fire for too long, not going to go his way regardless of how this one ends now though. I mean, for Ascend, it's 2 huge games back to back, exactly what they needed. And for FaZe here as well, some interesting Erangel games played yesterday, a few mistakes here and there, so for them to get a win now as well would be huge. But she can play it a bit slow now, should be alright. In the meantime, now Wu, able to spot Polish Power in the open from behind. Evie, able to get down one, Nixie finds one more, Polish Power in trouble.
This is an 8 coming forward. That should be Crunio done for.
Yeah.
Well, indeed. Quizzy seal the deal on this one. And actually, Marsalek a million miles away from this one. Descend on their way through. That's not the angle you want to take.
Yeah, Mika, just continue with the stunts here. Not gonna happen either. There you go. Ascend, because there's not a lot to work with. They have to come down the hillside. Usually we say high ground is the advantage spot, but in this case, not quite so. Marslik finds Philfest. More players are to fall in a moment's time. Dante peeks on over. Cappy again, nice off angle on the left-hand side.
Cappy actually going to find Hobbits as well. So just Aduzi and Dante left to find. There's still more utility to use for Polish Power.
They have one more force, 1v4. Such a slow approach to this one. Smart play coming through here for Polish Power as Cappy
Then get himself set up nice and early on the south side, but we've got fellas coming through. Stardust actually pulling up here. X-Dance going to find 2 knocks very quickly.
Around the side they go, solid hold here from Win or Die. One more to deal with Medibe pushing while reloading, trying to make something of a difficult situation. Doesn't get the kill, actually does manage to get one.
We have to break line of sight.
Why are they even driving in this direction? I mean, again, it's a pest or cholera sort of situation where regardless of what they do, it's just not going to work out. They try to go for somewhat of a play underneath the bridge, not going to happen until it takes a sip of water, boys. Here as well. Good flash, I believe, coming around the corner there. Yep, he's full blind. Full blind. Lewis there, though. Good off angle. Finds one. Batulins jumps for the info. Doesn't get it. Shoots second time around. Doesn't spot him either. There comes the peek around the corner. And the double. Have to commit to the wrap around the same position. But Hobbits around the side. Lopped the flashbang on in spots. One gets the second one now as well. Batulins missing a few shots. Stanton finds the other. Batulins finds one in return. Finds the second. But it's going to be Dancy around the side to seal.
He's going to find Lyra. Master deck onto Odin as well, but Western with the response.
Yep, the instant responders from Foot Esports coming on through. Cabby peeks on over, finds one more. It's a 1v1 situation here with Western and Cabby, the two young guns up against one another. Nade in hand for one. Peeks on forward and Cabby able to get the triple. Thought that had Western written all over it.
Well, that vehicle's not long for this world. Yeah.
And no, yes.
Should be, yep, thank you. Another two.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Grand Finals day complete. The final day here to determine which of our teams is going to be also going to PGC, as well as who is going to be able to become the champion here for all of Europe, EMEA, all of the good things. My name's Kyle Lars, your host here, and we have just a few games remaining to determine all of those things. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have Saga as well as Avenger here. The final dawn of the final day. Will the moon crash into the planet, or will question mark be able to continue to retain their top spot here? Martin, they're looking good right now. They're looking great.
They're looking very fantastic. I would say it's about the same chance as the moon crashing into our planet and them not winning today.
Yes. Fantastic. Saga, how about yourself? Are you also looking at question mark to round it out here and move on to PGC?
I would be an enormous fool not to be looking at question mark as the definite favorites coming into today's games. They have been so incredibly consistent, particularly in week 2. They have completely come out and taken the competition by the neck, put them in a chokehold, and just really claimed first place without really anyone else being able to step up, despite the fact that Northern Lights has had a better overall performance, but obviously haven't peaked quite as highly, and teams like Ascend have started to find some form in yesterday's games, but question mark remains untouchable at the top so far.
Well, all these other teams are going to have to climb the tightrope and give them a shooting star press if they're going to be able to do anything about this. I think that's fair to say. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. We have 5 more games remaining here to determine who is going to become the champion at the end of PCS7. And not only is this the last game and the last day of PCS7 Europe, it's the last day in games of all of PCS7. By the end of today, we will know 24 teams going to PGC. It's an exciting time, but today we have ourselves the 3 Miramars and 2 Erangels. Martin, did I get my math wrong?
Yes, there are 32 teams going to PGC.
32, that's right.
And we will be finding the last 8.
Fantastic.
24 has already been found.
That's true. Oh, yeah, that's why I've done that.
Yes.
Nah, I'm a silly boy. I'm a silly boy. But we're starting things off on the desert and going over to Erangel later on. And here's the overall standing Saga with all of these teams looking to run down the ramp, jump into the ring, and try and clothesline question mark out of control.
Yeah, they really do need to, like, Batista bomb them to get everything really going. But we looked at a 30-point gap and said that's going to be tough to overcome, but now with only 5 games left, it's a 40-point gap, and question mark really does have so much power, so much momentum on their side. But Polish Power has proven, you know, they can do it. They can get those big games, but remember, a 40-point gap now is at the start of today. Whatever question mark gets, and they've been stacking up points consistently, so you not only have to close the gap, but you have to overtake them as well. Yeah. It's a very tough ask.
There's a reason they're not called Polish wimps. They're called Polish Power here, Martin. They're going to try and ramp it back up to get that top spot. Yeah. But again, with question mark looking how they are, Aduzi especially, honestly, he's on another level right now, I think, leading this team through the charge and being able to take a lot of frags himself.
Yeah, it's feeling like 2019 all over again. Yeah. The PL GOAT himself. 2019 Nations Cup winner as well, of course. Self-proclaimed GOAT of PL. I love that. He still has that in his Twitter profile.
There you go. There you go.
I will say, though, they have not had a bad day yet. And usually in 6 days of play, we usually see a team have a bad day. We saw it for NLT. We saw it for Polish Power. No, 16 points for Polish Power. 11 and then a 19 day for NLT. They really had a fantastic day 1 in last week, so that kind of makes up for it. But still, it's yet to come. And then if they don't have one, it's going to be impossible for anyone else to catch them. They need to have like a single-digit day for anyone to have a chance at catching up with them.
Yeah, and with that said, let's take a look at the PGC points at the moment here across the board for Europe, because it does mean, of course, that for some of these teams, they're trying to claw for a little few extra points here and there. Number one, of course, from this tournament will be moving directly to PGC. Right now, that is question mark here, Saga, which does have knock-on effects, of course, going into the standings.
Now, we've talked at length about how so many teams needed that top 3 and how things needed to fall into place because of the amount of teams that already looked so stable, so solid in the amount of PGC points that they had, and the notable absences who were not competing this time around, BBL and Tropic. Those were, you know, relatively safe as lock-ins, but for a lot of the teams that came in fresh down towards the bottom end, as you see, this is how things were at the start of this event. Everyone only has the minimum of 20 points added for PCS7 Europe. Any of those teams down towards the bottom half of the standings would have needed a top 3 to dislodge any of the top 8. And question mark have basically taken that possibility and said, you know what, we're just going to slot ourselves in at the top as the champions, push everybody else down, and make it next to impossible for teams Howl and below to creep their way to Dubai.
And for a team like Heroic, of course, here at Martin, it's pretty much done. There's it's like a 0.0001% chance that anything would occur that would push them to be able to go to PGC, which is kind of a little bit of a shame, to be honest, because they did so well at the previous PGC, but they will not make it this time.
No. You know, they have so few points. The question mark would have to fall so far down. I think it's theoretically impossible right now, so it's not going to be happening. Another thing is that, for me, if question mark continues, obviously this dominance here, they're going to be sponging up in the top. There's not going to be that many points available. There's another chance that could be happening is that Overpeakers, they fall even further down the leaderboard, and a team like Fellas, maybe Win or Die, the Woo, they get second place. They will actually overtake Overpeaker's spot, push them out of the top 8. And they would then take Overpeaker's spot because they are currently in the mid-pack.
Can you imagine?
And it's very, very close at the moment. So if they have a really bad day, that is a chance to be happening as well.
What a wild scenario that would be. I mean, of course, the X-Team Liquid here and Overpeakers, I think even coming into this tournament, going through that group stage, they looked phenomenal, especially towards the tail end of the group stage as well to get here. But the competition on this stage over the last 2 weekends has been extremely fierce.
Yeah, those that came through, particularly the eliminations, have really stepped up. A couple of the ones that came directly through the group stage have made themselves known and announced their presence in the grand finals. Some of them have faltered. Obviously, Austrian Force, the big sort of disappointment after their early qualification through the group stages. But for the rest of the teams, you know, the likes of Win or Die, those that did make a great appearance in the elimination stage, they've put themselves in a good position where it is a possibility that they can overtake the likes of Overpeakers should they have a bit of a day where that massive mid-pack that we talk time and time again about is very easy to slip down.
Well, some potential disappointment for some here at the tournament if they're not able to make the grade, but somewhere where there is absolutely no disappointment is the Twire GG standings. Let's take a look at that now and see exactly what's going on. And the reason there's no disappointment is because the King is at the top, even though that should be slightly changed a little bit there. That's
alphabetic order, of course, is your worst enemy here.
Can you change that? Hello? Anyway, never mind. Yes, 455 points for good old Jamesy. Don't care about the rest. Martin, what do you think?
I think it's great. Obviously, you have done well.
Thank you.
Amongst the talents, there are other teams out there that are way better than us. Obviously, we're not going to be talking about that. We're going to be having a focus here. Saga there in 3rd. Myself in 5th as well. I'm pretty happy with that.
We're up there.
Obviously, Lucky had a lucky break. He caught on to having it's Chris on his team, and he had an insane day yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And your team here, of course. Dickory, not so good so far for week 2, though, James.
Yesterday was tougher than the day before.
Really tough for FaceClan so far, but still, they are safe and sound. It's very unlikely, or I think it's absolutely no chance that they're not going to be going to PGC anyway.
Well, here's Saga's team at the moment. And how did your team fare yesterday? It looks pretty decent, especially that Michael pick. That was a good pick.
Yeah, I agree. It was definitely one to look out for, particularly you look at Nations and the roster and you think, okay, Michael has a very solid opportunity to do very well, and fellas, particularly this week, have done exceptionally well. Day 2 was a great day. Day 1 in particular, they topped the scoring overall. But all in all, you know, a couple of deaths in the early phases. Nothing too terrible, you know, nothing quite as bad as Vex.
No, indeed. I mean, Avengers kind of suffering from the same symptom that I am, and that FaZe just didn't really have that amazing, 2 days,
No.
it's fair to say.
Fix had more than double the points than Diggory did, though, so I'm still satisfied with that, considering that he was able to farm a little bit here and there. The example also having decent performance, but then not as high as we're expecting to be, because there are, you know, some of these new guys up there. We have Phil first up there, we have Vidusi, some of these guys at the top ADR farm. We're more than 8,000 damage so far.
This is one of the crazy anomalies, actually, of this tournament, is that this, in recent memory, in recollection, this is one of the worst performances Navi's had on an international stage. And it's a very heavy anomaly here, because normally they're top 3, top 4, almost every single tournament. They've not been able to quite scratch it yet.
It's really an interesting one as well, considering they're not one of the teams that has been playing in such a way where they're struggling to find those positions in the zone. You know, early on we saw teams like Question Mark having a bit of a rough time coming in around the edge. Fellas as well, they were so often playing directly next to each other coming in from the western side, whereas Navi's drop spots gives them a little bit more access into the central positions in the zone and should be able to play from that position on. But we've seen just a couple of wild sends straight into areas where they're just immediately cleaned up. So it seems like everyone's really on top tier defensive duty, and utility use is just so pristine and peak this time around that crashing compounds is just not working out in their favor.
And also the amount of extreme circles we've had with all the hardships. Usually when you're trying to play some of these kind of edge-heavy styles, and not that many teams are doing it, then you end up having some of these shifts towards you that are amazing. But then when it goes the other way, the next circle, it is just extremely rough. And it's not been, well, of course, paying off for them right now. But even though how it's looking, everything, obviously this is going to be some good training for them, and they are second last right now. With a good game, they can be jumping straight into the top 10 easily as well, because our mid pack is so close though.
It's a massive anomaly though. I mean, this team is just like not a 14th place, 15th place team, wherever we may be with them. But as you say, in terms of the circles, we've had a lot of hard shifts. We even had a South Island ending on Miramar, which was one of the wildest games I've seen in a while here in the region.
We call it an anomaly, but they were very close to getting one on Asia, but we did keep it Europe exclusive today. It was dangerously close. It looked very similar, but no, it has been, it just exacerbates and really shows an example of just how crazy things have been so far. So edge heavy, hard shifts, left, right, center, barely ever center. That's the opposite of hard shift, but left, right, north, south, wherever you want to go. It really has been a tough tournament for a lot of the teams.
Well, you guys at home can get all your new merch for PCS7 on the way as well with emea.merch.pubg.com. You can check that out. The fast-moving mug will be moving pretty rapidly once it's all sold out.
Off the shelves.
Martin's trying to knock cups off this table at the moment. Jeez Louise.
Trying to simulate how fast they're actually going, you know, across all the time.
Just lob it.
That's how they took that's how they took the picture for the merch. Somebody just, you know, threw it across, and one of the camera guys really fast.
Green costume.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it.
No, he's wearing t-shirts.
There you go. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It is now time to head over to said commentating team for our first game of the day. One thing's for sure, though, when it comes to the games as a whole, we will have our 3 Miramars and we'll have our 2 Erangels. It is going to be exciting. I have Hypoc, as well as the delectable weapon himself, Mr. Toby. Toby, are you feeling delicious today?
Yes.
Yeah?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready for the final match. Just delicious. I'm not sure. Hypoc, how about you? Are you feeling delicious today?
I'm feeling delicious.
I'm
delectable,
glad to hear.
actually, yes.
You know, the best bit is that in the elevator yesterday, Toby says to me, I'm just scared every time you come to me because I don't know what you're going to say. So I tried my very best to craft the perfect move over to him to see what his reaction would be.
I mean, 3 of the words you said I didn't even understand, so I just kind of took it from there.
Oh, that's a shame, actually.
Really
you missed out on it all. Never mind. Bye-bye.
With that said, bye-bye, Desk. We are getting closer to match number 1 here, Hypoc. 5 more games left for, well, really 15 teams to try and catch up to Question Mark.
Yeah, and I do want to just revisit the conversation around Na'Vi, not necessarily to harp on it at all, but we come back to that point, and you look at some of the teams yesterday that would be potentially the teams that they bypass if they have a strong start, which yesterday started as if we were thinking, holy hell, this might be the day for Na'Vi, right? This is the one that actually they can build a little early momentum from game 1, but it just fizzled out so quickly. But you look at some of the teams above, Howl, the Wu, Overpeakers as well, you probably throw into that have tended to slow down a little bit, right? So there is still the possibility of a big jump from Na'Vi.
I mean, there was a time where I thought Wu was going to be the team that would be the weight. We didn't expect them all the way up here. Now they are. But then, as you said, fell down again. We'll hope to see if they can use the last 5 games here to reclimb that same ladder as we are headed on over to Miramar. First one of the day. As I said on the desk, two more to follow after this one, and then we're finishing things off on Erangel.
Actually, I think we saw the complete mirror of this playing path yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be at least fairly comfortable for most teams. Actually, both West and East accessible. So I'm hoping, at least today, I mean, we were talking about potentially having another Sosnovka circle. I think we probably burned that up from...
I hope so.
Yesterday, Miramar.
I feel like it made that game yesterday made up for what would be 2 Melee Islands today.
If we had a closer kind of race for the, the kind of photo finish at the end, I'd like to see some funky circles. What I actually want to see today with that, I don't want to say it's almost guaranteed, but there are a lot of things that need to happen for the placement now not to reflect question mark being first. I do kind of want to see some vanilla circles, to be honest. Give teams a decent chance to actually make a run of it from the lower half of this.
There's a multitude of reasons I love casting with you. This that you just said here is one of them. Final day. I feel like there are enough curveballs that can be thrown, anomalies, to use the word that was spent the most time saying on desk just before. We're reaching a point now where these teams, they need to get things together, and circles this time around, maybe not. You know, this is actually pretty vanilla. This is this is as straightforward as they come.
This is one that ultimately is, I guess, it allows for a kind of methodical, slow early game.
Yeah.
We haven't really got one of those mad dash first rotation requirements, which actually you can kind of throw in some of the crater field, some of the the power grid circles that we've had, and even Picardo to an extent. This one should slow down just a little bit, even though it looks as if there's a large number of teams outside. Lots of space over towards Impala, look towards Ents, maybe for Esports, potentially even throw Fellas in the hat there as well to pick up some of that space.
I mean, this is really former Ents capital. Really, I mean, we have compounds down there called the Ents compound for good reason, and they should be well aware with this playing path that there's not really anyone down there early on. So as you said, if they want to, just send it down from Junkyard and you get yourself some free real estate. Actually, it looks like Scav is doing just that right now. Looking at this circle, though, as well, down towards the south, well, I would say straight out east from Los Leones, we usually see quite a big bunch of teams because of the way the land bridge works with the mountains east of Los Leones. A lot of teams tend to set up down there, kind of trying to prepare for circles to come. Curious to see if that's going to be the case this time around, Mike, with so many teams up towards the north now, because you would really have to do the hard western wraparound in order to claim south side terrain for yourself.
I think east is possible as well, but I definitely think east is more time independent, right? You're definitely going to have a little more time to do so, obviously with the benefit of that slice of the coast actually being in this circle. So well, anybody's just going to use that as a leapfrog. Get themselves inside. So you already see Scav sent it directly in. So Nuki, Misa, and Squeaky still going to be looting up towards Azahar, but at least they have a foothold inside the circle for the time being. Like I said, there is buckets of space around that area right now.
There really is. Ents claiming Ents compound early on. Uber hearing the vehicle from Pain's obviously not fully aware of how many players are coming in this direction, so smart for him to get out of Dutch as fast as he can. Austrian Force, on the other hand, you would really hate... I mean, while it's been a tough Grand Finals for them, no doubt, you would really hate to see them losing players right off the bat again, because that has really been the continuous story throughout the entire Grand Finals.
You might say that, but unfortunately, with it being Na'Vi in close proximity, I almost want that to happen, right? If Na'Vi can get themselves something to get on the board today and get the ball rolling a little bit, not wishing death upon Austrian Force at all, they just happen to be the innocent bystanders in this equation.
They have been the punching back of the Grand Finals. It's not been good for them. Let's take a look at win or die. Again, I mean, I mentioned them earlier in the Grand Finals. Probably the team that I expected to be up here the least. Now, they are sitting in 7th, but don't let that fool you, because if you look at the standings right now, they're only one good game away from top, I mean, really, I would say top 3, but top 4. At least some impressive performances, and the ways they've gone about it too. We've talked about it before. Sneak your way into those top spots and claim placement points.
Yeah, it's been the other side of the coin that's been the concern, right? Is actually how often they've had to rely on that. And I think actually on Miramar, the disparity between their ability to snake in and gather placement when they can pick up a couple of early kill points has been the concern, right? We just haven't seen that consistency. If you're going to resort to that, taking engagements early, you maybe lose 1 or 2, you're then forced into salvage mode. It's almost like something happens and we're forced into salvage mode. We haven't gained anything in order to try and rely on that.
I mean, they're sitting in 7th, but they have the 5th fewest kills in the tournament so far. Look at the teams around them up there on the leaderboard. 75 kills for Win or Die. Below them is Overpeakers with 22 more kills than they have.
Yeah, I mean, even you saw another 20 on top of that and they'd be sat below Northern Lights right now. So that puts it into perspective. And I think actually on Miramar, the placement is actually, I think it sits around 8. Which you compare that to Erangel, where they've been consistently snaking into top 4. But like I said, it's been with 2 or 3 kills here and there. It's never been a comfortable effort to get to that point. It's been somebody's been messing with them in rotation. They've maybe flown a bit too close to the sun, lost 1 or 2, and they're forced into that. And credit really to Gedrox and Leosh in that scenario. I feel like they've been the ones to really call it clutching up, but putting points up regardless of some of this mayhem, some of this nonsense in the early game for them.
I mean, usually you talk about having a dead game become a salvage, and then maybe 1 or 2 points extra is what you can get here. We've had games where they've got like almost more points than the team had when they were all alive early on.
In terms of points alone, they've been finishing like kind of top 3, top 4 in some of the lobbies because it's been so top heavy with some of the match winners.
Some of their best games have come off of having 1 person alive for the last 20 minutes of the game. So again, I mean, a dangerous strat to rely on, but fortunately for Win or Die, it's been working for them. Now, Na'Vi looking towards Polish Power. Not liking what they saw. Polish Power is going to continue moving their way forward.
Just to come back to the early story as well, ENCE did send early bodies this direction. It was Scav initially. Obviously does have a teammate now in the form of Nuki, but a couple of these teams rotating in as 4 might fancy their chances crashing a compound, but it's actually as if Polish Power are going to pull up onto Iroh here, who was solo at the compound. This is the problem. You send out this early probe to, guarantee one of these compounds, and this is kind of prime real estate in a circle like this. You can't run the risk of having, the weaker extremity be the first crashable position.
Yeah, you have Weston.
This is right along the roadside, Toby.
Exactly. You have Impalas being kind of held down by Weston. He had an angle. It's just when you have one guy trying to play kind of the suppressive role with an entire team pulling up on you, there's just close to nothing you can really do to defend there. Apocalypse trying to stay alive behind a vehicle as he's being shot at by multiple players. Not exactly easy for him to stay put, but for now, he's doing so. Not for much longer, though.
Not for much longer, though.
Yeah, no.
He's going to catch one of the toes pretty quickly.
He took a bullet to the knee. There's no way.
With the second tire getting popped, actually, I think it creates an awkward angle behind that vehicle. Nobody actually returning fire here, though, so Northern Lights can happily post up on it. Finally, there you go.
Okay.
Nelcott will respond.
Headshot comes through. More damage applied, but again, I mean, the run he's had to make now in order to get to safety. The car's coming down now to pick him up. Stardust doing everything they can to get their player back to safety, and somehow he actually survives that.
Well, Northern Lights probably should have closed that one out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that is
fortuitous timing with the first aid, but regardless.
Sometimes the stars align and you live to see another day. I think that's the once in a lifetime for Stardust to not be down to 3 at that point of the game.
Question mark actually finally making their way over the power grid plateau. Northern Lights actually only drifting slightly east or southeast of their initial looting spot, but it looks as if question mark looking to wrap down a little further south on the western side of the circle. FaZe, meanwhile, they'll make their way in actually from a long ways out. Curious to see where they end up with. A bit of space to rotate into, but again, plenty of time ahead of this circle obviously becoming a problem, and seeing Circle 2 potentially. I mean, Circle 2's probably been our worst circle pops, to be honest, out of all of them, whatever Circle 3 and 4 have done.
It's so interesting. I've been saying it for a while, how ever since we changed the Phase 1 closing from 9 to 10 minutes, some teams are just still used to having to rotate that much earlier. And some of the reasons why they could get there early is because of the McLaren. Let me spend the next 15 minutes talking about this amazing supercar, which I don't know anything about in terms of its proper stats. So it's fast, it has doors, it has wheels, and you can get it in the game if you get yourself a McLaren that you can transform from a coupe.
And this was going to be the concern, actually, talking about FaZe had plenty of space to rotate into. Marsalek actually left a little disconnected from Polish Power just to kind of anchor this position in Impala. It should give it up now. I'm not sure if he has fast access towards his vehicle. FaZe won't have good line of sight onto this regardless. Well, again, they don't know that they had good line of sight onto it, but they potentially did. It's a good move from Marsalek at least to gather some of that information. I'm hoping actually he's able to get out of that. I'm looking back at it on the map. I'm seeing shots exchanged in Impala. I don't know if FaZe have actually just disabled the vehicle there, Toby.
Might just have Rustin Mott, Orm in hand, looking to see if he can get a good angle on them down there. You can see the split from ENCE right now. Na'Vi in between them, Polish Power there too. Now the circle favors. You'd have to expect Misa and Squeaky to try and make their way down towards the teammates down south. there's a threat they don't make that transition at all because there's multiple players in between them.
Yeah, I mean, if they're forced to rotate through the field, not on the road, that's when the problems will arise. Fella's already sending a couple of shots their direction. Na'Vi, whether or not they're going to be able to apply some pressure here as they cross in the open, doesn't look as if that's going to happen.
Not at all. And you can see where the majority of the players are coming in from. We talked about there being no one down towards the south because of the plane path. Look at the rotation that Question Mark now has ahead of them. Plenty of space down south. In the meantime, Exalt catching over. Pika's out in the open. Fade actually going to be the one taken down as a result of this. Thought that he was going to be able to find one. Not going to happen. Now damage done onto Ferris as well. Artie is there on his own. And fortunately for him, Overpeak opting not to stop here. They will continue forward, and that should also mean that Fate gets back up alive.
Mexi putting out so much damage on that transition. Really protecting that rotation. Schofield, though. Nearly lines up. Actually catches the headshot there. I think actually onto Vard. Yeah, Vard's actually been plucked.
One out early. It's a dangerous run to have to make down the open there. Multiple teams already set up in a position to try and gatekeep it now. Overpeak is forced out of the vehicles to take the fight up close.
How a little split. As if Laza feeling that's going to be a factor now, so looking to try and regroup at least. A couple of teams now clustered to the north side of Los Leones. And actually, outside, well, I say outside, Petulins is still outside the zone. Northern Knights have made their way inland. Perfectix finally making his way towards a compound. Austrian Force, though, it's not really feasible to push onto this. Jeems and Mexi, I don't say exposed, but out in the open right now. Actually in the back lines of Overpeak, because Clib's actually picked up. That's the Mad all the way disconnected to the south. Howl actually have split on the south and north side of Overpeak is pulling up here.
Yeah, Mad trying to relocate. Off of the knock coming in earlier. They want to see if they can get more from it. Nice that he got to take down Clip too, because that's the kind of the overhead protection for Jeems and Mexi further down. You can see them instantly getting into the cars now that hear Matt coming down, because that was, I mean, really the only angle of defense. And now that that's gone, it's going to be dangerous. Are they trying to pull up on Matt here?
I think they are. They've identified the Matt is potentially disconnected and playing solo. So they're trying to actually counteract that kill coming through. Jeems and Mexi will find an open dip here. The Matt taking shots, though, from distance. That's Northern Lights at the warehouse, yeah. Might just go down for his sins, and he will indeed.
It's a run in the open. I like the idea. We saw Iroh pull off a perfect play like that a couple of days ago where he manages to dodge and weave and get out of there, but unfortunately for him...
It was a little bit more ambitious here.
Yeah, open hillside to try and run down in the middle of the circle usually doesn't really go the way you want it to, and there doesn't happen either. So Howl down to 2 early on, not the start they would have wanted here.
Well, potentially. I mean, these are the two teams that, again, just to plant the seed. If Na'Vi have a good game, these are two teams that actually they can close the distance on. And like I said, these are two teams that have struggled. Or at least slowed down just a little bit. Overpeak is going to have that looming thought in their head that the Deaths did touch on in terms of the final leaderboard placement.
Now, there is still the weird chance that we get a Los Leones circle should this one hard shift southwest. Not that I hope to see it happen.
That'll make phase 4 interesting, Toby.
It sure would. Oh, my.
Okay. Okay. It's going to be one of those. It's literally touching. It's literally touching on the southwest side. Well, I'll double down. It's going to make the phase 4 shift interesting.
It's going to make this one horrible, because we all know where the next one is going to shift. This is... And right, I mean, this is technically the game to follow the Southside Island one, too. This is absolutely insane. Should this one shift out into the city itself. There is still the chance, because of the mountains being right in the middle, there is the chance that it could go elsewhere, but it could also very easily head it straight into the city.
Yeah, and you see actually a couple of teams now opting to try and dive. Austrian Force being one of those, but Lou putting down some massive damage. Vascu, the one to be pulled from the vehicle. Petulian's got problems pulling up on his doorstep, though. Can't really commit to the spray. He has no supportive angle just yet. Spyro's actually found a knock.
That is crucial help coming in from behind Batoons. As you said, only a ruck to work with for cover, able to kind of merry-go-round over to the other side. They find 2, and somehow, despite him being in a potential 1v3 there, actually
can't find the knock.
Manages to get out alive. Oh, he's in the bush. He's actually hidden behind the bush. I like the off angle here, but there should be no way, even with him leaving, there should be no way that they get to leave.
Well, I think Batoon's just protecting his bike for the time being. Payne's now looking to try and crawl away. I mean, Batoon is going to have more visitors very quickly here. Depends how much damage can be done the second time around by the Northern Lights. Actually, Perfectix might even catch a couple of shots here on the back of those tires popping. Stardust in real problems now.
Batulin's is just trying to avoid confrontations here, really unfortunately for him, able to do so. Now, Maxi spotting 2 on rotation. The remaining 2 Howl players trying to get away safely. So far, alive, but they still have multiple teams to go past here.
Thinking actually how quickly Northern Lights can identify that there is a safe compound along the roadside here. See exactly how the sight lines land. Ibby catch some more damage onto Howl in transition.
Not sure how they have
come do. Actually, was that Lou back onto? Yeah, it was actually the vehicle that lost its tires, but the response is there from Celtic. Lou's been knocked.
Yeah.
And he's a million miles away from a teammate.
He really is. He was the one trying to play the back end, trying to
Spyro's going back.
Defend the team as he has to commit to the rest. He has still 39 seconds to go. He's got the walls for cover. Knowing that they're going for the rest too, you should have good enough time to get the rest here, get healed on up, and you have the car there too to get away safely.
And the key thing being Perfectix has identified that open compound, so at least Northern Lights now have a foothold inside the next circle. They can potentially commit to this slightly. Batulin's is just allowed Meta to be passed. They're going to try and pick him up in the vehicle.
Yeah, Batulin's is sitting out in the blue. I'm not sure he's been too active in this.
No, he's been hiding.
Stardust
just relaying information, Toby.
Stardust drove straight past him just now. Now they're going to be coming back in his direction, 3 in a car. If he gets a good shot in here, that could be death to Stardust. We'll see if Batulin's managed to pull it off as the news circle pops. Are we going into the city? Oh my lord. Yes, we are. I was not trying to curse them. I just said there was a chance it could happen.
No way. Batulin's is waiting for the nade, but it's actually overcooked. And now actually, he's revealed his hand. He's got 3 members of Stardust now charging towards the compound.
We saw what happens when you rotate early in Asia just a couple of hours ago. Now Batulin's going to have to defend for himself, but Apocalypse, the instant headshot confirmed, and that is going to be Northern Lights taking, you'd have to assume, the first actual casualty. Miracle falls as well now that the circle's confirmed to go inside the city. All these teams are going to be trying to wrap on in.
Batulin's going to be kicking himself around that one, but at least Northern Lights have found something inside the circle. Fellas now putting a little pressure. James forced off this angle down to 19 HP, so has to allow this passage. Where the fellas pull up though, there's a lot of buildings occupied already. Austrian Force actually wants to open up here. Mexi will be given a freebie. He's just hiding inside, but Michael with the vehicle going to trade that one out immediately.
Third team to try and take part of it here too. Actually, the kill is going to go over to Sucker. So Michael denied that one. James will fall too. That's over Pika's out 16th. To be honest, they probably didn't want the Leonis ending anyway. So if you were to skip a game, this might as well be it.
Yeah, especially here if you can't find any kills on anybody desperately sending it into the city. It's tough to cross from the north here to get into the city late on. So.
Sure is, especially with how teams have been positioned so far. Odin trying to maneuver around and avoid all these shots coming towards him. Ascent shooting and shooting from the car as well. Now Noki Misa, this car is not long in for this world no more. 1 or 2 more bullets should have it on fire. There we go, gotta get out. You gotta get out, boys.
He's broken line of sight.
They're committing to the drive here, I respect it, and somehow they're still alive.
Well, the Lights meanwhile find themselves another compound just inside on the edge. Down to 3, and actually the response here with Odin open up onto the backside of this rotation. Actually, it's Lyron and Weston who'll be the ones to fall here.
Good double spray now coming through. Misa swapping over, but Mika is behind him. Finds the first one, does plenty of damage to Nuki as well. Now swaps over to the Mini, but he's getting shot from a 4th team from behind.
Actually, Brexcar and Kyoikai a little disconnected here. Mika will fall. The 3 members of Ascend going to try and recover this situation. First time we've actually seen Ascend stack up and try and actually gatekeep a team together. It's Chris with oversight on this. Has to try and deal with Quizzy. I'm not sure what his sight lines actually look like.
I love how we go full circle. And of all of that, it's actually in the end Odin that gets the kill. Ends will go down, 15th place for them. But again, multiple teams fighting out here to these. I mean, if you look down south, Question Mark face the only 2 teams who were ever down there. They have the entire southern side of the circle to themselves.
Wait,
and that's why all these teams are now on top of each other. Insane turnaround from Chris. I thought that Chris was going to have that run perfectly lined up, but no. Quizzy denies it.
Well, I was questioning the sightlines there, whether or not he'd have decent information on that. I think he has to go hunting on the rocks here. And Quizzy just has a tight little angle to play under. Actually turns on him. Chris, I don't think there's going to be any chance of this Reds coming. Yeah, Brexcar and Kyoikai already peeling south. Going to try and dive a building, get themselves a little bit of placement, but a few more teams that need to go out in order for that to happen.
They're going to go straight into the open arms of FaZe Clan as well, depending on whether they're trying to send it from the west or go a little further south around. In the meantime, now Na'Vi up against the 4 Wu players. They do still have Polish power over on the other side, and I'm pretty sure they're aware of it. So I can't really full commit to make the run down the open hillside, because that's going to leave them super open to the hill up above them.
Odin's actually still alive outside the zone right now. I don't know if he's going to have a say in this matter at all. Quizzy should pick him up. A little bit of pressure coming through actually towards the Wu, towards the compound.
Happy.
Polish power kind of actually pulling the attention of Na'Vi here.
Unfortunate Molly there was a good angle too. Up towards Cappy, could have forced it off, but yeah, as you're saying, I mean, it's a smart kind of attention bait over in that direction, forcing them to look their way. The issue for Polish power is they don't really have a proper spot to come in from. Now that the remaining fellas players have gotten to set up, now that Northern Lights are managing to wrap around, because where Northern Lights are going right now would potentially be where Polish power would be going a couple of moments from now.
Well, they're pulling up onto the backside. Austrian Force have actually pulled out of the edge warehouse here, but Northern Lights seem to be sending it towards the buildings just outside that. To hop back on and see where they end up. Uber now. A couple of members of Polish power to deal with, but Nork is going to come over the top. Na'Vi out in 14th place. Not the start we wanted from them once again.
Once again, crumbling hand for Polish power, who had a decent couple of games yesterday, but overall not the best of days. Good one for them to rack up more points. Again, it's still quite the journey to first place, so might as well get it started here.
Look at Odin. Odin did actually make it in here.
Yeah.
Actually committing to an engagement here. Tries to go for the 4x spray, but not enough landing. Quizzy with the response. Odin going to be in tons of trouble now.
Does he get around here? There's a car. Not sure if he's going to make any use of it. Cappy Nork is trying to send it off the hills. I'm not sure that
Rustamar got him with the
headshot him out of the car mid-air. I hope we can get a replay of that, because that'd be absolutely insane. He's not even going to be rewarded with the kill, as we now see starters out in 13th.
And Exo actually were pretty split down to the west side of this. You can see actually they've had to regroup just a little bit. The Wu, I mean, by proxy, will eliminate Polish power, at least the blue zone, to find that last tick of damage. Elsewhere, actually, Austrian Force do engage onto Northern Lights, who, like I said, were pulling up onto the backside of the warehouse that Austrian Force had given up.
Silas trying to see if he can find a confirm onto Luke. The angle ain't really there, Mike.
Spyro has to catch Docker, though.
Yep. Odin does fall. Solo players, I should say, solely getting taken out of the equation. Getrock's already centered, chilling out, ready to climb placement points should his teammates go down without being able to get to him. In the meantime, Wu, the last team from the east side, having to make the win. Let's see here.
Oh
he
my
actually
god!
finds him.
Oh my god, Rustamar.
That is that's a good shot.
That's one for the highlight reel. I'm still looking at the minimap here. Zocker's repositioned towards the north side of the warehouse here. That's going to be able to play spoiler behind. And actually, the fact that Goose has found a knock onto Northern Lights, I don't see Austrian Force moving, but this would be the sort of time where actually you get that third-party knock, and Austrian Force have the advantage of information.
It's a weird situation for Win or Die, though, to try and collapse on something, knowing that they have a player sitting in the center compound. So as much as they want to knock players and kind of force them to fight one another...
I'm talking about Austrian Force pushing onto Northern Lights.
Yes, that makes sense.
Because they just got the knock. They know that Northern Lights are already kind of trying to recover. Molodoc, a dirty split here. And we're actually onto Perfectix. Blue's going to force him out of position, but that knock's coming in at the worst timing possible for Northern Lights.
Yeah, Blue closing in. They're far enough out.
Zocker's played in again.
Over. There's the good off angle, but Zucker loses it. Whether that be M4 against Barrel or just missed sprays that should not have been missed in the first place, I'm not sure, but Northern Lights stay alive at least with one for now. Zucker is done for, as the Blue is now closing in on him too. Still has Pains and Silas to worry about, but one more point goes in favor of Northern Lights.
You see now, Silas looking this direction. Payne's actually tucked into the left side of the warehouse. They're almost just going to try and wait for Spyro to reveal himself, and finally actually Silas finds an angle. And now he's going to send it in, going to force Silas a little deeper and possibly onto the first aid.
Yeah, Blue is coming in. Got to make a move now as well. 2 first aids, 1 bandage, trying to use the last utility has left to hopefully send one over the container here. So maybe get a knock. Fade now spots him from the side. Not exactly going to make this journey any easier.
I think actually, Payne's going to try and post this molly on top of him. Yeah. It's a good catch.
Even if he does survive the molly here, which I don't think he does. Nope, not going to happen. Pains gets him. Solid throw there. Great understanding of what's going on around him. Northern Lights out 10th.
Look back now as Austrian Force going to have to try and get the... well, get their way across the open here. They can't push towards Win or Die, and that's you look at the map, and there's not an awful lot for to play them in just to the south of this. Actually, Nixie found that here. The Wu actually down to 2 players here. Must have missed that other knock coming through onto Ibi at some point. Causing and Bestalok got themselves split between 2 different shacks. It looks like Bestalok maybe inside a building, but
FaZe still sitting south side as well. Not having really had massive impact on this again. No one's been down there. So it's been pretty spacious for them. Quizzy does fall, as you said.
Good arm extends.
Yeah, nice job done in there. Get the kill. And again, keep in mind, I mean, Getrox, even more so now with the new circle popping. Perfect center position here, but all on his own. Unfortunately for him, has not been pushed by anyone yet. Goose finds one, goes down instantly, though, to Dante.
Question mark now. With their eyes set towards the north. I mean, Brexco and Kiryukai still made their way into the south side of the circle. FaZe still 4 strong on the outside to the southeast. Question mark, got to be careful. As you see everybody looking north right now, it's an opportunity potentially for Hobbits to get flanked here. Ace's already thinking about it.
Rustin is not going out without having used all those bullets, that's for sure. 7 left to work with. We'll see what more we can find with the arm in hand. Not a lot to see right here, though. They want to cross the street, but as you said, it's it's easier said than done, knowing that there is going to be players trying to make sure no one's able to make that crossing.
Well, now Hobbits is kind of dedicated on flank control. I think he's heard 8C.
Yeah.
Well, not 8C is actually going to send any shots east. That would almost be a death sentence for him. Just have effects a little further to the south, but fellas still trying to get their way through, get themselves inside the garage. Bestalok might even just have posted that nade. It just explodes on the outside.
Dangerous position for Bestalok to be in. Now he repositions. I like this because they had the wall with the kind of crumpling wall up in front. Perfect place to just lob a nade on over. Plenty of space to throw that one in. Extend's going to get knocked here. I would assume Layers should be able to get the rest on up, though. No, actually able to get out of the fire just in time.
Actually, Ruin sending a couple of flashes in there, but no peek possible for Lazar.
I like the pre-fire. He heard the movement early. Wanted to go for the shot. Wasn't anyone there.
Just trying to pre-nade one so he can take a clean fight on one side of this garage.
Sawn off 2. Let's go. 2 shots, 2 enemies. I'm ready for it. Ooh, help coming in from FaZe. Michael forced back down the other side here. And again, best of luck, not going to be the first one to move. First shot comes through, barely any damage done though. Level 3 gear and Rustenma keeps him alive. Circle's going to continue moving though, so Phyllis will have to move one building more over.
As well, actually, Hal trying to finally capitalize on this damage onto Win or Die. And actually, it's Faris from a different angle. Molodok as well to double down on that. Now, Win or Die's numbers starting to dwindle.
Getrock's been chilling inside that house for so long, and the second he comes out to help, he goes down perfect angle, shoots early though, has to go down behind the wall again. Ruin, instant double headshot comes through, solid shots, and Hal, again, I mean, really showing that despite the numbers dwindling, they are able to work great individually when it comes to close quarter fighting. Doesn't know the position of Rustenmar though, so he's able to wrap around the side. Does he get the rest here? He should be able to.
Yeah, I don't think Win or Die are going to be pushing around this wall for the time being. They're on the slow side as well, so they can creep with the zone and actually potentially going to force Molodok off this angle that has pressured them previously.
7 teams left alive. Question mark, just a single kill. FaZe, same thing for them. Again, it's been quiet on the southern side. Not until now have they really had to make any moves. Payne's trying to hold off as a solo player. 1v3, lots of damage done, but unfortunately across all 3 targets. So no knocks coming through. He's going to go down in 7th.
Actually allows the reposition to come through from Molodok. Look where he's got himself to on the map. Just on the outside of this construction dip. Rustamar now looking for a little verticality here. Decent angle as well. Fantastic spray. Laos will fall. Not sure if there's any utility to post behind that. No, and again, they burnt so much of it up on clearing through the garage from the east. He's going to go for a try and make use of the Orm once again.
That tape is not making it any easier for him to get the angle, or at least to see where he's shooting here. I think he will get the rest. No more lethals on the side of Fellas to try and confirm those kills. Down to under half HP, but plenty of first aids to work with.
Xstance is a great off angle. He was unnoted before he actually opened up there, so.
Here we see the push across the open. Phil Fist should be able to see him. Yep, takes him down behind the truck. Simply not enough cover for Fate to work with. We'll see if he managed to get the kill over on the other side. And Ascent as well kind of completely forgot that they were still alive on the southern side of this.
Yep, Managing to actually get in behind FaZe and Question Mark. I think FaZe have the information on it. Question Mark, it should be unnoted as of yet. See now as win or die. Makes sense. Fallen Rustenmar is crispy with that barrel today.
Who needs an arm when you can land headshots like that with a red dot? That was absolutely insane. Layers now trying to defend, but that's just not going to happen. Rustenmar using the hillsides of perfection. He's going to jump off now, you'd have to imagine. We'll see if he can make anything of it. Diggory finds one. Gustav with the flash comes through. That's one more down for Ascent. Just Braxco lifting his feet.
He just have the shotgun. He's got himself inside. He's actually found Dante. Completely unnoticed. He's actually dead. He's got the second as well.
Shotguns OP, 6 HP for Braxco to work with. Managed to spin on a dime and find it there. Rustenmar looks for one more, not gonna find it. It's gonna smoke off now to try and get the rest. Fex on the roof should take damage from that nade. On the other hand of things, Aduze is jumping forward.
They're both coming across. They're trying to pressure the res. This is such a huge play.
They get it. They get it for free. 1 down, 2 down. Aduze is gonna get them both. And there you have it, 4 teams left alive. Question Mark really wanting to claim the win with games to go here. Rustenmar, solo player left alive, 4 fellas, 5 kills for him. And Exalt as well, 8 kills on the team, with Fairest and Molotov doing everything they can to get more points off of this game.
Fairest and Molotov are actually in probably the best position right now. Rustenmar gets himself tucked in, but Question Mark have to deal with the remnants of FaZe. A little bit of third-party damage coming in. A fantastic nade from Diggory. The second to come up. Phil first. Trying to cross in between. He might get above Diggory.
This is full-on parkour. Jumping from roof to roof here. Phil first over the roof. Can't get the angle. He's on the other side.
Actually, might be able to flash himself over. No. Oh, he just misses it.
Does he see him from above, though? He's going to hear the footsteps, potentially. We'll have to jump off eventually, though. Knows there's one below him. Rustenmar, plenty of damage coming through. Doesn't fight the knock. Molotov does manage to get down Gustav. Everyone tacked up here. Just one more team with 2 on their feet. That's Exalt. Diggory falls 2 versus 1. Rustenmar now alone versus Fairest alongside Molotov.
No way!
He finds the first. 6 kills confirmed. Might just be 8 by the end of this game. Molotov doesn't see him. Now, angle. Hells him, spots him, headshot comes through, more damage should be done, and there you have it, Exalt, 11 kill win. They come in from the west side and they clean it out in the end.
Crazy performance from Rustenmar though. Nearly got it done in the end in that 1v2 scenario, just about exposing himself on the right side of that pipe, but what an ending that was.
I mean, fellas sat 2 on the north side of the city where all the action was, and they almost bring it home by the end of it. That was insane.
Probably the best Urban ending we've had. To be honest, that was hype from start to finish.
And given Circle 1, it was never meant to be Urban ending to begin with. But that's just the way of PCS7 Grand Finals. James, break that one down for me.
How do you? Honestly, that was just, again, a never-ending adrenaline rush here towards the end especially. And I think whilst Exalt get themselves the victory here in a spectacular fashion, this really does exemplify our mid-pack in Europe especially, and these newcomer teams, lol, it's not really that's the case, but they are so good at the moment. The level is leveling up constantly here, Martin.
Yeah, the depth of Europe and the players is just crazy, right? Also comes with, you know, the longer the game is kind of progressing, all the experienced players, they're splitting into these teams where you have an insane mechanical skill on, and you see that here. Exalt, obviously, fantastic game for them. What a way to finish as a 2-man, the way they fought on the northern side, but Rustenmar's play there, that was just insane.
Stuff.
Yeah, some of the shots he had was just amazing.
It's pretty just like, this is what, the 3rd Urban ending that we've had in this tournament, and Toby said it the best. Like, it's the best way to display the individual capability that you have on these teams, and it really just goes to show just how strong these players actually are in these sort of settings. And Rustenmar has been a man who's been really showing that the entire time, but here, completely shining.
Rustenmar, #1 here with all of this, alongside Molotov, but again, Exalt really showing great strength where they were able to play from almost 1,000 damage coming in alongside Rustenmar. But I mean, even beyond them as well, you get to see Question Mark doing parkour things, Doozy and Philfirst just constantly piling on pressure from building to building, Spider-Man in it all over the place.
And you could see it, the way and the face and the reaction on FaZe Clan was, they were just broken, like, we should have expected this. How did we not see this coming? These guys are super aggressive. They should have been in. And of course, Rustenmar with the player focus for this match here, that arm shot out of a moving car off a high ground, The amount of points that this guy
some
got was just insane.
Give us some more.
Yeah, it continues. It's just the 6 kills that he got here. That red dot shot, headshot as well from the high ground, James, was insane.
Give us some more. Come on, Rustin Ma. It's just, it's been, it was what a great highlight reel for him coming in from this game. It's as if he was like a one-man army towards the end. A global army, some might say. No, not quite. But Saga, it was fantastic watching Rustin Ma here in almost every angle, every peak, every shot.
Oh. And he was one of many that really popped off this game, but he definitely stood up above the rest. Molodoct had a fantastic time of it as well, but yeah, Rustin Ma was pretty untouchable.
He got him below the RE through the smoke?
Yeah,
crazy.
Just
That's
insane.
What a gamer.
Very, very nice to watch Rustin Ma be able to pop off here. And, you know, for the most part, as you say, he's been popping off throughout the tournament quite nicely. So fellas here really able to prove their mettle against the rest. But now, over to Saga with the mettle. Let's see what you've got, mate.
Well, as Toby said in that previous game, this one was never really destined to be much of an urban ending. Looking at this phase 1 circle, you know, eastern winds, lovely little shifts over there. Looks very nice for a coastal getaway, but that was not to be the case whatsoever. By the time we look at our phase 2 circle, so many of the teams were setting up around this area right here. We've seen so many games end around here, and in particular, these cliffs are a large part of the reason why. The culprits. That is where the land ratio shift comes into effect by phase number 4. So teams look at this area and think, okay, game's likely ending over here. If we take a spot here, by the time the phase 3 shift comes in, it should more than likely be setting up for an end game in that area. But as things progress, as we know, that was very much not the case. And this phase 3 shift really caused a lot of problems for so many of the teams. But those that made the final 3 were those that avoided most of the chaos. There's very limited entryways that you can try and make a bit of a send over the cliff. You can try and go through the hills. But those that really found a success were those that wrapped around the edges. FaZe Clan, you can see their rotation path on this side as well, keeping themselves very clear out of the way of danger, taking the rooftop, the hills above, so they can scout forwards into the city. And as things go on, make sure that they're clearing their own destination, taking things step by step, going through the buildings. And it was a very similar situation for fellas. You see them up on the northern side. They're not pushing too aggressively forwards. They're not getting surrounded on too many sides, and they're taking the fights as they come to play the high ground very exceptionally well as well.
And this was very much a FaZe Clan win that got stolen away from Question Mark, destroyed. And as you come in here in these urban endings, it's usually uncharted waters, right? You don't really know where everybody is. You have to rely on sound cues and whatever all the other players are doing when they're shooting, when they're moving. FaZe Clan, they should have had this in the bag, and you saw it in Fix's face. They should have expected that push.
Yeah, definitely so. So that is, of course, here now. Exalt being able to round out the game in excellent fashion, to be perfectly truthful with everything here. And again, considering the fact that we had an urban ending, the chaos that ensues through it all was just a pleasure to watch. I can't emphasize it enough here, Saga. It was. I like your breakdown of how all of these teams have to move in, because ultimately, to find those spots alone is difficult. Never mind have to deal with the, again, Spider-Man on the roof doing his thing, you know, like all these guys trying to shoot at you from all these angles.
As much as we like to talk about rotations and Battle Royale and utility, deep down, we're all just Roman citizens and we want the gladiators to just murder each other. And that's exactly what we get in urban endings like this, where it is just forcing close range engagements, and some players can really shine in those environments.
Well, we want to see the gladiators battling it out in the arena, but I like to see a good old chariot race as well, I think is fair to say. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we have more Miramar on the way. But let's take a look at some more Drive to Survive.
Welcome everyone to the third and final round of Drive and Survive. Before we get started though, let's take a look at what happened in the previous episode.
Navi going fast. Oh, they're spinning out. FaZe Clan is too. There's so many spike traps everywhere. No, that's a good tire pop. Another one coming from spike trap being put into Navi. Close. Oh, that's fantastic driving from FaZe Clan. Rest. Oh, there's a spike trap. They lost 2 tires. More tires are lost now. They're forced to change. I think there's an observer that got eliminated.
FaZe Clan first, Navi second. They will go through to the final round. Teams must drive from the start at point A and cross the finish line at point B, following only the route provided.
Between point A and point B, there will be required checkpoints that the teams must pass. Teams are allowed to take shortcuts, but this comes with a high risk as there are spike traps laid out on the roads.
And lastly, players are allowed to shoot at the wheels of other vehicles to make it harder for the other teams to cross the finish line. Now let's take a look at the path they're going. They're going from El Pozo down through San Martin, taking a left turn up towards water treatment to then finish off by the intersection towards El Azahar.
And let's start. It's off. It's a
trike.
It's a trike bike going off, and already the tires are being popped. And look at how many spike traps there are. This is gonna be a long and interesting fight. FaZe Clan. This is a really rough one. It's a tire that is powering the entire bike right now. And they have to swap that up really quickly.
Can we already crown Na'Vi the winners of this race?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's looking like a really rough start. Oh my god, that's fantastic. All right.
Wait, are they wait?
They're waiting.
They're
waiting
for them.
Oh, that's.
And then no, they had their own tires pop now.
This is a valiant effort to make sure it's a closer fight. But now all the tires are popped, and then oh my god. Okay, FaZe Clan, they're off. They're like, we're not waiting.
No, why would they? Na'Vi tried to play it cool, be the more gentleman sort of the things, and now FaZe Clan just say nope and full speed center. But here comes Na'Vi back again.
Oh, the back tires popped already. Na'Vi can just they're off to spike traps as well. They can't turn. This is gonna be like 10 swaps of vehicles here, Toby.
At least.
It's looking very friendly. It's looking like you normally see where the stripes are, but no, it's spike traps all over the place here, and it's super tight. They're swapping so many tires, swapping so many vehicles, and the tires are just gone all the time. The back tires are constantly getting popped, and they can't really get away from each other. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, a little bit of a swiveling. They got off. FaZe Clan has to as well. Their back tire, the one that powers the entire bike, is popped. Front is
front
popped
tire
as well.
This is so
difficult. They're gonna take them over.
They retake first. They actually managed to get around them.
FaZe Clan. Okay, maybe potentially catching up. Has to swivel in between all the spike traps. Pop this side now. Oh, all the other things are popped as well, I think now. Everything is popped. Oh, they ran into a bike, Toby. FaZe is running on no tires. They have to swap.
It is so close. The goal line is the crossroads. They're trying to pop the tires. They're throwing their grenades. They're doing everything they can to get to the next spike. Who gets it first? It's gonna be Na'Vi. Ahead they go, but they have no tires of their own now. They're skipping bikes now. They're skipping bikes to get to the one closest to the finish line.
I like this. This is clever.
Tried to make a run for it. They're taking a bike further up ahead. This might just have been the winning strat if FaZe can stay clear of the spike traps. Let's see, left, right, goes through the middle. Are they waiting for them? Are they BMing them?
Ah, the BM, I love it. Come get it. They're popping the tires on the distance.
Will they get to accelerate?
Well.
Will they get to accelerate and beat Na'Vi? FaZe makes it. They are through at 6:36, and here comes Na'Vi. But they won't even get to cross the finish line.
From the very get-go, it was very close, but only due to the fact that Na'Vi waited in the beginning there. A little bit of BM, but also to make sure that it was a fair 1v1 here for Na'Vi and FaZe Clan.
I'm hoping to see no mistakes made in vehicles for PCS7 Grand Finals from FaZe Clan, because now they've shown us their capabilities in vehicles.
Alright, that is it for Drive and Survive PUBG Edition here. A huge congratulations to FaZe Clan for winning this small tournament here. And thank you so much for everyone out there for tuning in.
Some sportsmanlike behavior, I'll appreciate that. And congratulations, I suppose, for FaZe for winning? Anyway, we have got ourselves more games on the way here. Actually, I must say, I guess you really enjoyed making this. This was some fun stuff.
This was great. This was great. And while we were casting this, we were just talking about the endless possibilities
of what we could do next.
That the next season is going to bring. Yeah, you know, it's going to be 32 teams, all of group stage. It's going to be, you know, bigger heats, bigger stages. Even though it was kind of fun there towards the end with the bikes, I think having at least 4 teams in the final, of even 8, could make it even more interesting because there are so
just
many
chaos then.
Yeah, just make it chaos because it was actually so fun to cast and see.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right, well, what's also fun is the games that are going on right now. We have had ourselves another urban ending with Exalt being able to take the victory. The overall standings will mean that Exalt will push themselves up a little bit off the back of this, which is good for them. Question mark still reigning strong at number 1. And Exalt here being able to get themselves a 9th place spot right now.
I mean, we talked about the 40-point gap being a problem. It's now a bigger than 40-point gap, and we've lost a game, an opportunity, so question mark taking all the steps in the correct direction to walk away crowned from this event, and that could be bad news for so many of our other teams. But we were sort of doing some mental gymnastics during the game to see like what possibilities we could have of who could potentially qualify. And there's still a couple of teams left, but those who are looking for first place, it doesn't seem like it's going to be in their court.
The big scary thing is the fact that potentially overpeakers could go out. Like, that is something that I don't think really we paid much credence to, much heed to coming into this tournament. We thought, yeah, they looked so good in the group stage, they're probably going to get a decent spot, but right now it's looking shaky.
Yeah, they had 250 points going into the tournament. You expect them to end at least top 8, top 6, right? But right now they actually fell down. So now that is complete. So if they hold that spot and Fellas they manage to get 2nd, that would actually mean that Fellas would take the PTC spot away from Overpeakers, and they would be going to Dubai instead of Overpeakers.
Imagine that. Imagine. And then we only have 4 more games to determine it. I think when you look at the previous game here, Saga...
It's only 14 points as well.
Only how many, sorry?
14 points for Fellas to get 2nd.
After a big game.
Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. We look at the previous game, and it's funny how much of a shift can really make a difference. As you're saying, like so many of those teams looking for that field finish where we almost always see it. I look at the screen as it's going on, and I'm like, it's this field finish again. Oh, here we are. But then just such a big change causes chaos.
I quite vividly remember you saying, oh, this is going to be Ents. They're going to sit in the compound. They're going to get some points. And it's not going to change much in the standings. How naive we were to think that, you know, we would get one of the most common zones in the game. No, 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 no. It's hard shift time, hard shift territory out here at PCS Europe Finals. And it just doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
Ridiculous stuff, ridiculous. Final thoughts before we go into this Miramar, my Avenger?
Yeah, obviously hoping for not another northern shift. I would like to see a western one somewhere out there. We've not seen that many of them, not more north, unless it's like a completely perfect Oasis ending. That'll be a lovely one to see.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now time to head over to the commentators. Some call them the Kardashians of PUBG Esports, but we know them as Toby and Hypok. How's it going?
So dapper. Who has ever said that?
Everyone. Break the internet.
Really?
Everyone says that, no?
I do want to just come back to this. This is the 3rd time Martin's talking about a Western ending.
Yeah.
Must be the only person on the planet that likes Western endings.
They're really not that big.
They're fantastic.
This is the 3rd time we've caught you as well. It's all on camera.
Yeah, it's you can check the VODs if you want to.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Wow.
Take it away, Kim.
Thank you so much, analyst desk. We still have 2 more Miramar games left to go. Last one, curveball again. Hard shifts being ever so visible in these games we've been casting so far.
Yeah. We basically called that one.
You kind of did, yeah.
Yeah. Is it on us?
I hope not, because I don't want all the hate mail that we're going to get over that hard shift, because there were teams, as I said, who were setting up very nicely in the field, solid splits that just were not expecting that
Circle 1
Southwest
rotations looked really good.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm kind of with James. Honestly, earlier you look at that and you look at one of the teams that's actually able to, or potentially Polish Power as well, come through, clear themselves a solid compound. We were talking about them being kind of prime real estate alongside that road, and then, yep.
You just also can't... I feel like I can't really help feeling somewhat bad for the teams that commit so much in those first rotations. We saw Overpeakers rotating through what felt like half the lobby to get to a spot that then ended up not even being all that relevant once we saw the South hard shift. So, so tricky one for sure.
I said this in the previous game. This is pretty much the mirror opposite of the previous plane.
Yeah, and now it is again.
One yesterday,
which means we're going Prison Island now.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, actually, dare I say it, Martin's Western ending is on the
That is also definitely an option. We have James's military ending, which could also become a thing this time around.
I think we basically had that one. The fact that Circle 1 had Campo Militar in it yesterday.
That's fair. That's as close as we'll ever get. I suppose. Another 30 seconds to go, of course, until we will see that one. Again, early game here, we haven't seen any big contesting. There's been some vehicle fighting, but other than that, teams have been very good at splitting out across the map, not wanting to confront each other. And also, I mean, with that said, now that we're this far down the line, you'd think that they would have it cleared out by now, if there was any issues at all.
Which Miramar games have you been watching? Northern Lights have had problems for multiple
early
games.
That's further into the game. I mean, okay.
No, what?
Last game, we deemed... I'm just going to quickly segue out of that one, because you're probably right on that. Last game, we deemed it a pretty vanilla circle. This time around, it's arguably even more vanilla to start things off here.
Definitely more central.
It became one of the most spicy vanilla games I've ever seen, though, last game. I'm curious to see where this one is going to take us.
This one's slightly further northeast, I guess, than the previous Power Grid circles, which were the ones we were talking about, where there were problems for Northern Lights, where, you know, Stardust were making moves south immediately towards Perfectix, and I think Spyro as well, previously getting caught off guard with a Scar 4X from what felt like 600 meters away. But this one definitely allows for... well, actually, you look at the two other kind of teams in that equation. Polish Power and Stardust aren't going to be making moves south there.
Hobbit's run over by his teammate. That's an unfortunate way to start things off, but happens. With the set just before, I want to ask you, Hybog, now that things are a little quiet for the time being, with this vanilla first circle, what will be the spiciest place to end it in, given what we've got to work with here?
I'd say probably either Plane Crash or Hacienda.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I saw a Hacienda ending, like an actual Hacienda
That has been a while. And to go for that, you know what I've not seen in a long time? A proper water treatment ending. They always end up going east of the mountainside there, so how about we just shift straight into water treatment itself? That would be pretty terrible, not gonna lie, but also entertaining, I suppose.
Well, this is all you. I know we were kind of speculating in the previous and it ended up happening, but yeah, that one sits on your head, unfortunately.
It's, we'll see here. Why not?
An action replay.
He just...
That was intentional. That was absolutely intentional.
You don't cross the road in front of the bus. Actually, to be honest, he crossed the road behind the bus and then managed to get run over by it anyway. That's... Whether it was an intentional run over or an intentional wanting to get run over, I'm not sure, but it looked very choreographed.
That is caught in 4K intentional.
From either one of them or both. Maybe a bit of a... At least, guys, now we have a knock on our side, so this is your chance to catch up. That's the help you're going to get this time around. Meantime, Ghost Up, no help for him. Squeaky, as free as they come.
That's an early probe sent out, actually, from phase towards water treatment. Or at least up onto the north side of that terrain here. So we'll actually continue as 3 here within the first 5 minutes.
It's not a bad start for ENCE, and I mean, honestly, I like the play for FaZe. Go up, get the hillside, pull in a solid position to scout further forward towards the south. Obviously, Gustav not expecting Squeaky nor anyone else to be up there that time around. And we take a look here at FaZe, who are currently sitting in 6th place. A bit of a jump up to Ascent in 5th, but overall, I'd say a pretty decent performance from them. Of course, if you ask them, there's always things that can be improved on. We have seen the 1v4s, the 2v4s going against them, so clearly not been their best tournament ever, but still overall a decent performance.
And looking at the other side of ENCE, actually, yeah, they would jump on board with me. Get themselves early towards Magnet. And I don't know what you call this compound, actually. I call it Magnet just because...
It is very...
Usually when the circle is kind of centered towards water treatment, it gets
even now, might as well
semi-gifted.
We might as well just call it now. I mean, it's in the circle, hence the game will end there.
But it's been a long time since that's been in effect.
Yeah, I feel like a couple of patches back.
Like the NA STK days, where they were in the... It would always come towards them.
I might be way off here, but I'm trying to go way back and out of my own region too. Was there a time where that was considered like a tempo compound? Or was that just me remembering wrong? I hope there's no NA players in the chat watching.
No?
Never? Might just be my memory playing with me
here.
Yeah, might just be me. That is a while back, so I like to think that I'm excused for that one. Just me having memories of tempo stomp doing something in that compound. Yeah. I remembered an NA team, and I thought I remembered something else, but maybe I didn't.
No, it's SDK from Hacienda used to play that. Again, historically.
Yeah. And this time around, it's ENCE. Scaff, I mean, he claimed what was center in the previous game, then he ended up being miles away from what was phase 3.
Yeah, exactly,
so we'll see. Maybe Scaff is the counter magnet to what is the magnet compounds.
Well, interesting enough, a tempo reference there. He dived down to Sharky compound.
Yeah.
We would have called that Sharky compound in NA.
There you go.
And it did look good in yesterday's previous games, Circle 1 at least. So I think Ents maybe not wanting to send towards centre here. Again, nobody's going to opt to play into San Martin here. With the high ground that surrounds it, you're not really going to have a safe Circle 2 rotation if it does hard shift away. Again, that's why we see Polish Power kind of split to the south and the north, actually.
It's a wide split. You're not wrong. I mean, again, they're not really confronted all that much right now. Constantly
They
shooting.
shouldn't have visitors.
What?
They shouldn't have visitors.
You wouldn't expect so.
Yeah.
And even if they do, they have a good enough line of sight. They'd be seeing them from miles away. Hopefully, they then have their cars parked accordingly, and they should be able to get out of Dutch quickly.
Fellas actually get themselves over to the east side of Hacienda, and Austrian Force actually split kind of
a three-way
vertically,
split.
along Hacienda.
I like this. I like the prioritization in their splits too, keeping two down towards the southern side, Saga playing Hacienda alone and Vasco up north.
Yeah, Vasco's the one that kind of feels a little isolated, right? And that's not necessarily, a good compound in the circle, but depending on the circle to shift, hopefully Zoka can get there quick enough, but then it's only two, right? The fact that they've prioritized south towards the center, that's where the concerns maybe lie with that setup. FaZe finally making their way in past Cruz Divide.
Here's no doubt the...
But, actually, even just look at this. FaZe, depending on how far they go, obviously Circle coming into close here. Look what's directly in their way. It's Vasco in that compound, which is a good compound for them to pull up to.
I would be surprised. I mean, also given the fact that they literally have no scouting done so far, given that Gustav went down early, I would be surprised to see them try and cross the road south that far center, given how late they're coming in. But you're not wrong. I mean, Vasco might be that bridge too far for Austrian Force, and it wouldn't be completely unheard of should Austrian Force lose a player within the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise many. But Esports getting into it, actually, as they try and find their way towards a compound here. And actually the Wu, Ibby's still down and lost the onus. He's a little disconnected.
Yeah,
You're not really going to be ready for the Circle 2 shrink, but...
Yeah.
I mean, Bestalok's towards Lab and Dieter, so I think actually this is probably just Nixie and Quizzy looking for a little information inland.
I was just going to say, I mean, as we look at what is now, or currently at least, the center of the map, a lot of wide splits going on. We just mentioned the 2-1-1 split from Austrian Force. Stardust doing the same thing, prioritizing the north side here, with Plane Crash and south side San Martin played as well. Exalt, same thing. Two players up north of Power Grid. Obviously, they're aware that there are Northern Lights players all over Power Grid Plateau, so they want up to go fully on that. But they're sitting in a 2-1-1 split. Brexco is far out of the circle towards Adriera, trying to scout forward. With the remaining Ascent players 1.5 kilometers away. You can see here 3 of them. Brexco nowhere to be found because he is still 1.5 miles away from them. And as you said, E-Beep disconnected from the remaining Wu players. So everyone really right now just spread out, info gathering 101, waiting to see that what has so far been guaranteed to be hard shift in some direction.
And we just see it on the screen there as well. FaZe actively clearing some of these compounds just next to water treatment. So my eyes do go back towards Vasco. If they're able to figure that out, because Zocco was actually forced out of Hacienda. I think it was actually Marcelek and Cappy who were applying a little bit of pressure. So he's been forced to the south side of Hacienda to kind of semi-regroup with the other half of Austrian Force split. So
they are getting closer. Tixu right now seems to be the vulnerable one here. His first shot's been fired, first 2 bullets actually, but oh no, they're turning left. Are they turning all the way around, or are they just stopping in the dip there, waiting for the next circle to come? I think they're aware that there's no one playing north of them, so that position is good for now. Going back northbound all the way, actually. Hearing shots from both compounds, not liking what they saw now. The circle, well, we're heading in that direction. Where, oh, where, FaZe, are you going off of the info you just got?
Concern being Tixu does become back in the firing line
He's
here.
Gotta leave. He's got to leave. He's in the car now as well.
Yeah, he's pulling south. Michael's looking to regroup on the east side of the road. So, yeah, Tixu will give this up. And FaZe actually will be the benefactors of that situation. Arguably a very good compound now, being ready to crash this as Circle 2 pops. FaZe are kind of rewarded after losing Gustav very early on.
I don't mind that compound, but usually we also see that compound, even when in play for late game, you only get a kill or 2 from that position because you're so limited in what you can see other than the field out towards the west side. We'll see, of course, if it's going to pay out for Fellas, doubling down on the east side compound. Payne's trying to take shots towards Navi as Uber make his way towards the remaining teammates. Navi now making landfall in what, again, currently is center of playable terrain. And Overpeak is opting to go Silos phase 2.
Yeah, this is... yeah, you can get boxed in here pretty pretty easily. So unless they're going to look for some pressure towards Na'Vi, the possibility of re-rotating somewhere else difficult, Apocalypse, as you found on the back of the bike.
It's just, I mean, I don't mind the silos. Again, late game, they can be the winning position to play. But as long as you have the mountains in southeast, as long as you have some of those field positions from where you can get line of sight, even just Hacienda,
come on, Hobbits.
It does become a little difficult. Boop. No. Imagine if that had been an SKS. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he wouldn't have tagged him once. You're right.
Yeah, I'm hearing you say that, but I think both CP and Enthusiast have something to say about that.
That's a good shot as well. Look at that.
It's kind of sad that we see that, to then see all the missed bullets to follow. But Filfa is clearly the one that deserved it the most.
Question mark actually find themselves inside the circle pretty early on here, considering how we've seen them play previously. Obviously, with that, lost the onus on Ride That Out. Have a comfortable spot up here on the northwest side, and plenty of space to work with to the south.
I'm just looking at Ascent right now. They're repping Easterflap indeed, trying to rep into this from the northeast.
I think they're playing a different circle.
Like, if we just don't accept the fact that it's up there, maybe it'll somehow shift to Impala. I'm
hoping we get some B-roll here from this rotation, because we have Mika and Brexco on the map feed, but
I don't even know where the rest of them are. And we're pretty far zoomed out on the map feed too.
There we go.
Someone
like I said,
tell me.
They are playing a different circle.
They really are. I mean, I don't necessarily mind this east side rotation issue. Becomes A, if it shifts west, you're screwed. B, you already have win or die. Obviously, this is unknown to them, but you already have win or die doing that exact same thing at a time, which I would say is the time you should be making that rotation, kind of getting in just before the new circle pops, because they're going to be crazy late to it.
They are. I mean, the only thing they really benefit from is a shift back towards Minas, but even then, highly unlikely with where the center sits here. It's literally, I mean, the Hacienda ending is on, considering this circle too.
Let's see. Patulins not going to miss those. Goes full spray with the mini in hand. Finds Molduct. He's going to go down. Again, pretty pretty straightforward kill, catching him, scouting forward. Not too much to it. Where
are Ascent's
I need a bigger screen to find out where Kilyakai and Chris are.
Well, I hate the fact I opened my mouth because we've had a Minas shift.
Yeah, we're going south. It's sad for some, great for others. Ascent are going to be happy because they would have never made it to the circle had it not been because we shifted down here. Now here comes Polish Power trying to wrap their way in, and this is actually where that silo position might become valuable from, because now they get to sit tight behind cover. There's limited really dangers from the south side of the road because they're blocked off with the hillside, and they can focus north, take out anyone coming their way.
The problem being with so many teams actually prioritizing these compounds just outside Hacienda, now it makes it very difficult to relocate. FaZe, you can see, just tried that. Polish Power as well, tried to get straight in those vehicles, head south towards this new center, and again with Austrian Force, Overpeakers, fellas, Na'Vi already set up, it's difficult.
Yeah. And down to Blue. Again, off screen. Not sure exactly where he's chilling out right now. Cronio, those men should get attacked through, but that's an entire team. And it's actually also fellas players somehow. 2 of those 3 kills go in the favor of Tixu and Miracle. So as much as I'm saying that from that compound you don't really get anything, they get the first 2.
So actually FaZe be able to hold on to what they've got. No, they won't feel happy about that. Question mark actually to get themselves into the backside of Hacienda, but Ents feeling as if they've got a little bit of freedom to play with.
Adusi ain't there either, still up towards the northwest, so if he wants to regroup, you'd have to expect the question mark kind of plays this one slow, at least for a little while, but knowing question mark, not usually a team to hold back.
Not their style.
Yeah, nope, not really. First shot comes through, Tax goes both ways, the headshot through the window from Hobbits, takes one down, and keep in mind, again, for those of you guys who just missed it, Polish Power just taken out now, so any points question mark get here is just going to extend that lead even more.
Yeah, and like I said, actually, a question mark, seeing that in the kill feed, it's almost like the green light, the catalyst for them to actually become active here. Dante finding a knock onto Misa as well. Nuki just going to try and ride this out. Allow the safe res to come through. Elsewhere, a couple more teams in this area we're talking about where it's so difficult to relocate. And it's actually win or die outside on the north side of this circle.
Back's turned, not too much you can really do about it, really. Hobbits looking for more from the roof. Surprised that no more teams are up in to try and see if they can find him up there, knowing that action is going on. But as you can see here as well, it's somewhat limited, really, as long as he's playing on the northern side. somewhat limited what angles you can get from that. Down. Chris, well, he's inside the circle, I think, because he just got a knock, and Brexco ran one over. That's Ascent finally making landfall on the southern side towards Minas. Hobbits, in the meantime, still around on the roof, trying to see if he can find Squeaky.
So awkward at this point now. With question mark finding this early knock, the flush onto Scav, then the knock onto Misa. It's so hard to engage once Ents have already got themselves inside, but Dante
through the window too
catches him on the cross.
He has literally got 3 bullets to work with on that crossing. Headshot, body shot, takes one down. Hobbits finds one more. We do lose Dante on the side of question mark, but would imagine that with these players pushing forward, he's not going to be down for long. Philfist down to 2 HP though. As I say that, will stay alive, but not without damage done towards him. That's a good nade.
Nuki just underarming some into the smoke as well. 1 nade left to work with. Going to try and get a boost off here. Almost actually. Northern Lights getting curious here.
I was going to ask. We saw them shifting north as the circle came out towards east. Now the next circle's gone up here as well. Northern Lights, they know that if they want to get first place, they have to take down question mark. They might as well be the makers of their own fate. And now they're actually full 4 committing to try and holding this one off.
He will take control of the long building. Actually, about 10 seconds ahead of the shift. So got themselves set up to gatekeep whoever is the victor of Hacienda. Aduzi swings through. Ents will fall. Shimar get themselves a couple of kills on the board as well. And now, like I said, Northern Lights just going to be laying in wait for this.
This might somehow actually play in the favor of Fellas if we're going really like far theory crafting, because the Des talked about it before. There is a way that Fellas kind of punch out overpeakers from qualifying, and if somehow Northern Lights fall early here, there might just be a chance. Ascent alongside Howl. They've been fighting for a little while, and it's not over just yet. Chris down, Brexco down, Mika far behind, trying to get something going, but we talked yesterday about how Ascent has been dealt with, and this time again, just split, seemingly miscommunication across the board, and just when they try to spread out to take these control plays, just not able to defend their teammates probably, really.
It's tough to see them given the one unlikely scenario to actually grant them some sort of hope in that previous rotation, and now it's a wide split again. It's Kiryu-Kai and Mika to kind of scout this out. Brexco and Itzchris just can't withstand the pressure that Howl are able to apply on that pull-up. Question mark, try and navigate their way out here. Lou actually tucked in. You didn't spot him?
They should have no clue, right?
I mean, he should have spotted at least one on the cross there, but now he's going to spot one.
Ascent say, well, we might have lost 2, but let's full speed send it. They might be driving blind quite literally into this one. Fortunately able to turn around. Nate's now coming out. Molly goes in. Actually, Kiryu-Kai tags himself up, not helping anything here. He's going to call down. Ruin falls to return, and Mika somehow, despite the mishap there, able to turn things around.
Actually, Dante did find the opener here, but Tulin's going to respond back. Dante trying to hold him at the wall now. They have traded knocks back and forth here. Question mark. Ultimately, I mean, getting over the initial hurdle, which is getting out of Hacienda. You see Aduzi a little disconnected, a little further forward.
Nate's bound short behind phase 4, so you do not want to get knocked out here. Lou just exactly able to get the first aid off before the blue hits him. Spearing out, pushing further forward again. They know which team they need to beat in order to get this one home.
This could be a big nade. Philfirst sends one forward. Big damage on that. Can he follow through with the AR?
See Philfirst still the up close. So Hobbit's down, and that's Fellas from a 5. There's a team you want to have helping you out right now. That would be Fellas. Philfirst takes one on the other side, so damage done on both sides. Fellas finds the double, almost finds the third, but it's going to be Batulins to take him down in return. Just Dante left alive now for question mark.
He's going to try and get through before they can recover from this. Lou desperately trying to med back up. Does get the first aid kit off of Perfectix. Flushed out here, a headshot onto Batulins. This could be doable here. If Dante Lou comes through though. Question mark out in 13th place, but Northern Lights almost left thanking their lucky stars. They're able to get away with this.
The fact that they don't only get away, but survive for 3, that is huge for them. Again, still, it's going to be a tough rotation as the circle's shifted back towards the east. How do they go about doing this? It's not going to be easy by any means. Right now, if you're Fellas, seeing question mark out, seeing Polish Power out, seeing Northern Lights somewhat wounded here, that is going to be them left with a happy feeling.
Fellas in a fantastic position to capitalize on it as well. Still inside in that compound. There's a high traffic area for kills as well. Also where Stardust and Win or Die getting into it. Nailcop actually the last man standing for Stardust.
Leos just fall on the backside of the wall. You'd have to imagine that's him down and out. So at least 1 point going the way of Stardust. Unless if Fellas take him down. And again, as you said, Michael finds one. Actually, it's going to be Millman to get the flush, and that's it. Stardust out in 12th place, and Win or Die might just be right there to follow. Here comes Northern Lights, though, full speed forward, going straight into... You could only imagine death, really, at this point.
It's just unable to find that last tag, but I'm unsure of exactly where the end goal is here. They have to bail out now. The vehicle actually going to find the knock on to loot. Spyro desperately sticking this med.
I think that's a rotation where there really isn't an end goal. It's just, if you spot something, let's go behind it. But until then, I'm just going to take it as it comes. Extends, dies, Western, able to get the kill through there. That's going to be Win or Die out in 11th place. Unfortunate for them. Close in the race still, but with Wu, Extends, and... Exalt and Overpeak are still in the play. They would want to take away that 7th place spot.
It's a miracle, actually, that Spyro's alive for as long as this. Uber and Diggory going to find knocks onto Overpeak as they feel a little bit of pressure. Way outside from their safekeeping. Clib actually only going to be the feasible res here. Vard was left to anchor in the back lines, but removed from the equation.
Yeah, Vard's not going to get back up alive. Mexi will find one rest. We still have all of Austrian force able to play on the southern side here. Of course, on the far southwest side of the circle, it's going to be a hard transition across the street, which they, fortunately for themselves, don't have to do just yet. Western, in the meantime, good angle. Iroh actually going to be the one to find the first.
Phase. Blue should decide this one now. It's going to bleed out rapidly. Actually biding their time here as Na'Vi's shooting elsewhere. And Overpeakers aren't going to be able to create enough of a distraction, though.
No, Overpeak is trying to wrap north around, just Mexi left alive as Clip goes down. Uber now, good angle onto Diggory, finds him, he's going to go down. Outside, Overpeak is out in 10th, Face Clan instantly there to follow, out in 9th.
The circle actually pulls even further away. Now fellas have to make a decision how they approach this next one. Na'Vi have to leave the safety of the compound as well. Austrian force still positioned down to the south side. And actually the Wu ultimately coming out on top of this. Playing
heavy.
right next to 17 Rock and actually now in a position where they control some of this high ground.
They've been playing Southeast for a while, and should they be able to deal with Foot Esports here, they'd have all the room in the world to try and prevent any other team to really push up the hillside towards them. That is a slow-moving car.
Yeah, I'm curious actually if Foot Esports are going to make any inroads south here.
Fair is just going forward.
It's a ton of damage there, down to sub 10 HP.
Think twice about peeking again, but then again, I mean, you're in a position where solo player left alive. He is inside the circle, and we are in placement points now, so might just want to stake it out in the shack for as long as he can to try and stay alive. Smoke's coming forward. Do they know, though, that they have Spiro here? The Smoke should, I would imagine, give the info, but actually, no, Na'Vi continues forward.
They must know. Again, that Smoke is a huge indicator. Whether or not actually it's communicated, though, I don't know whether or not they think that actually that's one of the Na'Vi team members' smokes. Tiksu already getting curious outside the compound, though. He might be able to deal with Spyro for Na'Vi.
Iroh looks over, doesn't like what he sees, backs off instantly. He beat the front line here to try and defend, jumps for info, but doesn't get eyes on anyone.
Oh no, examples found Tiksu. He was coming through to clear these smokes. Again, it could be another red herring for Na'Vi.
I like the idea of Phyllis running, knowing that the fight is going on the hillside, but as you said, Na'Vi, great positioning for them to try and defend this push coming through.
Actually, responses there. Rustenmar still sharp in game 2 to date. Find that knock onto example, and the Wu actually responding onto Foot Esports. Iroh and Odin down right now. It's just Lyron left standing.
Great defense on the side of Wu. Lyron peeks on over, spots ahead, but instantly gone once more. More damage coming through as he finds the headshot on Suibi. Gets the first one. Oh, had he had more bullets in the chamber, that might just been a back-to-back knock. Nixie able to stay alive for now, but again, it's a 1v3. But if there's a player we've seen pull off magical plays, it has been Lyron. He's already done it twice. Let's see if he can do it again. Spots Nixie this time around, though not going to happen. Foot Esports out in 7th.
It's huge that the Wu can actually survive as 4 here if they can get the res. Fellas charging up onto the high ground now. Michael and Miraku, the tip of the spear. Well, they can pressure onto this res now. Quizzy looking to actually pick up some loot. He might be caught off guard here. But the fella's slowing down slightly.
I mean, fella's sitting right now 6 points out of a tied 2nd place. That would be huge. Should they be able to climb all the way up there off of this game. Ferris does get the angle once again. He's just not afraid to take a shot towards anyone.
Actually, with wide open space in front of him, it's actually good for him to probe a little bit now. Austrian Force will have the backside of this hill now to play with Na'Vi falling. Actually, the fellas do spot out the Wu. Michael and Miraku sending a few shots that direction. Well, Rustenmar's going to try and open up now.
Silas would really want to wrap east around that hillside. He wants to be able to wrap underneath, get up maybe even behind Wu. But because of Ferris, they can't make any runs whatsoever. And as you said, yes, Rustenmar creeping his way ever so much closer.
Heard it.
Yeah, with him falling back, you'd have to assume that the audible cue is there. Nice peek around from EBSL off of the info from Bestelok. Solid play. Paint's actually going to be able to steal that one away from Wu, though.
Fella's now probably going to try and backtrack here. Miraku, potential for him to get caught out, though. Yeah, Nixie's going to find him.
Spots him as well. Down below. Does he get to go for the rest? He should be able to, now that you can close these doors, making it that much harder to push in this direction. That is a Hail Mary for Nate. Bounces a bit far. Damage done in the end. Michael will fall, so the dream for second place will have to wait for a little while longer.
Ferris has a crate to get to. That's pretty much all he has in front of him here. But Bestelok actually over the top. Look at the pressure ascend ahead of this circle closing. Let's stick the first aid now. Kiryu-Kai going to try and send a nade up top. I'm more curious if Ferris can stay alive through this circle as well, though.
Nate comes in. That's Kiryu-Kai down. Bestelok, Saga getting a kill each. That's a scent fall in fourth. And Ferris, as you're saying, I mean, he's
surely not crossing from here to the crate. There's no way.
Imagine there shouldn't be a way. I mean, the entire server is looking at him going, just get out of here. We want to deal with this 4v4. You've been a nuisance for long enough.
Nixie's on the case now as well.
Take the shot. I mean, there's an idea in keeping him alive, honestly.
Yeah, there is.
Because it could be a good damage towards Austrian Force, but of course there's also the chance to give that point away. And Wu right now, looking at them on the leaderboard, they would want every single point they could possibly get here.
Ferris drawing enough attention, though. The Wu unable to really capitalize on it. It's just Silas now to be posted up on this angle. Nomad's left, has to commit to something, and Silas finds the headshot.
Yep, Wu sitting just now overtaking FaZe Clan. 61 points. Silas, shots connected, but only an arm shot, not too much damage coming through.
Even kill split as well.
Oh, the circle.
Actually favors Austrian Force. The Wu have to mount an attack. And not much time to do it now, knowing the timing's on this circle. Looking for Austrian Force to really play damage control here. Not give away a knock. Pains will be tested down on this extremity, though.
I like this wrap north around. That's really the only ridge line they have to work with where they can stay somewhat hidden. Pains is playing further behind, so there should be a chance for them to get actually up pretty close without anything happening off of it. Do they give up this angle, though? Do they just fall back to the next ridge? Because as you can see with Silas, he's actually playing the dot or close to it anyway right now, so there could be an idea for the Wu to back off completely. But Bestelok already over the ridge line finds one. Quizzy instantly there to find the second. Silas now trying to play back foot, but 2v4, this is going to be so hard for them.
The Wu have got the one thing that they actually needed to get into this late game, which is space. Dealing with the two front players here for Austrian Force. Vascu, no possibility of the res coming through here. I've got to say, Pains and Silas almost have to concede in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, Pains staying behind this rock for so long, you'd think that there would have been a chance for them to play it more aggressive. I get the idea that he's trying to hold the flank, but the three players managed to wrap around regardless of him trying to hold that flank, so it didn't really work out in his favor, just as if Austrian Force playing on the back foot of this one.
Silas now going to try and find another angle, but it's going to require miracles for Austrian Force to close this one out. Like you said, access to the star lies in favor of Austrian Force.
Silas is literally on the mark.
I don't think Pains is actually noted as of yet. You can still see Nixie curious towards that side of the circle.
Oh, Evie, a little greedy trying to get up on the roof there.
I am curious though. Like I said, Pains' position was good if nobody else goes down. If he doesn't get checked, especially if Nixie, I mean Nixie is really diligent right now. You can see him hugging that north side of the zone.
Issue right now is that Silas is playing alone on a rock, and there's no way Pains can do anything to assist him up there. He does have lethal utility, but even up the hillside, I don't think it's far enough for him to throw it up in that direction. Nate's seen. They know there's one behind the building. Oh, spot CB there as well, but doesn't want to go for the shot just now.
So actually, Pains does show himself. Nixie, great work from him, like I said. Leaving nothing to chance. Silas now full 1v4 for him.
Damage done. Finds one headshot, body shot connected onto EB. Can't get the flush as he falls back behind the ridgeline, though. He's going to be blind for the next while. This takes me back instantly to a game we casted a couple of weeks back with Silas' screen being completely wide. Bestelok gets it. Wu nets themselves a 12-kill win. And solid performance again. Somewhat slow. They played the mountainside, but they knew what to do to win. Push down towards Foot Esports, clear the top, maintain control.
And actually, to pick up that many kills in a zone where actually they were the ones that benefited from an awkward shift back towards that side. Like I said, coming away from Minas on the top side by that high ground, and they had to bide their time early on, but becoming active when it mattered most.
A little more of a, I don't want to say quiet game, but a fair game for everyone attending. James, how do you feel about that one?
Don't worry if it's quiet. I'm going to be loud like Ric Flair's chops. The woo was able to get themselves a victory here off the back of this Miramar one. He liked it. I'm okay with this. That's fantastic. Saga and Avenger joining me here for this one. Saga, the woo, had it nailed down. There was nothing the Austrian Force could do there.
I liked it because it had the word Rick in it. That's my name.
It's
true.
it's
good. No, but there really was. But at that point, as soon as they really swept fellas out on their maneuver up the hillside, trying to get some sort of control on the high ground position, the Woo had them pretty much locked in. The whole time, Austrian Force was trying to do the same thing and just ascend the side of the mountain. They had Faris just being a little annoying bugger in the sides from the shack. They just couldn't quite deal with him in time. And, you know, by the time he was eventually taken out, things were too late. The Woo had already started to take control.
This is what really gives the high ground advantage, right? You have this control. You have nobody pushing you from the back. You can make sure that you're just overseeing all the situations. And you can kind of move the pieces a little bit in the directions that you want to make sure, so you can have that space that you want.
Yeah. I'm just trying to like line myself up with this. It's gone. Never mind. Anyways, it was going all right. It was going all right. Yes, I was paying attention.
Don't
honestly.
get distracted.
No. I was just
The mood,
I'm once again in another weird mood. Yesterday it was here, and now it's here once again.
It's crazy, and you're opening the desk again with some weird British reference that only the three of you guys understand.
That's fine. Don't worry. I've got plenty more for Toby where that's come from. You know, it's going to be an exciting time.
22 points though. This actually means that it's not just maybe fellas that could be vying for that second place. It could now be the Woo as well.
True.
With the amount of points they're able to get from this. 3 more games to go, of course. We're looking at second place. If Overpeakers stay in the position now, they actually have fallen in the last 2 games. If they stay in this outside the top 9, that would mean that second place will also get you to PTC.
Definitely have the chops to do so. Admittedly, Silas doing a lot of damage there, Saga, for Avengers team.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll give him. Yeah, we'll throw him a bone. It's something.
Pity points, I think is fair to say.
It was some very good, solid damage farming from Silas. The kills, unfortunately, not there. Tixu would not be very happy to see it. But from the compound that they had at the bottom of the hill, they were able to take a lot of control. But the real issue came again in the late game, particularly the hands of this man, the man who is the only one of the Woo who to this point had double-digit kills, and he's just really gone and added some significant more damage to that total.
I feel like this has been a great move, even roster-wise, for him. Like in order to be able to be incorporated onto the Woo, I think it was Kurasensen that he was on before that, etc., and things like that. But he's been able to shine really,
before they've been full Norwegian.
True. So he's been able to shine very, very nicely with this roster as a whole.
Again, a new young guy kind of showing into this experienced teams, right? Loving that Nix is able to really perform here. I think he's 19 or 20, around that, so he's still kind of young. He's not been able to play since, PEL. He was too young for that. So Wookie Boogie and all these guys, they started trying him out, started playing with him in some of the early 2021 phases.
Yes.
So, yeah, really good to see him here being able to have the player focus for this game.
Well, our lobby leaders are going to be the TeamSpeak focus now as we take a look at a doozy talking about Ents, and I can only imagine it might be Ents running through a field. If production's going to troll me, let's find out.
I didn't see Ents on the map, actually, so they're gonna win the fight for sure, since they playing also bad this tournament.
Oh, never mind. It's an actual fight. Thank you, guys, for not trolling me for a 3rd time, as we have now Hobbits here. And just in general, Question Mark is executing these fights brilliantly.
Yeah, and also the way that Adusi said this, we don't really see them on the map.
I was expecting a black
huge
screen.
BM. It's just them now. But it's good. Obviously, they're able to take down Hacienda here. A little bit weird place to be playing. Phase 3, Phase 4 usually goes away from Hacienda. But then again, they just need a little bit of points here and there. They're fine. And now, at this point, with the amount of points that they got, they can just have fun with it.
This isn't just svamping. This is... They've built a map. They've built such a cushion. You may as well have had them build a pillow fort around themselves. This is an extreme amount of points that Question Mark has currently for that #1 spot.
They really have put themselves on a bit of a pedestal coming into things, and from the start, we had a couple of teams that looked like they were going to be in a similar position. Of course, Northern Lights, as would be expected, Overpeakers starting off very strong, but they've really just come up from the middle of the pack. Again, they were one of the few teams to break out of it earlier on before it just continued growing and expanding until we have so many teams, about 12 of them, around that sort of early triple-digit point mark, but they've really just started to run away with things. So consistent.
All right, well, time for a short break. When we return, we have one more Miramar for people to prove themselves, and then we move on to the grassy pastures. See you soon.
Balance adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles. Some adjustments to the blue zone on Destiny. And some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle, and have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destiny is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destiny. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset, and sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It's your opportunity to drive into the battlegrounds, as McLaren is now available in-game, and you can be able to get that yourself. Look, once again, Martin's doing his lovely presenting style in order to be able to show you exactly where the car is. It's right there, okay? So go and get it in the game. That'll be fantastic. It's a great car to use. Martin, I know we personally, even together, you know what we've done? I'll give you guys some insight into this. Me and you, we've been driving side by side along the road, and we've had a blissful time on the battlegrounds. We're doing it.
Yes, for sure. I'm looking forward to, you know, maybe next year we'll have an augmented reality, and you present the show where you kind of walk out of the car as you're doors will open and you present everything. That'll be pretty cool with that kind of AR. Yeah.
All I need, actually not even augmented reality,
just
I just need,
real.
you know, PUBG to buy me McLaren and we'll do it live.
Yeah.
All right,
that'd be cool.
all right. Let's talk about the video game. We've got ourselves one more Miramar on the cards. Our circles have been a little bit varied, especially in these past 2 games, considering an urban ending, and then a little bit different from all of this. But now, in this overall standings, there's potential shakeups here that could have huge ramifications, because again, Overpeakers is in 10th place here.
We do love it when we throw a bit of a curveball narrative out there and say, well, what happens if, you know, Overpeakers end up in 10th and then Fellas somehow make the comeback and get second? They're 5 points away from that becoming a reality.
Correct.
And Overpeakers not getting to PGC. It's treacherously close to actually spicing things up again now that it's pretty much certain that Question Mark have taken the guaranteed slot.
And especially when all these guys have been able to take the chicken dinner so far. Exalt and the Woo take the first 2, and now we could be on trend to see even more of those middle pack teams getting more wins.
Exalt's one of the few teams that needs to stay ahead of Overpeakers to keep that narrative alive as well, so big win for them to start the day.
Scary times, Avenger. Imagine if Overpeakers doesn't get to PGC. I think that would be a disaster for a roster like them.
100%. That would obviously be the worst case scenario for them. 5 points away for Fellas to be able to go into second place. And now, right now in 10th place, they're 5 points behind Exalt, and they need to get top 8. Like, we're talking right now, everything, the stars are lining up. And honestly,
you paused as if I was supposed to go, oh.
Yeah, I wanted you to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
More theatrical.
Okay, yeah, I'll try my best. I'll try my best. But Northern Lights currently finds themselves in second place here right now. And whilst we are talking about this potential timeline that runs through everyone else, Northern Lights is a potential to be able to disrupt a lot of that, because they're Northern Lights. Generally, especially at the end of tournaments, they'll hold on to their spot, usually taking number 1, but number 1 might be a little bit out of stretch right now.
Yeah, they and Polish Powers both hand in hand as the gatekeepers that could deny us our Fellas making their way to Dubai, our lads tour of the Middle East, so to speak. But it really has been just so tight between the two of them. Northern Lights and Polish Power have been separated by tiebreakers for a large tournament, and it's still only a single point between them in second and third respectively right now, and there is a lot that still lies on their hands, as again we're coming into Erangel and they're still by far the most well-performing team on Erangel for Northern Lights, and it's been that way since the very beginning. So it has to be a big push from Fellas now in this final Miramar to give themselves the momentum coming into their final 2 games. Or the Woo.
Or the Woo.
That's a bigger push though.
Yeah.
They're a little further back.
One more good game. 20-some points.
It's an extra 13 points gap they have to close, which it means it's less than 20. It's realistic
feasible
to do in just 3 games.
In 3 games, we've seen crazier things occur, I suppose, Avenger, in the past. There is a potential that this could occur.
Yeah, for sure. The biggest thing would obviously be, is it possible? Also, another thing is if Polish Power, they fall far enough, I think it's out of top 5, then Fellas Woo also getting second place, that will also take the spot. Then OP does not need to be outside top 8. That would mean that Polish Power is out. Overpeakers is in. If Polish Power is out of top 5 and Overpeakers is in top 8,
cut the feed.
And then,
let's not think about that.
Yeah.
No, of course, there is definitely a lot of potentials and a lot of, as I say, winding paths that could occur here in the next 3 games that we will be keeping our eyes on here. But for our last Miramar, who do you have your eyes on? I guess I'll go to you first, Saga.
I think FaZe Clan is a team that, you know, we saw them have a really solid start to the day with game number 1 going in their favor. Game 2, couple of L's on the rotation. They really ran into a bit of a tough spot as well. But they're a team that they could do with making that push. They're not in too much of a threat in terms of PGC qualifications, but as a team that we expect to do, it's Sunday. It's the final day of the event. It's what FaZe does. Where's the wins?
Not bloody Sunday. Avenger, who do you have your eyes on?
Exalt and win or die, because if they continue to perform, that would mean that Overpeakers need to have an even better game to stay into that kind of reach with inside the top 8 to secure themselves this spot. Obviously, again, Fellas, interesting. Woo, interesting if they're going to be able to get that second place spot.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentary team now. And the man that talks about the sports car like it's part of a Happy Meal. It's a 6-piece McLaren for me, please. Toby, how are you faring? How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I just ride bicycles.
Why do you talk about the car quite like that?
Because it's an amazing vehicle. It comes in multiple different colors. 4 wheels, 2 doors, windows, and it goes fast.
Jesus. Okay, have
That's
fun.
exactly. If that doesn't sell it after all the effort we've put in,
I mean,
I don't know what will.
Just
what's not to like?
flawless stuff. It's
What
a car.
is not to
it
like?
moves
Fast. And it goes
Amazing.
room. Just like we will be going in a second as we do this quick segue to me and Hyper. How are you feeling about final Miramar game coming up here in just, well, I would say about 15 seconds time?
Feeling pretty good. I kind of want the Woo to do it just so we can hear Martin say the Voo a couple more times on the desk.
Yeah.
Just because the pronunciation is on point. I hadn't noticed it until yet as well. It's, well, we're 6 days in.
That's like a drop off on the end of the Voo.
No, it's the Voo. Yeah.
It almost becomes kind of French, the Voo.
No, it's not a le Voo.
Le Voo.
That.
Are they just going in front of our camera now too?
Yeah.
James, what the...
But make yourselves at home, guys.
I guess so. It's not like we're getting all that much screen time. Even for the few seconds we're actually on, they still want to steal it. That's, well, that's what we got to work with, Hyper. That's what we got to work with.
What a brilliant intro to the final Miramar game.
I know, right? It's not like there's a lot on the line here. And plenty of teams vying for a potential career-defining qualification for the Grand Championship of the year. It's just going to be like that. But as you said, final Miramar, this time around, east to west playing, a little more diversity as opposed in terms of playing path we've been presented with. But overall, again, not expecting to see any confrontations here. I don't see the reason why. One thing that, I mean, you said woo. We heard James say woo, and we heard Martin say woo. I'm looking towards woo as well.
Good.
Yeah. I had an idea when I started that sentence. Then I had to
what
remember.
happened to the idea halfway through
Then
the
I had to
sentence?
remember who said woo how.
Okay.
And then I completely lost my train of thought there. But
I'll let you off with that one.
Thank you. I think the more, I mean, while, again, I hate to always call it before it's done and dusted, but question mark are looking very comfortable in first right now. And outside of that, I just want as many teams as possible in the race for what is then the lower spots for qualifying on through.
God.
That's a Ascent Circle.
Yeah, it is.
They need it if they want to qualify. 3 wins back to back to back, and there's a chance they qualify.
Well,
maybe.
Sure. I mean, not the way that...
you know how it's going to happen. Oasis now, 2 militaries on a
I'll
rankle.
tell you exactly what's going to happen. Ascend are going to 2-2 split Cobra and Oasis. Maybe even have one towards Cruz Divide and just go for absolute control.
You don't think they're going to send one water treatment?
Maybe. Curveball.
Yeah. It would be, I mean, regarding distance between them, it would not be out of the question. Having said that, we are sorry. We are having a good time.
Who won the Oasis circle? Was it FaZe?
Yes.
It was FaZe, right?
It was
It
Woo
was
up there alongside FaZe. Woo allows them to cross over. They do the big flankaroo towards the south side, and they dealt with them in the end. And honestly, here again, I mean, looking at it, we're seeing FaZe on screen out towards El Pozo. Western Wrap here should be very, very doable for them. They
I mean, Ascend typically, once they've been in Circle 1, they've been quick to pick up some positioning. So I don't know how long they will stay in Cobra. There's still access kind of to the north side of that. But FaZe definitely with a good opportunity here to capitalize on the lesser congested side of this circle. The problem being, obviously, with this kind of being an Eastern-favored plane, you look towards some of the rotation paths on the right side of the map, and that's where it becomes a little more precarious. I mean, teams like Ents, fellas up actually inside the circle, as well as Austrian Force kind of holding down on the east side of Hacienda. So you look towards basically anybody south of that, and they have to make a decision on which direction they want to progress.
Now, last time we saw Marseille go full send up towards essentially where Apocalypse is playing from right now. They ended up surviving, but almost at the at the cost of the entire team. This time around, he's going to go for the run again. Vasco is up here already, kind of isolated from his Austrian Force teammates. I don't think Marseille off of that kind of detour to the compound spotted him now, of course, so the shots are being fired. You'd have to imagine that the info's there.
Actually, yeah. An awkward reload timing here. Pain should be, yeah, I was going to say.
Bike rotations are great when there are no opponents around. You know what car you should have instead?
A McLaren?
Yes! Because they're fast. Imagine if we had timed that perfectly with the...
fast.
With the... Fast.
Oh, fast.
Fast.
I didn't know you were doing the full-on American McDonald's on the entire pronunciation.
That's the speed. That's the speed of set vehicle. In the meantime now, Polish Power, they're coming in fast here as well.
as they're looking to claim more points again. I mean, sitting tied for second, while they're looking good overall to qualify. We did hear from the analyst desk the chance that they wouldn't qualify. Of course, with 3 games left to go, they want all the points in the world. And Nork is finding a headshot there, and Tabasco should have them pushing forward.
Yeah, that should just about be a formality for them to close this out. Zocker inside is still a million miles away from this. Norkis will sweep through. And following up on that, actually, Polish Power have themselves a good compound now. It's, I guess, the later this gets into Circle 1 in terms of the shrink time, the less traffic that will come through this area. And nobody's really going to be sending it past San Martin, obviously then past water treatment. But at least got themselves in a decent position now on the southern side of what's considered center circle.
And while the center is currently being fought for, at least for now, down towards the south, we still have plenty of teams having to make their way up here. One of them, actually one of the closer teams right now, is Overpeakers alongside Howl. And Overpeakers as well, I mean, broken down on the desk just before. Still a couple of ways they do not qualify either.
Yeah, I know you've mentioned this at the top of the show, right? They have looked like they've slowed down in terms of, even on the games where, you know, they're kind of circle screwed, they don't have any options, they've not really been able to go out and find many kills in the process. Speaking of kills, actually.
Mid-air?
Oh, beautiful
of course,
clip.
mid-air.
Beautiful.
It wasn't an on, but I'll give him it. Double headshot.
Yeah, it's no Rustin.
That's, they do look good. They do look incredibly good. So Howl down to 3 early on. Of course, suboptimal again. I mean, it's it would be a stretch for Howl to come back in this one, sitting at 132, 11th place. But again, a couple of good games back to back, could be top 5 territory, and from there on, everything's possible.
I mean, actually as well, they're almost kind of relying on Northern Lights and Polish Power to kind of maintain pace, right? So that's another thing. Again, we're kind of talking ahead of when this potentially starts developing, but Overpeakers can at least pick up some of the slack. I mean, you look towards, obviously, FaZe, 7th place, Ascend actually in 6th place, 8 points ahead of that. These are the sort of placements we're talking about that Overpeakers are going to have their eyes on. Obviously, with the secondary objective of the top 4 kind of not changing as it is.
I'm not going to lie, I'm baffled by how, I mean, because right now, half the server, if not more, is rotating. And yet the observers manage to find every player that runs into a tree. It's like every time they go over to a player, second later, doink, he hits something in a situation where you really shouldn't be. Not that it's a big deal, but we've seen so many times. I mean, but we talk about PUBG being a game where a round lasts you 30 minutes. 1 or 2 seconds on that early rotation can be the difference in whether you get the compound or not.
Yeah. Speaking of that, actually, Michael got to give up this compound to Na'Vi, who actually made it pretty late into the game on the other Oasis circle as well, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to get themselves up here nice and early. Ascend actually do set up. It is split. I'm seeing it's Chris way off to the north side. Kiriko and Brex go over towards the crossroads, and find a freebie here from Odin over the top of the 2-seater.
So
actually a decent tag there from, I'm sure if that came through from Ibby, but
I mean, this is a great play on their part because Foot, I saw it kind of on the map just before, Foot and Iroh, Iroh and Wu were kind of running side by side. They see Iroh alone, and a couple of seconds later they go, maybe if we stop here, we'll catch the rest of the team. They set up shop on the hillside, and correctly so. I mean, the rest of the Foot team were kind of backfilling Iroh's rotation, and they get the freebie off of it.
Actually hopping on board with Question Mark, who, again, we haven't really been asking too many questions about them with the performance they've been putting up. I mean, just time and time again, these guys look individually solid. Even as a team, you can see the decision-making. And actually, just thinking back to today, that game 1, it's fantastic to see them continue with this aggressive trend. And Aduzi being the one to really lead the charge for this team.
It's insane. I mean, 18 years old, 19 years old, and then you have the age president in Aduzi. He's only 25. These guys have many years of top-tier play ahead of them if they so opt to continue that path, because what we've been seeing from them this tournament, if that is anything to go by, with the consistency now being a factor for the team, they are going to look very good, both for PGC and for 2023.
So they find themselves actually towards Monte Nuevo now. We're going to be the latest team to this circle, but then you look towards the north side of Crater Fields, there's lots of space with Exalt kind of moving a little further or deeper into the circle. Actually, Fate heading up towards that wall on the north side. Actually seeing Ascend open up, or at least Mika, who is that second split player from Ascend down to the south side. Should be a safe res, and actually Northern Lights split as well. Lou and Spyro here just pressuring Overpeakers on their transition north.
good half-kilometer knock from Mika on that one with the bold action as well. Kelty, in the meantime, spots the remaining Northern Lights players, see if they can find anything, and even if not, scare them off, because they're sitting in a not so wide 2-1-1 split, but still some space in between them, some elevation to work with as well, so it wouldn't be an instant rotation to their teammates should they get collapsed upon.
Overpeakers just going to wait for James to come through, lagging behind a little bit in this rotation. I think he might even just settle for the compound he's at for the time being. The Wu did find themselves in the circle, and actually for Esports, kind of spread very thin on this rotation. This wrap in from the east side, Iroh all the way up towards the wall on the north. The Wu look as if they might actually even opt to continue down the road. No real point at this time being.
No.
With the circle about to post up, and it does actually pull back down to the south, so almost eliminating that possibility of the Oasis ending. But Stardust, Ascend, Overpeakers, Polish Power now, and obviously the eastern side of Northern Lights is split, looking pretty good with this shift.
Some regrouping needs to come in from here. James trying to regroup with his teammates as well. Fortunate to not take any damage as he hits the wall with the bike there, because he was down low. Smoke now thrown to try and grant him some extra cover. And should be able to get the heal off, but that was a close one. As Overpeakers managed to regroup down in the valley. Again, not a spot you usually get a whole lot from unless if the game ends in that position.
I'm so happy to see Ascend collapsing quickly towards the central position. Look at this, the tire gets popped and win or die. Like, no nonsense approach at all. We'll deal with Art picking up a freebie here. Will weaken Exalt actually, as 3 now towards the north side and have control of the road side. So that could be problematic if Exalt want to try and find their way south now.
And for all the teams they could wound early on. I mean, they're running shoulder to shoulder with Exalt trying to get themselves into the top of the leaderboard. So that is a perfect team to take a casual, or to take one out for early on here. Does Tixer know? I mean, he must have heard the beacon. Oh yeah, that Navi is rotating in behind them. Should be, there you go, the 600-meter knock. Boom. Just... he can't even fall perfectly. He's actually moving around. He was about to lean left as well. That is just... whew. They're just that good. They're just that good. Fairest, seen better days. Now prone behind what's barely even a rock. Fortunate for him. Face not really opting to stick around here to try and get the flush. So should be able to wrap his way around the ridge line. There you go. Should be safe now to regroup with the teammates.
Well, at least now Exalt have been given information on the team to their south and actually back towards the north as well. So hoping they make the correct decision. And just to roll back a little bit, like I said, Ascend did very quickly collapse onto that central position. So I'm very happy to see that. Still possibilities for them in this game. And like I said, even though we've harped on Ascend quite a few times, they find themselves in 6th place.
It's not over.
No, definitely not.
It is not over. Question mark coming in from the west. I mean, you said it before, there's some space down towards Crater Field. Right now, essentially half the circle towards the left here is all space for QM to try and make the way. And then again, I mean, they're not in a hurry to get things going. They're not in a hurry to take fights. Best for them, really, would be if everyone else would just fight, get wounded, and then they'll be coming in later on to seal the deal. Placement points guaranteed and all. Of course, we're still far away from that. Now, fellas, I mean, Rustenmar has been a powerhouse of damage, and fortunately, Michael is there. Despite Rustenmar getting knocked, he's there to find the knock in return. So hopefully, they'll be able to get the rest off of it. That is crucial, because, I mean, again, the damage output from Rustenmar has been, if not then a very big testament to where they find themselves on the leaderboard right now.
He's almost been the MVP for fellas, at least in the start of today. Again, leading the charge actually in terms of damage overall. Aaliyah just can't connect with that.
Again, I mean, FaZe just missing shots they never miss. It's a rarity to see FaZe be off like, FaZe Na'Vi to be off like this, but once again, what seemed to be a pretty straightforward knock any other day of the week for Na'Vi, just not found.
FaZe all the way back here in Kobaria. I think actually initially after the exchange with Exalt, actually going to pull right towards this western border of the circle. So question mark actually find themselves in a very dominant position. Northern Knights making a dash towards the roadside. I don't know if they're going to assume nobody's still up there on the top. Spyro and Lou a little later. But in transition already, feeling some pressure from overpeakers now. It doesn't look like too much damage is connected there.
I feel like the idea so far for the hardships has been the team that comes in last know where they come in from, because they will be blessed with the circle going in their favor. In the meantime, now everyone who was east and north obviously having to make some moves here. For Esports, you do not want to play a Shack phase 3 here in the open, but unfortunately for them, they don't have a whole lot more to claim, at least not as of yet.
I mean, the space to the south, I don't think they're going to be able to hear Bestelok repositioning in that vehicle, but they definitely don't want to sit in this valley, and they definitely don't want to settle for the Shack, because Polish Power and Austrian Force have very good sight lines towards them now.
Yeah, Lyron, he's dead. I like the full commit here, but I mean, again, they're playing 3 players, 1 car to work with on a bike. It's really, I mean, suboptimal. That's putting it kindly. Now we get 1 popped off. Iro in trouble as well. Didn't have the vehicles they needed for Esports. Just, sorry to say it, but an ugly game here with just 2 more to go now.
Yeah, it's a couple of times we've seen him, like I said, fairly polarizing situations, right, in scenarios where they're able to really scrap it out with some teams, but others where they've made these ballsy rotations that just haven't paid off.
Aduzi, where are my points for fantasy?
I think Aduzi should stick to the SKS.
It's almost as if it's better.
It's definitely not better, but it works better for Aduzi.
Ah, yeah. I mean, maybe the nates are going to do the damage for him. Nope, not quite so. Can't find it. Tries to reload now. Obviously, half the server is going to know exactly where he is. Fortunately for Aduzi, they don't know that it is Aduzi, because then maybe they would have been more active in trying to take him out, but he will get to sit tight. Matt, unfortunate for him, not really able to make a move off of this, because he is stuck on the ridge line right now.
I'm seeing actually some shots coming in from afar from the Woo as well, so the Mad probably just going to opt for reversing back down here. Scav, I have a couple of visitors here. Decent connection on the spray initially, but they're not come through, and actually Misa also taking a little bit of damage. Na'Vi fumbling this rotation right now. Not as hard as that flash.
There is 1 obstacle. There's 1 obstacle, and yet somehow Misa managed to lob a flash straight into the light pole. That's something. And now, I mean, for the remaining Na'Vi players, this is just. I mean, you've used the word mutual destruction a couple of times. If this ain't it, then I don't know what is. Polish Power, loving it though. Third party coming in from behind, not taking out 1, but effectively taking out 2 teams off of this, and the circle shifts north in their favor as well. So while they're taking a bit of blue damage to get these kills, they are all for it. But as I say that, Saga actually, just with 2 players left alive on Austrian Force, is going to go aggressive on this.
That nade could be good as well. Sent the right direction, but only just a slight connection. Celtic actually going to open up onto Cappy, though.
All the teams up above wanting a piece of the pie here. They know there are only so many games left to play, and they want all the points they can possibly get. Again, as we said, while we're spending a lot of time talking about the potential for qualifying for PGC, for the teams that might not, there's still plenty of prize money to fight for, even if you don't make it to the Grand Championships.
Great connection from Marsalek there onto Silas. And actually, 4 teams overlap each other. Ents now actually throw them in the mix as well. Zoka can't find the first on Marsalek and actually gets turned on.
That is a whiff you don't want to see. You could always see him just instantly transferring over, thinking that he had the knock. Confirmed already, just muscle memory transferring, but did not get the first. Unfortunate for him. Squeaky now trying to back off, but ends 0 kills, just 2 players alive here. It's a tricky situation for them. For Polish Power as well, I mean, they have 7 kills already in this match alone, just 17 minutes in. So regardless of how things go down from here, it's still a pretty good game. But of course, they would have wanted more. They want to somehow try and catch up to Question Mark.
For sure, and actually previously the big indicator, the green light for Question Mark to come online, was seeing Polish Power taking casualties. This time around, the kill stack. You can see Squeaky a little bit frustrated with that one, but Nuki unable to really do much about that. How now on the mad send, and Schofield actually going to flip. Lazar too, they both flipped on the same ridge.
Synchronized bike flipping, now a sport in PUBG. Didn't know that would be a thing, but apparently now it is. Schofield doesn't manage to get any further from that. Polish Power out actually as Clip is able to find the kill there. They're trying to make the run on through, but not going to happen. So 2nd place down. Northern Lights fellas Woo Ascend all looking at the kill feed with a bit of a smile on their face, hoping to get something off of it. In the meantime, Nogi able to take down Nilka, but there's still plenty more Stardust players to be found.
Actually going to try and send a couple of nades into the compound. Apocalypse actually spotted there on that peak. It'll be difficult for him to get much done here, but send another nade over the top. Not going to find anything, and actually that tag could just decide it.
It is only phase 4, so he can heal his way out for this one for a while. The nade, though, 180 damage, regardless of the HP he would have had. That's straight to the face. Down he goes, ends out in 12.
Over because
he's
coming active now, and actually Kyoyakai from the top. Gonna punish Metabe, trying to actually apply some pressure towards Mexi. It's kind of this three-way back and forth here. Metabe a million miles away from the compound. Is Apocalypse going to hop in the vehicle? Maybe going to try and come and find this res. Mexi's pushing this.
Honestly, I like the push. He was sitting on a rock there, not expecting maybe for a center peek over, because if they would have fully committed to it, he would have been wide open on the rock. So him knowing I have to do something, I cannot just sit and wait for Stardust to maybe make a play, because I will be caught in the open if I stick around here. I like the aggression. Go out, either kill them or force them back to then maybe be able to make a play off of it. The issue for him is the rest of the team ain't really there to help him. So right now, he's just solo player trying to fend off an entire team.
Yeah, no more lethal utility either to capitalize on this, and actually one still back at the compound could be the difference maker. Elsewhere, Aduzi fend off phase here from the high ground. Gustav, Aduzi didn't spot him.
Rustenmar from the side, the third team to come in, try and get a piece of it, and he does just that. Defense 8C, he looked to be very exposed down there in the open. In the meantime now, more flashes lopped over, trying to deny the pushing out. Stardust falls, so that's a little bit of pressure off. But again, you see here, Mexi falls, tried his best to fend off all of them, but simply too much for him to handle.
Over because are only 3 up on this push towards Stardust. So Vard's still down at the compound, which is now outside the circle. And actually, question mark, Hobbits at least, opening up onto phase once again. 8C and Gustav will fall.
That nade should take down Gustav as well. Solid shots through the smoke, just calculating the path as they went into the smoke there. Phil first, Aduzi realizing that 2 are down. That should be the pressure off their shoulders, at least for a little while, so they can start maneuvering further back down towards the south.
I'll swear a back and forth in the kill feed. Actually, Overpeak is down to 2 now. Lost Mexi and James in the process. Phil first trying to close out this kill onto Fex. Fex just committing on the angle, but the spray is good. Phase out in 10th. Good clean up here from question mark Vard, actually. When they kill onto Monodog, going to weaken Exo over on the north side, and actually now that becomes a 2v2. Lots of space for them to play into, but doesn't look like the push is coming through just yet.
See the push over the top there, Clip, James perfect off angle on the hillside, the nade to seal the deal for them. Nice little crossfire set up there. Unfortunately they lose 1, but able to stay put with 2 in the meantime now. Again, for a question mark, just trying to outlive everyone essentially here, just down to 3. Out on the far west side of the circle, but still alive and kicking.
Actually, Ibby looking to get a little off angle towards Overpeak as the rest of the Wu down towards the south. Some pressure coming through from Northern Lights, who I've got to say I'm a little concerned about now, because there's only a slice of their compound left in. Almost favourable here how this one lies, but you question a couple of vehicles here, but maybe the utility going to expire before they can get stuck on the other vehicle
so
a minute, but
damage they're going to be taking because of it too.
Yeah, look at lose HP.
They've got to go down. There's no way they survive this. Perfectix out. 2 more to follow. No? Line of sight's broken, but for a second they've got a shack now. Lou manages to get his way in on 1 Spiro. Dodges and weaves managed to get in as well on the other side. Howl out they go, just outside of placement points in 9th. But Northern Lights, again, really similar story to question mark right now. Just got to stay alive.
Yeah.
Got to try and see if they can somehow outlast Fellas, Wu, and Ascent, who are trying to get that 3rd place spot from them.
Well, what's Batulin's vehicle situation? Because obviously he's going to...
Shouldn't have one. He shouldn't have one. Maybe there's a bike on his side, I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not sure, because question mark has to move off the high ground now. Are they forced north from this, or do they look to actually clear out Northern Lights? There's a lot of pressure coming from the east on that rotation as well.
The thing is, Wu can't play down below on the compound. They have to take the fight to Overpeakers and Exalt, really, to try and force them off.
Still space to the north as well.
Yeah, but with Fellas pushing in from there, and Fellas still with the compound to play
Fellas should push the compound. They have limited options over there unless they're going to reposition to the east, which in my eyes is, it's ballsy to say the least.
There's the bike the Batulans had available. Have they opened the door for him? They have, but he misses it, needs to just send it in. And now it's just going to be a question of for how long Is this shack going to be inside the next couple of circles?
I mean, they don't have an anchor now, so they are very crashable in that shack. They burn up a lot of utility to even get away from that previous compound, so I don't think they can throw down any defensive smokes to allow space outside. Question mark, considering it.
Extra points take out third place?
No, they're crashing win or die.
I don't mind this play at all, but they're coming in from the south side, and that's going to leave them exposed to Ascent as well. Fortunately, they should be aware that the push ain't really coming out for Ascent. Flip in the meantime finds 2 from Wu, but look at the nades coming through here for win or die.
Actually, it's Ascent from the high ground to put a little bit more pressure onto this. See Northern Lights trying to pressure actually on the pull-up, but no real damage to write home about. Gedrock's actually swinging through, trying to steal the deal on this entire engagement. Phil first, he finds one though, but he will fall. Goose comes through, and question mark out in 8th place now.
And now Fellas trying to make a play on this as well. They heard the commotion and they want to get kills. They know that there's one down and win or die. Michael spots one, can't quite find the knock though.
Problem being actually, what does this cost Fellas?
Yeah.
At least get themselves in. Like I said, they had limited options from where they were. Perfectly timed push into the compound to try and challenge win or die. Actually force them into the south side. That should just about be good enough for Fellas to see the next circle.
I like the commitment to fall back for win or die. They could take the fight aggressively to them, but who knows who's going to be crashing if they try to do just that. They get the rest, they throw the smokes to isolate, they fall back, they say, sure, we can take the fight, but you've got to come to us. There's not really any loss in this situation in having them get the other side of the compound, because now, as you see here, hold the angles, wait forward. Should you get a knock, you see there's lethal utility on the side of win or die. They should be all right, depending on what Fellas manage to do here. They have Rusted Ma, so you never know what they're capable to pull off.
Oh, and circle pulling back up here is going to mean both teams forced to coexist for the time being. Kind of eliminates Northern Lights. I don't think they're going to have anything playable on their side of the road, and you've got to question exactly what their situation now looks like with vehicles. The 2-seats are removed. Actually a trade back between Ascend and Overpeak as Vard will fall, finding the opener at least.
Outside of FaZe Clan, this is the entire mid-pack playing for top spots with 2 games left. Overpeakers out in 7th place. Best of luck down to blue. So Nixie now solo play left alive. Very limited in his options of where to go on this one.
You're actually going to find one of the X stands.
Does that make them make a play for it? No, there's
no
no interest.
They can't close this gap.
They have no reason either. I mean, they have the space in the north for now. And
I mean, if anything, that would have been the green light for Fellas, but I think they're just looking to play crowd control up now. They know that win or die should defend the compound versus Northern Lights if they are forced into a desperation descent.
Right now, it's an outlast situation for them, and win or die. I mean, Northern Lights, have been forced to make the move out, obviously, with the circle shifting, and right now, Ascent has an angle. Nixie, well, had that been a McLaren, I think it would have granted you less cover. So this time around, I'll say I think he's glad he doesn't have a McLaren. For you, though, if you want one, go ahead, get it in the game, and you'll be fast. That's what we concluded, right?
Chris actually found Fate over here on the north side. I'm curious at how much space Ascend have to play with once this circle closes. See, it's going to eliminate the majority of the compound, but there might just be a slice of this hill to play.
I mean,
actually, if they weaken Exo over on the north side, it could give them a little more space to play with.
This is the perfect vision, though. Even if they get to move in, Fellas angle right here, there's nothing to play on the outside of it. They have to come down the mountainside. 1 out, 2 out. That's 2 teams eliminated back to back. Unfortunately for Fellas, and Ascent Northern Lights is still alive and kicking. And now Fairest. I mean, he has to cross the road here, and it's a tricky Ascent to do so. But Ascent, speaking of, managed to do just that. Where do you go from here, though? Are they inside on that ridgeline? No, they're not.
Still some pressure coming through. Xstats actually finding a knock onto Lou here. Going to alleviate some of the pressure, but win or die. Looking to actually pressure now towards Fellas. On the back of that knock. Up on the north side, at least going to take back some of the space inside the compound. Rexco looking to spam onto Spyro. The Tulins at least should be able to get onto the rock side.
Spyro. Just hoping that those bullets don't hit now with a rock for cover. But again, next circle shifts and oh my god, Ascent, while they're not in just yet, you can see it's a meter or two that they have to potentially peek that ridgeline, and they're just fine. They have been playing the compound for a while, so I'd imagine that they should be all right with a smoke or two. Chris now finds one. That's a knock onto Texu, and the more they can get knocks down here, the more they can hopefully force the fight between Win or Die and Fellas.
At least Win or Die with that previous progress, able to get into utility range, a little closer in terms of information, but not able to find any damage just yet. So Nothing to really put Win or Die in a position to push through. Rustamar actually creeps inside the building. He's going to find one. The headshot to Goose. Landy gets the flush as well. Clean to get away.
How does he win that? Comes around the corner. The flash might have been on point. I thought it was going to be behind him, but gets it anyway. Get Rocks to the next challenge, the next hurdle for Fellas to try and climb their way on through. They are still inside the circle, like whichever of these two teams wins this one. You can see now Ascent, smokes being thrown. They want to get the cast just inside the circle, but how do they make this play? They know the fight is happening inside. They know they have Northern Lights down here. Maybe they're just going to send it on top of them. Chris, shots fired, can't find it. Now the remaining two trying to make their way on down. It's Brexco, it's Kilyakai. They have a position. They know the fight is happening in the compound. They need to deal with Spiro and Batulins right now.
Just one more smoke to play with, but Batulins will fall outside. Extant's actually doing massive amounts of damage to Northern Lights, so it's Spyro, last man standing. Again, he's guessing on that wrong tree. Yeah, picked up here. The killing blow comes from Brexco. Northern Lights out in 4th place. 194 the marker for Fellas to try and pass it now. Still 4 strong.
11-point jump up for Fellas here, for Ascent here as well. Any point they could get here, so crucial for them, Fellas. Still 4 up alive despite lots of knocks coming through already, but once again it's Win or Die taking casualties. Layush, solo player left alive inside the circle, just exactly finds the first one, gets the second one as well, goes down, but at what cost? The damage is already done. They get the win because of it. Layers takes down 2. Ascent able to get the win. We saw them early. We saw them up there, Hybox, saying, can they get it? They split out. We were scared, but they managed to seal the deal regardless.
Yeah, and for me, this is, I mean, that situation in the compound, very, very difficult to overcome. But Fellas, ultimately, like I said, there was a couple of opportunities to really push on, apply the pressure to Win or Die, but it was Win or Die that were the aggressors in that scenario. They were the ones taking space back, and I think ultimately that was Fellas' demise.
For sure. A couple of circles favoring Ascent on that one, but I mean, even then, circles can go your way, but you still have to know how to play them. They do exactly that, claim themselves a win, just to make things even more exciting with 2 games left to go.
The fact that Ascend get themselves that victory, unbelievable stuff. Brilliant from them, being able to take this one by the horns. I have Saga as well as Avenger to talk about this one as always. Saga of Ascend, I mean, they joined the middle pack a little bit ago, and now they're very firmly in there trying to vie for the spots.
It's a very short time ago as well. It was only yesterday that they actually brought themselves back up into the mix. Started yesterday's games in 13th place, had a disgusting opening couple of games yesterday. A few circles definitely went in their favor, but now they're actually sort of identifying themselves as the upper mid-pack, I think we could call it. There's now multiple teams that are even potentially contesting for PGC slots if they can push that 2nd place, and Overpeakers, you know, having that sort of quota in there as well.
Rocky
so,
Road.
yeah, with a couple of games still left to go, Ascend has given themselves another open door.
Avenger?
Yeah, that means 3 teams now. And it's still really, really close for this. We're within striking distance of it. Honestly, for me, in this situation here, Overpeakers' game, though, was insane. They managed to get so many points out of an insanely rough situation. The way they pushed up that hill, some of the situations where they were getting kills where they shouldn't be. 10 kills, I believe they ended with, also 7th place. So still getting points on the board here. Could be a little too late for me, though.
Yeah.
On the other hand, for me, is Ascent, if they had just started like they have been able to play here in the 2nd week. If they just started that in 1st week, it would have been a whole different story for them. They would have been in the top 3 potentially, fighting for 1st and 2nd place. They've played so well the last 2 days.
Yeah, they have. As you say with Overpeakers, though, it's not only like the Blues on their back in this game or something like that. The Blues metaphorically truly on their back for sure in real life, going to try and push towards PGC. But we have Ascend here with 1,800 damage coming on in. Not too many smokes being used, and considering the fact that they kind of made that push forwards across the road in these final circles and stuff like that, it shows that they really didn't have any contesting of them when they're making that push, because usually people are sending loads of smokes trying to make that move, but they didn't have to at all.
Well, they sort of paid the benefit of playing the compound up on the high ground for a while, is that the rest of the competition that could have been a threat to them as they made that move was already dead by that point. I get Overpeakers did a lot of the work in taking care of them. You see them with the double-digit kills, actually tied up there, and Clip as well did a huge amount of work in that regard as well, but they did eventually meet their own demise, and Ascend really reaped the benefits of it.
Yeah, played extremely well in that high ground. Obviously, they had to cross the road. They had to get into that situation. Fortunately for them, Win or Die, Fellas, they were fighting. There was kind of a standoff, and they were trying to fend off players. They're trying to delay the situation so they can get even more placement point here. Clip, a lot of damage, a lot of kills in this situation here, doing extremely well for himself. The highlights is though for Brexco, that means he's going to be the player focused. They did manage to win the game, and he was really important for this win here. And in general, I really love, you know, when you have this high ground territory, you have to get off the high ground. The way that they then succeeded to do so, it's obviously often extremely hard to cross the road this late. It's kind of like a canyon, basically.
Yeah, these later circles, absolutely treacherous, but Ascend's able to make fix of them all throughout all of this. Not too much damage coming in as a total, but what they were able to do in terms of their moves will be moving them towards that chicken dinner quite nicely. So yeah, it's another big chunk of points on the board for Ascend. I think also though, like what a lot of us are focusing on during the later stages of this game is the fellas win or die scenario over on that west side. I expected one of those to come out with the victory, not to be though.
Yeah, it really did seem like that compound was going to be the end game playground, and it just sort of happened to be the case that as soon as the opening knock onto, I believe it was Tixu, who was sort of holding the anchoring position against Ascend up from the northern side from Fellas, as soon as that knock came through and they had to send another over to get the revive, Win or Die was like, we have an opportunity to take full control of this northwestern side. And unfortunately, Rustamar was just a little bit too cracked with the double headshot vaulting in through the window onto Gusiara, but that was really the moment where Win or Die said, look, we can actually close this out if we can take control of this area, and called for the push.
Avenger?
It's been the story for today. Rustenmar's being cracked. He's calling himself the burger flipper, barrel burger flipper on Twitter. That's not the story. He's been insane today. But again, we're looking at points, a lot of points going Fellas' way. The way that they played this compound, it's the right way. You're full form, and you know Win or Die is also full form, and you don't want to take this fight and kind of give the win to Ascend. You want to make it a three-way with a lot of players alive instead, right? So them waiting rather than trying to clear the compound is the right play. You want to try to be as many as live as possible for a potential third party or breach. So yeah, perfectly played by Ascendo. Then being able to clutch this up puts them in a really comfortable spot to maybe be able to take that second place too.
Maybe. Well, another team, of course, that is kind of trying to find themselves some stability here in this tournament is OverP, because they did quite a bit here in this game. Let's hear a team speak moment from them.
The deep and one in compound still.
Who's shooting me? I'll be safe soon. I'll be safe
3
soon.
of STR on green rock.
I will drive up late.
Yeah, you will have to drive up late to us and make a play. Who's gonna come up on blue and peek us now? They see that we're fighting.
Knocked.
Okay.
Keep rolling, makes it towards us. Much over
The compound guy got knocked, all 3 in the deep on green.
Okay, let's start pushing it.
We're running up already.
Yeah, we need to commit to this push now and clear
Still
them
on
fast.
the rock on green. Maybe one
I see
left
two
side
guys.
more.
I see two guys.
Knock left guy.
2 active. One active.
He's low. All dead. Restable on my rock, but I don't know if you can because of
And there it is, the Overpeakers getting themselves some nice points on the board. Avenger.
Yeah, and with Question Mark being able to play so well, it means there's no longer a target on their back. Now, it is now who's the next in line for potential PGC spots. It's Overpeakers, and you can definitely hear the way that they're communicating. This is what they're really aware of.
Yes.
The Woo is potentially third partying. We're getting these teams. They're kind of moving in to potentially third parties to lock us out because they know they're in this position. If they get 9th up below and another team gets second place that is currently not on the top 8, they'll be in there. So the way that they're communicating and moving around the map, it's very clear that they're aware of this.
Yeah, it's difficult to describe it because it's not... of course, when you're listening to Overpeakers comms, and we've heard it multiple times, there's moments where they're quite calm. They're very accurate with their comms and stuff like that. It was a tiny bit more frantic just then. Just a little teeny bit.
That was the word that I was just sort of edging on as well. It's not full Polish power.
No, of course.
It's definitely
Nothing is.
But it is definitely just that little bit on edge, and you can tell, you know, there's a point where you call safe res and you know that there's 15 teams staring at you and your teammate's going to die if they try, but the fact that they're actually considering, okay, I might be a safe res, but it's risky.
Yeah.
And at that point, it has to just come down to the decision of, do we risk going for this, or do we risk giving points over to the people who could potentially dislodge us from PGC?
Exactly.
And those are the tough decisions that you have to make at this level.
And really coming down to the wire here in these last couple of games. Thank you very much, gents. Time for a break. When we return, we have Erangel on the way, but in this break, we also have an interview coming your way as well. Stay tuned for more PCS7.
For this one, I've got myself the birthday boy. Vystiego na liv ciego, Marcelik.
Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello to the chat.
I had to try pretty hard for this one. We're not here to talk about your birthday, though. And honestly, I was ready to talk about your birthday present. I was ready to talk about PGC, but it's getting a little bit closer on the leaderboard, Marcelik. Are you a little bit worried?
Nah, it's we have still a good advantage to 6th place, so we're making sure to keep a track on that one. I mean, yeah, it's not looking nice when the teams are chasing you. That I can be top 2 and we might fall down to like top 6. It's hard when the circles favors them a little bit, but we have 2 more games to go, so we're pretty okay.
Sounds good. In this game 3 today, we saw you early game hunting down some rotations, the old Polish power style. Is that something we're going to see for the rest of these games, where you try to get a few points, a few kills every game?
I mean, we saw the circle. We knew exactly what's gonna happen. We knew who is gonna play where. I thought actually I'm gonna be a little bit faster than AF, but the already one guy sent it first to the warehouse compound. The boys saw the bike obviously drive by instantly. You know, the Polish power style. And then I called the solo guy. I popped his tire, so after the kill we just crashed him as well. It's an unfortunate shift. We just went for kills.
Happens. Really quick, 2 questions, 1-word answer. Best AR?
M4.
Worst DMR?
SKS.
Thanks. I really needed Toby to hear that. All right. Good luck in the rest of your games. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
In the rest of PCS.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
What do you think about that, Toby? He's not live, it doesn't matter, he's just shaking his head, it's unfortunate. We've got ourselves, yeah, he's going, okay, go on, get out of here, that's not your shot. We've got ourselves 2 more games remaining. It's starting to get serious, to be perfectly honest, because we have certain scenarios where some of these teams might not go to PCS, PGC, some might go to PGC. We'll take a look at the overall standings in just a few. But let's take a look at what's happened so far today in terms of the schedule here, gentlemen, because we have ourselves 3 teams that have already got themselves some lovely wins on the board in Exalt, The Woo, and Ascend here, Saga. So they're looking brilliant then.
All 3 very potentially impactful winners, but we also can't forget the teams that were just behind them in the standings as well. Fellas so consistently up there all the way through today, and look,
tied for second
points. And Polish Power 1 point behind, now in 4th place as well. I heard there was some sort of stipulations as well. If they actually were to drop out of the top 5, they could be in jeopardy as well. And, you know, we weren't really looking at that too much as an option until the Woo and Ascend started to rack up the points as well. But things are really spicing up for our final 2 games.
Yeah, NLT needs to have their hand on the handbrake for it to be really exciting, because, you know...
Yeah, NLT, you're fine, you win everything.
Erangel, NLT... Yeah. It could mean a lot of points and a lot of kills coming their way, right? So the really big question is, are we going to see 2-3 teams going to be targeting overpeakers continuously here? Woo, Ascend, Fellas, Polish Power, even potentially, because they also won them out there, because that would mean they will secure their spot even if they fall outside top 5, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, happy to hear from Azadek. Happy birthday to him, of course. Good to hear him, 24 years of age, and now potentially very likely to be going to PTC.
Yeah, doing all right for themselves. Good old Polish Power. But I think that when you look at Erangel here, Saga, and you look at how Overpeakers has been playing thus far, do you think that they are in extreme jeopardy here? Even though they got themselves some decent points here, do you think they're going to have a hard time?
I think they're definitely feeling the pressure. I'm not sure it's what we would consider extreme jeopardy just yet, because even though they did start off pretty slowly today, they've shown, okay, they're still capable of staying composed, winning the fights, and even if the position isn't quite in their favor and they are getting killed eventually, they're getting 10 kill points on the board, a placement point or 2 up there as well is exactly what they need to do to be able to make sure that they can catch up and overtake the likes of Exalt and the teams that are just above them to guarantee themselves a slot by finishing in the top 8.
I think one thing that stands out for them is, again, and just extreme veterancy in guys like Mexi, etc., and things like that.
Insane.
They're not going to go down without a big fight.
Yeah, you can't really... the experience of this team, like, they have played in an insane amount of international events, right? So it's crazy. But also, the scary thing is, the team they're chasing Faith right now is FaZe Clan. We're talking about a maybe even more veteran team, especially with the org backing them. Everything is just crazy. 5 points further ahead, win or die. They have had some insane performance here at PCS7. It's really scary. Exalt as well, doing well today. One of the winners for one of the games, right? So they're going to continue. And then again, also you have 5, 6, 7 teams targeting you because you are the closest kind of victim to be able to fall out of the PGC point standings.
And when it comes to circles in general, they've not exactly been kind to these teams. That's fair to say. When you get crazy things like, you know, Milta Power becoming a focus point and kind of all the way over there, it can get a little bit rusty, a little bit crazy.
Yeah, and that was one of our less wild zones that we've had so far. We've had Oasis, Los Leones. We've been all over this sort of urban sprawl across both maps and visited just about every extremity there is to find across Erangel and Miramar so far. So really for Overpeakers, they're hoping, okay, let's just have Pachinki Fields. Let's just go back to home turf where we had one of our best games earlier on, and you know we'll just take the win this time and go from there. That's what they're hoping to see, but Circles really just have not been playing into that.
Try and sit pretty in a home circle. You guys at home can be sitting pretty as well if you get some new swag. If you head over to emea.merch.pubg.com, you can get yourself some cool hoodies, some cool shirts, a cool mug that's going at 100 miles per hour. Well, gentlemen, it is now time to head over to our commentary team. And you know what, Toby? It's getting serious, so I'm not going to troll you any longer for today here. But I'll ask you the question. Do you think Overpeakers can do it? Do you think they can keep themselves in?
Yes. And it's all for the same reasons that you were given. The amount of experience on that team means that they're rarely a team to crumble under pressure. Wouldn't expect them to be as nervous right now as many other teams probably are. That's going to work in their favor. Having said that, we are seeing some very clutch performances from some of those teams that desperately need the points here, Hypog.
Yeah, and I think the concern, well, I'd say the reassurance being we come back across to Erangel where ultimately you do probably feel a little better, even with the diversity of some of the circles we've seen. I definitely think they're set up for success more so here for the final 2 games. I don't want to see them leave it until the last. They need to have a big game here in Game 4 for me to really feel comfortable about their position.
I'm curious to see which Overpeakers, just kind of stand them for a second, we're going to see here too, because we have seen, I don't want to say too different from what they've done before, but we have seen them hunting early on 4 kills. We saw them down towards Exalt on the southern side. We saw them try and punish, actually successfully punish Northern Lights towards north to go out and get some of these early free kills, which of course always do come with some sort of risk involved. So curious to see how aggressive they'll move early on, because it's been on Erangel when they've opted to go early positioning on a phase 1 circle that they've started taking casualties early.
Yeah, we've even the Sosnovka's Islands circles aside, excuse me, we've seen them rotating much earlier. So they are very, very eager to get into positions where, you know, high traffic areas where they can actually rack up kills and put some real points up. But like I said, this for me is the game that I want to see. I don't want to see them chasing it down the last one, because then you can throw maybe another 4 or 5 teams that do get into desperation mode that have a much clearer kind of cutoff in terms of the leaderboard placement and where it finalizes. So wait to see where Circle 1 pops here and what opportunities Overpeakers have.
I feel like phase 1 at this point is just, it doesn't really matter, because phase 2 and phase 3 is going to be what presents us with the madness, no matter what we get the first time around. Having said that, of course, it's always pretty good to know where we're going. So let's see, where will this first circle take us again? No big news in regards to where teams drop or fights going on early on here.
I'm looking at it now, and actually look at the average results here, because average placement 11th and average kills 2.8, so actually a huge disparity, and that's probably not the Circle 1 they want to see. I mean, the previous 2 Milta Power circles, I can't say I felt very confident about their performance. We're not going to completely switch things up. We are seeing Clib and Jeems once again looking to pressure down towards Exalt.
Wait, he's here.
And SKS this time around. He is indeed.
Are you going to fly over him?
Oh, yeah, they'll spot him. Well, this is the start you want to see them having.
Yeah.
Again, it's 1 on the board. It could be the catalyst here for them to start off confidently. Again, James just letting them know. Sorry, Clib just letting them know. But
they're coming in from the north this time too. I mean, they've jumped out of the plane over ruins, and they still catch this.
Yeah. I think this is this time around again. They got away with it previously, and really then you've got to look towards Exalt as maybe, I don't want to say overlooking the possibility, but it maybe not being part of their thought process early on. Obviously, there was a vehicle you saw actually clear pop out and pick up the second vehicle.
Yeah.
Whether or not that was where the confusion lay and maybe just a moment of hesitation on the parachute in. But well played from Teams and Clib to get proactive once again. Problem being, it does take away some of the time from this looting phase that Overpeakers have made the most of in terms of that early rotation.
True. Chris, in the meantime, speaking of looting, running around with the UMP. Not, I would assume, his weapon of choice. But he'll have time enough to get something else. And as we saw just before, we are headed southeast on this one. And a lot of teams, Hybox, spreading out westward. We have seen a little bit of commotion, I would say, over Potato Mountains in a couple of these circuits. Not something that has really amounted to much, but it still forced teams to opt to go in different directions than what they were probably aiming for early on.
Different dynamic this time around, though, because Lumberyard pretty much sits center, and we've seen that kind of overlooked in the previous because they did favor Milta Power slightly more. FaZe ultimately with a position to kind of ride this out until Circle 2, maybe extend that looting phase ever so slightly. Gustav coming away from farm now looks as if they might try and group up somewhere. Actually seeing Stardust making early moves. This is way ahead of the curve for them.
Yeah, they are knowing obviously that they're somewhat center. Might as well claim some free real estate. In the meantime, looking at Polish Power here, a team that in somewhat similar fashion to Question Mark has always lacked the consistency to last an entire, in this case, for example, 30 game Grand Finals. But this has arguably been one of their better performances. Right now, though, sitting down in 4th, it's still by no means out there, 1 point out for three-way shared second place.
I think actually the victims of something that the desk were talking about having one bad day, right? But the peaks have been so high for Polish Power that actually it hasn't had a knock-on effect. You look at some of the other teams around them on the leaderboard, particularly actually fellas, they had a couple of slow games, not necessarily an entire day. Ascend started so slow, which is still, even so I'm looking at the leaderboard now and thinking Ascend in 5th with how much criticisms we've had in certain scenarios, but it just goes to show actually in some of those, if they were able to flip their round, Ascend would be contested potentially towards that top, because even though it's been slow, it's been consistent for Ascend.
Yeah, no doubt. Sitting just behind us. Well, I mean, this is really, I'm not gonna lie, this is a lot closer than when I saw today, like coming into today. This is a lot closer already now than I actually thought it was gonna be, with this many teams able to fight for some of these top spots. Again, would take a heroic performance in order for anyone to take out Question Mark, but outside of that,
dare I say it, and it rides on something we've mentioned a couple of times. It relies on Question Mark having a couple of almost dropping donuts. Right? Yeah, dropping 2 donuts. But again, with Northern Lights' average on a Wrangle, it's definitely doable here. I mean, 40 points will take it to just a 5-point gap. So it's definitely still on the cards.
For sure. Polish Power gets to live with a scare for this one. I mean, they've run into this Ensch bridge camp once before where they lost 2 players because of it. This time around, full speed sending it through once again. Not really any time to properly scout it. Obviously, Ensch hiding behind the various cover they have there. But unfortunately for Ensch, and very fortunately for Polish Power, they managed to get out of it without taking any casualties.
Overpeakers do find themselves to the south of farm here. Na'Vi going to open up onto it, but Example and Aaliyah a little split, so no possibility to follow through on this damage. Overpeakers will progress further. Example is veering this direction, but I don't think he will catch Overpeakers ahead of getting into Milta.
I was going to say, is he trying to cut them off? A solo player and a buggy? That's...
I think maybe just trying to shepherd them into the city, make sure that there's no threat there, that Na'Vi can ultimately maintain this split they have going.
The sheep have been herded, and, well, I mean, right now, the containment is the entirety of Milta, so for Overpeakers it's not exactly the worst place to be quote-unquote forced to go, by example. But of course, circles can still go many places from here. In the meantime now, Austrian Force wanting to get into the triple digits. Just exactly doesn't have the line of sight on Ruin.
Zocco will have the advantage in terms of information here. Yeah, Ruin's... he's not long for this world, Toby.
How much talking is going on in the TeamSpeak right now, preventing those audible cues?
Well, actually, Ruin... I mean, the reposition back towards the Wizard Tower doesn't necessarily save him in this scenario. Zocco's desperately looking for a teammate. He's like, where is the other member of this team relaying information? Now Ruin... Yeah, that should... wow. Should have been.
Imagine if that has been in this case. Unfortunate, you hate to see it. Clip in the meantime, finds Allium. One down. Nork is now finding Squeaky as well and actually getting the confirm onto it too. Ents were initially the ones to try and hold out Polish Power, but now the tides have turned as they managed to wrap on through. Get to a good compound and manage to take one down from Ents. You can see here, Na'Vi full speed forward to try and get Melman back on his feet.
Zoka kind of making a meal of this one so far. Might even just give it up now with Lazar's reposition. Yeah. Maybe heard that vehicle pull up.
I'm coming for you! Just wait.
So it's unfortunate, actually. Again, whether or not the Wu have confirmed information here when Clib finds that knock. But Quizzy, already close enough to pressure the Res, I think did have information. They must have seen this knock happen.
And they know exactly where to apply the pressure from. Only one door you can make it in from here. Trying to throw some smokes, trying to force them to look the other way. Uber now coming down to help Example coming too. They're giving up farm, which could potentially be where the end game's going to go down to save Alia here. Shows the importance of wanting to get that last player up and alive. Right now, it's only Quizzy who's up close. I mean, obviously hearing all the vehicles coming in. Wu backing off a bit from this
Big
one.
damage from Uber.
Crucial.
Trying to fend them away here. Example with a nice off angle, but I don't think actually the terrain's going to allow him to find any damage. Slow things down. Quizzy, you got to be careful about his retreat here now with a couple of team members from Na'Vi setting up for that cross once again.
I'm looking towards both Exalt and Wu, actually. I mean, off of this, they must have heard where the cars came from. And knowing that there was a split player solo towards the south, Exalt at least should know that a lot of cars left farm.
Uber's found him.
Yeah, Uber does find DB. Take some damage in return again. He's kind of split off right now, so don't want to overcommit anything here. But once again, the tides turn, similar to what we saw just before with Ents and Polish Power. Wu now the ones playing defense.
Na'Vi able to recover, though. Like I said, giving up some potentially valuable positioning towards farm. At least we'll stay as 4 for the time being. An opportunity to see Circle 2 and make a decision based on that. Question mark actually get themselves in the backside of Exalt, who after losing one early, definitely playing a little passively out here towards farm. I think now Fairist is exploring towards farm itself, but Aduzi almost lining one up.
Let's see, where does this one take us? We're headed northeast. Okay, so east side prison up towards the north we go. We know we're going to be shifting away from the water eventually, but not right now. Still plenty of water in, out far east, and really, I mean, we're excluding quite a lot of playable terrain with this as we head further up into the hills.
Yeah, a couple of teams making a mad dash for it as well. Austrian Force going to peel back towards the compound. Actually, Ents and Polish Power. This back and forth continues, but actually Misa and Scav found out by Vascu. So that's 2 knocks now. It's only Nookie left to try and find something for Ents.
Fortunate. Ents tried to rotate through, but there was just way too many teams in the nearby vicinity for that to happen. You can see Polish Power wanting the confirms, wanting to find the last one as well. They know how important it is for them. And with that 1 kill coming through, that is them now jumping into second.
Northern Lights will be seeing that. Actually, the cleanup here going to come on to Nookie. He's got himself in the trench, so possibility to do some damage still.
Even with 1 kill, should Nookie be able to find it coming through here? It could be all he needs. Double headshot connected with the AK. Finds the second onto Kabi as well. This is crucial for Polish Power, needing all their players up, but Nookie denying it.
Actually, Nookie's trying to get...
He's blocked off.
I don't think he can get through that. So actually, Nookie's got himself into a position where he can actually make a stand. Already done enough damage.
They get 3, but at the loss of 2, and now you start to wonder whether it was worth it or not.
That's nearly perfect.
Doesn't get closer than that without finding the knock. Second one, he heard him run off. Might just be able to find it with it second time around. Not really a whole lot happens off of it. So Krunio Norkus able to play safe. But now, I mean, that's all of the air out of the balloon for Polish Power. Yes, they get the kill, but they're down to 2. They have to play defense mode. And should the next circle shift away from here, we're looking at a potential 3-point game for Polish Power.
Well, actually, on the other side of things, I was talking about Northern Lights seeing it in the kill feed. They actually do lose Batulins. I pull up towards the Wizard Tower just outside prison. Actually, some more pressure coming in from Ruston-Mar as well.
Look at the, I was just going to say, look at the team applying the pressure. If there's one team you do not want to have finding kills on you, potentially, that is one of the 2 teams here trying to hunt you down.
And the Mad unable to really figure out exactly where those shots are coming from, but Hal should be able to find this res. You have Ruin and Lazar still in that position from that prior engagement. Actually, Ruston-Mar does find the headshot there. Then the Mad actually Peeling onto the wrong side of that tree. House still very split though. Like I said, Lazar and Ruin positioned up from that prior engagement with Zoka. Just in this same area.
It is hard to really regroup on this hillside when you don't have control over the wizard tower there, because it is a very barren hill to be working with, and especially when we have both Tixu and Rustamar out in the field towards the north, you're very exposed if you opt to try and run around on that hill.
What Ruin's going to try and do with this now? Yeah, it's not as if Lazar has, you know, a tangible opportunity to support him here if Northern Lights spot him out. Schofield finally making his way in that direction. So that's where actually Win or Die and Stardust in a back and forth. Metabay actually does find Goose after conceding Celtic, and actually Metabay finds a second. Great work with the Mini 14 right now, Toby.
Yep, almost gets the third. 2 plenty of damage coming through. This is going to allow for Nailcup to run on forward. Apocalypse does go down again. Extends, feeling like every single time Win or Die is about to be down and out. It extends to kind of get back on the horse and force their way back. Fortunately, the rest will be possible. Circle towards the north. Ascent, I mean, they're really fortunate with some of these shifts going their way. They have essentially half a circle to play on right now.
Yeah, they do. And actually, the more powerful half, actually, in the other hands, is in favor of Fellas. Molodoc with a decent angle here. He's not taking the shots just yet on next stance.
You gotta shoot, Molodoc. You gotta shoot. You have the off angle.
Yeah,
He's
the
in
prime
the open.
opportunity there.
He might not be standing completely still, but you have a fast shoot in DMR. You gotta go for the shot. Still exposed. The more time he waits, he might be a knock on towards his teammates. Where are the shots? Where are the shots, Molodoc? What are you waiting for?
Actually, Spyro going to pick up here. Ruin finally applying some pressure towards Northern Lights, who do lose Spyro. So it's just Perfectix and Lou left now. Lou already found himself inside the circle, moving into a fair amount of space over here.
Just happened off screen, but we lost one for Fellas and has sent the team to find the kills over because in the meantime hunting down Braxco. Now FaZe Clan in trouble as they run past Exol, trying to make their way northbound, but there's already plenty of teams up here. Exposed in the open, 8 goes down now. Leosh, Gushao, all of them are here, but unfortunate headshot connected to the back of the head of Leosh. It's going to take that one, and now Diggory with a perfect angle from behind. It's going to punish them for making that mistake.
FaZe might just turn this around as 2 now. Again, no real tangible information here. Gedrock's actually going to catch on that molly. He runs back into it.
There's no way he stays alive through that. Diggory gets the flush on a 1-2. Gustav does fall.
Wait, he did? Okay, finally. Yeah, Molodok actually wants to find the knock. Diggory steals it away, though.
I mean, FaZe comes through here. They lose one early, and even though they do plenty of damage to Win or Die, still because there's so many more players from other teams around here, they lose so much because of it. Diggory now the only player on his feet. There should be no way he gets Gustav back up alive, even though he is technically within reach. You just wouldn't imagine him being able to really commit to that.
Actually, 2 points. Now separating Fellas and Polish Power.
Yep.
We talked about losing 2 early, and Fellas have a massive amount of control here. Down to 3, but again, they shouldn't be under much threat in this side of the circle. No real opportunity from any teams. Hal being the last one to make potentially a vehicle rotation over there. Vesselov got to be careful. Hobbits might just catch him, but he does indeed. He's going to find the second onto Quizzy as well. Hobbits has been so good for 2 today.
Yep, solid spray coming through. Nate's going to get the second down, so that's 2 out for Wu. And it's the teams who are fighting for the top right now who are taking casualties. It's only Ascent who's been able to get out of here scot-free. Now EB peeks, whoop. Doesn't get example down. Quite the contrary, he's going to fall. Nixie is here to try and help out, but unfortunately not before. EB gets taken out. Uber in trouble, though, in the meantime. Alongside the example, they will both fall. That's Lywan from a distance.
You can see the frustration on Uber's face. 1 left to find on the side of Na'Vi.
Wu out, 15th place.
Well, yeah, I don't actually know about the timings here. Obviously, it is phase 4, so these res are going to become more and more difficult. Yeah, it's not going to be possible onto Uber now. Too much of a gap between them. Ascend smiling up in the north.
They're being blessed right now. Having said that, I mean, for Fellas and Overpeakers, they're not exactly upset about this circle shift either. Even though, of course, you would want to shift away from the team that currently sits with 4 life. But only 1 kill so far for Ascent, so there are still worlds where they don't get a whole lot out of this game. But pretty much regardless of where we go from here, you'd have to imagine that that's a 5-point plus at least game for Ascent.
Yeah, nice cast back towards the southwest here. As question mark have to make a bit of a decision. Rustamar actually peeling back towards Mansion to play anchor here on any team looking to wrap on the west side. Now, the 2 I was talking about is potential for Hal to make that vehicle rotation. Speaking of rotations, Foot Esports actually heading towards the east coast. And Overpeakers appeal back south to try and defend this edge.
You can see now they're trying to double down on the shoreline. Vart fully committed to the other side of the road. Mex is still staying on the northern side, but they need to deny them this entry. They need to hold them. Oh, shots fired. James misses a few. Takes damage in return, and now he's going to fall. Tried to lob a nade on forward, didn't have the cover while doing so, and now he's going to get knocked. The rest might be possible, but he is very far out in the open. And Exalt actually trying to claim the position that Overpeakers just gave up because of it.
And actually, Iroh will fall. Trying to actually send it a little deeper into the zone. Vard going to try and put some damage into the back lines of Foot Esports. James, though, way out in the open. To Foot Esports go and confirm this kill.
I thought he was going to try and zigzag his way for that flush. Not going to happen. Face in the meantime. Loses Gustav, so just Jiggery left alive. This is... Oh, Maxi falls as well. Western baiting Lyron there with the M4 to find the knock. Not looking good for Overpeakers. Fortunately for them, FaZe are taking casualties too. It is them they're trying to best, but they're still a couple of points behind. Diggory still alive, though. We know him. He is a man that does not go down without a fight.
Problem being, though, he's got himself into a position where he's already prone, so whether or not Exalt are going to proactively try and clear as 3 on that hilltop, very, very dangerous decision to make if they do take it. We'll die actually out in 14th place here, so our 7th place team eliminated. Lyron actually going to, I think he's got the right read here.
Oh, hits attack too. That's all that he needed to find the knock. 3rd down, all going in the favor for Lyron. Of course, it's a team game, team effort, but still, kills going in his favor. He's been a phenomenal force to be dealt with, despite the fact that Foot Esports overall hasn't fared the best this tournament so far.
Yeah, that's the Exalt to come through and seal the deal there. Actually, look at Vardy still down. Exalt didn't actually have a decent grasp of the kill feed info there. I'm not sure actually how viable the res is, but finally Diggory's spotted out. Now actually that's the 8th place team eliminated.
Little Packers crumbling by the second. Norkis spots the rotation coming through. Fortunately for Hobbits, able to stay alive through that one. Where are they going to stop this one? Are they going straight on to Stardust? You'd have to imagine Hobbits first of all. Philfus finds the second. Over the rock he goes! Finds the second as well. And question mark, just separating himself that much further from the rest of the pack here.
You can see actually, it's Austrian forced to rotate on. So I find it's Vasco actually missing the cross there from Clip. The smoke will go back onto the tree. It's a little bit of a misdirection. Hey, we'll be able to get Vard back on his feet. Vasco has totally misread this.
Oh, there should be no way that happens. Clip able to cross the road and get the rest here. That is absolutely insane. I think Pain's just exactly does not have the line of sight. There's a little bit of a ridge to work with. But now, of course, forced to make the run in the open. Vasco should have that one. Easy peasy for him. Does he know Vard's position? Now he does.
Let's see, Austrian Force taking fights on 2 fronts. Silas over on the backside here will find a doozy off exploring. Oh, actually, that's question mark down to 2 now, but already done the hard work in this game for sure. Silas, what a knock there with the Mini 14. Phil first will fall. Hobbit's now the last man standing for question mark.
I didn't know there was a full auto option for the Mini 14, but apparently Silas found it. Hobbits does fight the nog on him. With the AR, will go down and return though Vasco there to save his teammate. 9 kills for Austrian Force. Can argue a little too late for them to really get a hold of going. But having said that, we talked about it before, still plenty of prize pool money to be found. And with these kills coming in now, they are just this game being a good game away for a potential 12th place.
Tixu, fantastic knock onto Krunio. One of these Mini 14s really opening up now. Norcus is found soon after. Zoka, the one to find it. Aliyah still alive out on the south side. Northern Lights did try and wrap through here, and somehow Howl, I was talking about them being the last possible team to wrap on the west. They've got themselves on the north side of Ascend.
The fact that Aliyah's still here.
Well,
he's
could be here for a while as well.
Yep, 7 first states. Of course, phase 6 does make it very... Oh my god, he has no clue. No clue whatsoever.
Mika's been there for about 15 minutes.
He has. He's been scouting forward and not giving up his position at all. Howl tried to make the run on up and can't really fault Schofield for not finding the kill there.
A decent bounce. I was going to say, I didn't hear that one explode and ruin. Lucky to get away with that one.
Heat-seeking frag grenade. Didn't know that was a thing, but apparently it is. Ruin trying to slow things down here again. They just want to buy time. They know that there are many more teams that have to fight. Should the Surge come towards them, and here we see Phil first again finds one up on the rock. He goes. That is, there's just no way to counter that, really. I mean, that's completely insane. Kilyakai does go down, so again, I mean, for Ascent, right now it would only be a 2-point game should they get no more kills, but of course they want a lot more for this position, even now that there are only 3 left alive.
I think as well.
Get back upstairs, guys. Don't even. Why is Mika down there at this point? Try and get up. Please try and get up.
I think as well, Northern Lights are just going to be fixated on the kill feed, so a lot of fellas are going to find any value down on the south side of the circle. Askew coming through. We'll find that flash onto Fate. 11 kills now on the board for Austrian Force. Up to double digits already. Only 17 players left, but it's 7 separate teams.
Sure. Yeah, stops on the ridge line. Exalt with 2 left alive. Moldog still left on the east side of the road. I am not expecting Austrian Force to know. But here's Alia. He's been chilling for a while. And now he chills no more. Because Tixer just found the kill. 3 kills for Fellas. Again, lost one early on. But that's not going to hold them back for trying to claim this one now. Second place, if we were to end the thing right now, I think according to what we heard earlier, this might just be Fellas and Overpeak is out.
Yeah, it definitely is. So, actually, Lazar finds Lou here. A little bit disconnected from Perfectix and no chance of the res. That should allow, actually, Fellas to maybe extend their lead. Lazar's found another knock onto Brexco.
And that was Brexco shooting at Perfectix. This is so fortunate. He might not be able to get the first hit off in time. As I said, that no, not going to happen. Northern Lights fall. They are out Ascent. Obviously, seeing this, will be trying to sit tight for as long as they can. Brexco, fortunately, Chris is there to get him back up. But Mika still stuck in the building down below. Haven't been able to get his way back up towards his teammates.
I want to see a conscious effort to get Mika back up on the high ground here. Again, you almost want to see it circle prior, but now's when it becomes even more concerning. I'm not even sure, actually, if Mika's just have to... Oh, Vascu.
You love to see it. I mean, you have to imagine that now that they saw Northern Lights out, that was a threat on the west side. That was what denied him that transition up the road. They know that they still have Howl down there, but Howl hasn't really actively done anything to peek over for a good while now. So might as well say 3, 2, 1. We got to commit eventually. Let's do it now.
I think they're leaving Mika on the rooftop because it's such a dangerous position. I was going to ask the question if he's actually settled for the ground floor. But problem being, Brexco and Chris are shooting elsewhere in the circle. I'm not sure how quickly that support system can be put in place to save Mika.
Yeah, Rustenman, in the meantime, from the west is crawling up the hillside too. I mean,
cleaning up, man.
This is, I'm not going to lie, for Ascent, this is perfect. Give all the kills to the last place team, because the other teams that are currently fighting for it, you don't want them to get anything for free. So, continue doing what you do here, Austrian Force. That's what Ascent will be saying.
Zocker's mounting an attack.
Full speed forward. Prones down behind the ridge line is going to allow for the remaining teammates to wrap around that side. 13 kills this game, with more probably to come for Austrian Force. And again, Mika just not able to regroup with his teammates here.
Fellas looking as if they just want to ride this one out. And Rustenmart the furthest into the circle. Miraku obviously holding on to the edge here, but Brexco actually does find Tixu out in the open. Now, I'm curious to see what Ascend do to try and get Mika back in some kind of comfort. You can see actually on the X-ray he's taking a little bit of damage here. Howler hesitant about making this push though.
Brexco did flex out to try and take control. Now, finally, Mika's going to try and make a run for it, but does he time it with Ruin? You can see Brexco is holding the angle. That's the reason Miracle is able to get the res up for free. They want Mika back on top, and there he is now. All the Ascent players reunited in the building, but as you said before, Soccer now very close by, and I'm not sure they have any clue that he's right out there.
No. I don't think they have. Whether or not they're going to wait for some kind of distraction, whether or not Zocker's going to make a solo play, because Silas, Pains, and Vascu, meanwhile, still outside the zone. They have vehicles to actually crash up onto that ridge with Zocker, though. If anything, that just makes Howl's journey a little bit more difficult to try and get up onto the high ground.
I cannot imagine Howl going anywhere but center or west on this one. There's no way they get to flank east around on this. I mean, technically, they shouldn't be able to run west either, but they have a car on the backside. Might just want to go forward. Headshot comes through Brexco. Fortunately for him, not a whole lot of damage coming in return. I'm also looking at Rustenmeier. If a knock comes in on towards Ascent, might just be them trying to fortify that position even more. But, of course, Tixu Miracle well aware that Austrian Force is still a threat, so they cannot fully commit to the west or northwest side because there's the sweep opportunity for Austrian Force down below.
Howl still think Mika's on the roof. You can see these flashes actually literally bespoke for dealing with somebody on that rooftop. Again, that's why they're so hesitant. They're paranoid about Mika's positioning.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! They got stuck under the corrugated iron.
That would have been the nade. Second one works out too, though. One Falls, Ruin alone now having to tank the blue. He's going to be out here for a while. Brexco, does he see him? Yes, he does. Doesn't find the knock, though. The kill will come through to blue, so no point granted. But here comes Austrian Force, pulling up on the ridge down. Now the smokes are being deployed. 3 teams left alive, 2 of whom have so much to fight for.
Chris finds a little bit of damage, but can't stop that pull-up. And actually, Austrian Force slot themselves right in between, actually, Ascend and what is considered center circle now, with Phase 8 yet to show. I don't know what impact that will have. Chris on red alert now.
Yeah.
As all of Austrian Force have made it up to the compound.
No lethal utility. They spent the majority of it trying to fend off towards the north, which they now successfully have.
Brexco is...
But Brexco has 3 nades, and he is just not afraid to try and make a play. It's a perfect read on his part.
Yeah.
Maybe they heard the footsteps out there. The circle actually favoring the compound too. As I say that actually it's going to go out south of the compound. The first team, though, forced to make a move here will be Fellas. The issue for them is they can't wrap over this ridge line without becoming or going in vision to the 2 teams in the compound.
This really relies on actually how active Austrian Force are going to be, right? In forcing a send off some of these angles, because the sightlines do not favor Fellas whatsoever. And actually the building that Vasco and Silas are in is almost kind of a godsend. Mika's angle is crucial in terms of preventing Fellas access to this circle.
And it looks close on the map, but you can see how far down that hillside Rustamar is, making that run up the open, up on the hill. Yes, you're available for a while, but look at the angle Mika has.
This is it.
You need, Rustamar needs a perfect time double headshot knock onto Mika. We know he's capable of finding them. He's been doing so all Grand Finals long, but he needs this one here to open up some sort of a convoy for the Fellas players to wrap up the northwest side of the hill.
So Rustamar think about peeling back to the south. Now that would not be best advised.
No.
Curious if they're going to have anything to actually find hard cover behind.
It's trees.
Miraku, you can see here the sightlines. Perfect observing actually to just give us exactly how the land lies. Mika actually switches to DMR. He might have just spotted Miraku.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rustamar.
There you go. Head seen info fed across Miraku now the angle as well, so there will be 2 holding that.
Fellas are in where at least Rustamar and Miraku are.
I think Fellas, again, as you said, as long as Austrian Force don't aggress, they know they keep them in check on the north side. They don't have to make an aggressive play here. So for Fellas, they're just going to bide their time. They're going to wait it out. They know the circle's going to come to them eventually if they can just chill for long enough. Ascent will be the first ones to have to make a move here whenever this final circle starts closing in, which it does in about 15 seconds time.
Start questioning. We know Brexco still has some lethals. Chris still has some smokes, but how well can they mount the attack?
Prone's down to use the shack for cover as well here.
This is huge from Tixu.
If he gets all the way up close, I'm not sure how much lethal utility he has to work with, but if he gets all the way up close, just flashbangs could be the win con for them. It's quiet. Now the smokes are starting to come out. Nate goes over, 38 damage done. Brexco should be able to heal off, but now the final circle is going to start closing in. For Ascent, when do you jump off? You have to think they've got to jump off on the backside of this building.
Chris is posted up waiting for Zoka and Pains to reposition. Mika, I think, has no idea of where Tixu's managed to get to.
No, perfect smokes as well for Fellas. It's not smokes from Ascent, it's smokes from Fellas trying to block off the angle. Brexco spots one again. The more time is spent here, the harder it's going to be to come off that building, because they will have to jump off of the front side of it. Exposed to all the opponents. Nate goes a bit too far there as they prone down once more.
Ascent might have just left this one
dead.
too long.
They're dead.
Yeah. They've got to drop off. Chris has taken damage at the worst possible time here. Siler's on the ground floor, not going to take any damage from that. Finds a knock, finds a second as well.
There should be. They held it for too long. They had to get off the building earlier. Now, fortunately, a little help does come through from the side. Chris is still alive, but has to get out of that building. You have to imagine that's not going to happen. And no, it won't. Ascent goes out in third. Fellas still alive in this tick, so trying to stay put. Miracle doing the exact same thing. Again, we know they have to come to them, but look down towards the south. Pain Sucker on the push around the side.
That's not going to open up. Finally, Pain's the one to find the headshot. Tixu, not much longer left in that one. And Austrian Force with 18 kills. Absolutely dominate this circle.
Welcome back, group stage Austrian Force. Where have you been for the last 27 rounds? It's almost as if when they don't lose players early game, they're actually a pretty decent team.
Sure, yeah. I mean, they played this way more aggressively than we've seen them previously, so take nothing away from that. And again, the point at which you have some of these teams were actually solidified in terms of positioning. Ascend, unfortunately, just unable to really deal with Howl on the north, giving them access to really clear their edge.
I mean, got to give kudos to Fellas as well. A solid game for them, biding the time for as long as they could. Now let's go back to the desk with one more game left to play.
All right, Austrian Force, we got a badass over here. We get it, we get it. 18 kills coming in. Saga and Avenger here to break this one down, but Austrian Force, banger after banger here in this game, Avenger. That was a great game from them.
Yeah, 18 kills, absolutely insane. Obviously happy to have Silas on my team and alive for this one. But this was the Austrian Force that I was hoping to see, you know, as Toby said, 27 rounds ago. It would have been great, of course.
Saga?
I think maybe just triple digits was the unlocking factor for them. They started this game on 99 points and they got 1 on the board, and from there it was just disgusting.
Wow.
3,000 damage,
That's
getting
a lot
very
of
close. A lot of grenades tossed out as well, but 18 kills, a 28-point game for a team that has been struggling so frequently through this, and that has to be at the it's a consolation prize at best, but it is a pretty darn good one.
They were so far behind before now. Now they're going to be joining our ever-growing middle pack.
Hooray!
It's just one big middle pack of 15 teams, because Christian Mark is obviously there. Look at that.
Classic.
The whole sweep, Pains, Silas, and Vasco. That is pretty amazing to see. And then 3, of course, as well for Soccer. Quite amazing here.
Yeah.
Also, full sweep here again for these guys. I mean, it's these guys.
It's these guys. I mean, what they were able to put up in this game is nothing short of fantastic. Here's Tixu alongside as well for the ride, as Fellas are looking to try and secure themselves a spot. But Pains really showing up. As you say, just a little bit too late for the... Okay, bring the Pains. Yeah, that's fine. We got... It's a little bit too late. It's not going to affect huge amounts, it feels like here, Saga, for them to try and kind of move up the leaderboards per se, especially with only 1 game alive left to go.
It's still a very, very nice thing to have on the board at the very least. You know, again, but we said again, it's not about necessarily only the teams who pick up the winner chicken dinner, but the teams that are so close alongside them as well. And the fact that Ascend has been on an absolute tear today, they overcame that. The Fellas have been really pushing up in towards sort of 2nd place, overcame that as well. So it's a huge performance from Austrian Force to take out a couple of teams who have been really on a very solid upwards trajectory and prove that they still have it in them.
The hunger feels there. The fire underneath these teams, especially to try and get to PGC, is very much there. And the fire's under Avenger too, as now he's going to break down one of the moments from this game.
Not just one of the moments, but the entire moment.
Okay.
Here. It was obviously a home turf circle here for Austrian Force, just kind of in the central for them. Also the shift, as we look at how the plane and the circle kind of happened here. Fellas, super far west. The rotation was actually really good on point. But Ascend, guys, they literally started and ended in this compound here. The northern shifts again and again and again. Fellas, they moved 3 times through this, and I want to point out here how well that Ascend was able to lock down this compound from earlier on. It's called the God compound for a reason. It usually ends in a kind of a good spot for them here, but Austrian Force, they're able to move from prison and really sweep through the vast majority of the players here. 18 kills is really good for them, obviously, here. I want to show you how they managed to obviously get into the late game in a situation where we see Fellas play super slow. They moved for the 3rd time now into an even better position where you really have to move constantly while you have these northern shifts here. Ascend sitting happy campers in the God compound. Austrian Force moving for the 3rd time, but they are moving through teams. They're fighting constantly, getting themselves into a super good spot here, especially when they're moving across the road here from the compound just northeast of prison. That's where their fighting is really going on here. And honestly, for me, in a situation where we see Austrian Force play like this, it just talks to, okay, even if they're last, this is how deep our squads and all the teams in PCS7 are. This is how deep our talent pool is. If the last place team is able to pull off 18 kills and 28 points in the second last game like this, it is just crazy, and it's just so competitive.
Definitely so. Thank you very much, Avenger, for that breakdown here as we continue things on. For Erangel as a whole, when you see a game like this coming out from Austrian Force, you are, as you say, reminded that we have such great wealth of talent here in Europe. It is just a little bit of a shame that the ball doesn't quite get rolling so early, because in the group stages, they looked absolutely brilliant.
Undeniably so, and as one of the few teams to actually get the direct qualification to the Grand Finals. There was expectations on their shoulders that they may have slightly fallen short of, but at the very least they've had this performance just to prove to everyone, to the doubters out there, that Austrian Force still is very capable, and we're very much looking forward to seeing what they can do in seasons to come.
Well, let's hear a moment from Austrian Force, of course, from the team speaks, as we see them doing very well in this game.
On right side, on blue. Guys, listen, we can't let them have green. One of you have to go there already.
I'm gonna nade the roof now.
You can't play that
now.
They can't
take green, Silas. Can't right now.
It's fine. Okay.
Haynes, can you watch green? I
got smoked out.
Okay, I don't. Nades.
He's on the roof, Yeah, but
left or right?
Right roof. He's nading.
On left roof, fast go on green.
Yeah.
He's 1 HP on the roof.
I'm nading.
Which one?
Right side, 1 HP on the roof. He needs to come down now.
Also.
Still on the roof.
Healing.
On left roof now.
Knock one.
What, you knocked?
Knock two.
Nice, last up.
Last
guy, right side upstairs. Right side upstairs, in the ring, right side. Play with me, Paints against...
One of fellas next to me.
You're playing against Fellas now. Soccer and Paints against Fellas.
All dead,
against Fellas.
Okay, two Fellas.
Chill. With me, Paints, come with me. I'm with you.
I can flash them.
Pushing. Me and Soccer pushing left side.
Yeah.
One.
Come in with
Last place,
Come on!
There it is!
Let's go.
There you go, Austrian Force get themselves the win. Quite passionate comms, I want to go with here, it's fair to say.
Honestly, you can tell that this is obviously a young team. You can hear Pains with his communications here. One top side, and I don't want to scream there as much as he did.
No.
Last guy top right, and it's obviously crucial information. They need to know this so they can focus on the fight with Fellas here, but it's definitely really telling that it's a young team that haven't really got their comms with their comms yet.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Saga, final thoughts before we head on out?
Yeah, it's definitely cool to hear, once again, Austrian Force and the celebration at the end. A little woo was really cool to hear. But again, you do sort of hear the difference between a fresher team in comparison to some of those that have been around for a long time that have the synergy, where some of the communications needed a little bit of explanation. You know, he says he's on the roof and they say, you know, which one? There's two roofs, left, right, which side is he on? So they do have to just sort of reiterate that, where some of the teams that we have heard that have been around for a little longer, clean, crisp, on point. It's maybe a point to look at in the future, but they can't really take anything away from the way they played this game. Super big result for them as well.
I just wish it was in full German so we could have 9 links. But anyway, it's not going to be the thing, I guess. All right, we're going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we have one more game. This game will determine not only our champion here for PCS7 Europe, but also who is going to PGC. Join us right after this.
Victory is not a moment. It's a journey made up of choices. Possibilities are endless. Why you fight. What strategies you use. Who you have on your crew. And what colors they fly. All these choices end. And begin with you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One more game remains here for PCS7 Europe, and it really does get serious now because we have one more Erangel remaining. Some of these teams are on the brink of not going to PGC, whereas some are very much so on the brink of doing so. Joining me, Saga, as well as Avenger. Let's break this down, gentlemen, because it's very important. Now we find ourselves with, I believe, Fellas in second place, if we can take a look at the overall standings here and get you really up to speed with this. For now, question mark. Amazing. You've done absolutely insane work here. Congratulations. That's where we're at with that. Yeah. However, for Fellas, being number 2 here right now, Avenger, is a very important potential move going on where other things are happening too.
6 points ahead of Polish Power right now. If they can keep that lead, they'll be getting 330 points.
Yes.
If Overpeakers stay in 9th place, they will be ending up on a total of 325. 5 points less than Fellas. And Fellas will be going to PGC and Overpeakers will not.
But
there's a few of those.
7 points away from top 2 right now. In what? 5th place? That's how tight things are? 7 points?
Yeah, yeah.
Ascend. In much the same boat. If they can close the gap, if they can overtake, get top 2, and it's the same situation for Overpeakers, then Ascend will go to PGC and Fellas will not. And a lot of this rests in the hands of FaZe Clan and Exalt. They are the gatekeepers who could prevent Overpeakers from making it back into the top 8, which if they do, none of this really matters.
Never at the beginning of the day would I ever thought to myself that Ascend would be in with a shot at this. But looking at what they've done today, they have played out of their freaking minds.
This honestly is a throwback for me for, you know, Pittsburgh Knights PL, you know, the last day dream run, having an insane run, being able to make it to the G-League. Honestly, and that was last day, and their performance was insane. And also, we had some circles in the same area. I remember, you know, Reels, Drayton, and those just crazy scenes from that. If Ascend is able to pull something as the same off in terms of performance, having, you know, 8 points more than Fellas in this game, keeping second place, and also, of course, the stars aligning with Overpeakers maintaining in 9th place.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Top pedigree, top performers, as I now bring you the commentators that are bringing you all games days long here, as we now leave it to Toby and Hypok.
That is the best, most casual throw I've had in a while. Hypok, 1 game left to play, everything on the line here. The desk broke it down perfectly. Eyes on Overpeakers. Can they get into top 8 or not? Well, that's really the deciding factor in whether some of these other teams qualify.
It is, and this is now the game that actually it comes down to everybody's eyes locked on the kill feed. There are so many different possibilities for the outcome here, and it just rides on a couple of people either not putting up points or going out early that can really be the catalyst to that situation.
I'm looking at this playing path, and
it's beautiful.
If your money,
it's beautiful.
If your money aren't on Ascend on this one, I don't know where they'll be. Put a lot of teams out early on. Of course, not too far out of the ordinary, but still, this is going to be crazy. And also, we're looking at a situation now where some of these teams that might not win this tournament? Who would you rather, but might not win this tournament, but are already guaranteed for PGC? Who would you rather have through? Are there teams that might be out of the race here who actively hunt down Overpeakers because they maybe see them as a bigger threat in the long run than your team like Ascent? You can see here, Ascent, only team on military. Should we be going down there?
There's a chance of it going to Sosnovka. I know we said we used up our southern luck, and actually Ascend to be the ones to close out. We talked about them being the kings of the south after closing out that Sosnovka circle, and then closing out the Higo circle on Miramar as well. This plane kind of sets it up. I don't want to jinx it, but it does allow for the possibility. Or even actually just a southern favoured circle in general.
Exalt. Imagine them as well being the ones to take out Overpeakers. Exalt, I mean, for every single game on Erangel here, Overpeakers has been the thorn in the heel for Exalt trying to get something going early. First they lose 2-1, last game they lose 1 as well. Some sort of revenge here, I'm sure it'd be great for them if it means that they'll qualify. Circle, not military, but as you said, somewhat southern. This time around, though, far west we go.
Yeah, I think actually previously when we had one like this, it was that ending up towards Everest, right? Yeah. And actually, I think that was a game where Ascend were on their audible up towards Zaki, so they were playing from the north, the least congested side of the circle, and actually had a really good game coming in. Actually, I think by the end of their transition, it was from towards Ice Cream, if I'm not mistaken, just outside Crates.
Yeah, speaking of north, look at how much space there are. I mean, fellas only now rotating up to loot South George, but look at the amount of teams out towards the east.
Well, it's key actually the fellas are up here because they can avoid any early game nonsense, right? So that's one that actually, as a barometer for some of these teams to try and chase down, fellas aren't going to be in the fray.
I mean, Polish Power, literally the team furthest from the circle here to start things off. They have approximately half the server in front of them to even get to the circle early on. They're normally a team that will dare to play aggressive early on with this circle presented. They have got to play it slow. And what worse place to have to audible your play style than the very last game here with so much on the line?
I think here, just head north. Literally try and come into the backside of North Georgia.
Yeah.
You've got the time to do it. You've got to assume that fellas are going to move away from George Pro itself. Gatka currently... I'll give it to the Wu. The Bestalok is the furthest north for the Wu. He's actually in Gatka itself. Klib already made early moves out of Pachinki, and he's picking up one of the compounds down on the roadside towards Chopsticks. Again, the Wu, I don't think going to be in a position to really control much of this area.
I mean, question mark, what you saw before, almost averaging 26 minutes survival time. That is, I mean, that is absolutely insane.
I mean, yeah, similarly here, although you can almost wrap up first place now.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to avoid, obviously, a lot of this. A lot of the West Coast still in. They're down in Primorsk at the minute, so options to slow play this along that side. But, I mean, if they continue to sponge up points, that's when it becomes kind of frustrating to watch for some of these teams that are vying for, 1 or 2 points here and there, one placement here and there. So we'll have to see exactly where they end up, but they played absolutely lights out. Like individually, I mean, even Phil First in the previous game, just that pull-up was beautiful to watch.
Sure was. And of course, so many storylines to kind of follow here in the final game, the 30th match of PCS7 Europe. We have, of course, I mean, question mark, having already sealed the deal, but so many teams fighting for the top. And I'm actually curious to see the leaderboard because of that massive 28-point game for Austrian Force. They've got to be back in the mix with some of the bottom teams to not finish 16th, but potentially even all the way up towards 11th, 10th place. Off of another good game here, obviously, taking that for granted.
I mean, Polish Power are opting to go all the way north here. At least they're out early. They're ahead of the circle, even really showing itself on the map. So want to get themselves set up as best they can.
FaZe are waiting for Foot Esports.
Yep.
They are waiting for Foot. They're saying, you know what, Western Circle, we're not going to be in a hurry. We might as well just sit tight here and get a freebie. I mean, this is where football rotates through. They like to go through Lumberyard. They like to come in north of Pachinki to try and make some space for themselves. FaZe might just have read this one perfectly. They're a great team to set up ambushes. And Foot, unknown to them right now, they might just be running straight into a death trap.
And the crazy thing being, actually, just those 4 kill points would put FaZe up towards win or die.
I said Austrian Forces in the bottom. I'm looking at the leaderboard right now. They're already up in 13th off of that game. They were trailing. Yep. They were miles behind in 16th. And now, I mean, one good game here, that's up at least 11.
Actually swapping out, but Squeaky's going to hear this from Nolene. Again, Polish Power have had to deal with some early game engagements.
Don't swap cars, guys.
Yeah, Squeak was almost banking on it.
And he has the M16 too. You know what that happens in the early game. Rotations coming through. This is the last time I'll get a chance to do it, so here we go. McLaren, get yourself one in the game. It's an amazing car. Yellow, red, white, black, or blue. Doesn't matter. There's going to be a McLaren for you.
Fast.
Fast.
Good.
Yes. Hal making the rotation on through as well. Trying to see what they can get going. Plenty of space to maneuver. Obviously no one up on Everest yet. They're not necessarily aware of this. And once again, we've seen this before with Batulin scouting forward, but Stardust, I mean, he's done this 4 times in the past with no confrontation at all. Stardust are here, sneaking forward. Nade in hand now, Batulin's is aware.
Actually, the nade goes over.
They're committing to this.
Catch anything. Actually does catch a big chunk on Metabe, but Apocalypse with that off angle, nearly catching Batulin's the headshot. Nearly putting him down. Nail Cup looking for an off angle here.
Does anyone bite on this? The shots are being heard. Overpeakers are hearing this. Overpeakers must be aware that this has got something to do with Northern Lights, but they're not opting to move their position. I would say it's simply too good to give up for something you don't know exactly what it is.
Absolutely. Perfectix with a great off angle as well. And actually, you've seen the kill feed finally phase spring the trap. Odin, the first on the chopping block. He is a little ahead of the curve.
They will
jump back here. It's the back and forth with Northern Lights and Stardust, and I think Northern Lights now, they know that that window of opportunity is closed. The element of surprise removed. But actually, Celtic, he's going to find Lou.
Yep, one goes down, so they're punished forward, trying to see what was going to happen. But they lose one crucial, and Overpeakers as well now. Bart getting pulled up, unable to get away. Fortunately, Buggy never the vehicle you want to try and disengage in, maybe only worsened by the bike, but able, fortunately, to survive off of that one.
I'll say eyes are back towards the map for me because Esports and FaZe are about to cross paths once again. I think Iroh just spotting it out in the nick of time. But having said that, Lyron actually out with vehicle right now. He's engaging.
They're taking the fight full on here. Fex, fortunately, with the off angle coming into the car on the other side, gets one. Lyron goes down, and here is Iroh trying to stay put behind the rock, but oh my lord, he gets him. Diggory mid-air, able to take him down. Weston trying to do damage in return. He's the only player left alive. 4-foot Esports. Oh my god, the bolt connects to the shoulder. 37 damage done.
Actually, Iroh going to get flushed out here, so Weston got to make this last stand. Now, FaZe need to keep this clean. You want to see 4-5 coming out of this sort of play early on, and Gustav seals the deal. FaZe Clan, 4 kills on the board, ahead of the 10-minute mark. And like I said, that puts them right up with win or die.
If you're Overpeakers or Overpeakers fan right now, you're shaking. This is not what you wanted to have happen. Also, Overpeakers, I mean, they had a 3-way split. Now they're down to just one building in the open here. Pains, we see him running into Squeaky. Again, I mean, teams side by side on the rotations all tournament long. And, of course, for the last game here, nothing's going to change in that regard. Mixi, far split to the southern side, like southeast of Chopsticks. If he gets collapsed upon, we see James already now trying to go down and assist.
I think Mexi's maybe heard some shots from Na'Vi. That's why James is headed over here. But there's a wide 2-2 split. No real support system in place for either side of this setup. Marcelek biding his time, noting the rotation at least.
Are they going to try and beat him to the compound? There's already one there in August. Nah, he's just going to go for info. Of course, they probably don't know, they shouldn't know at least, that it's Northern Lights who are here off of this position, but I mean, again, if there's the team they want to deal with, take it out early and get yourself more points added. Just 1 point ahead currently of Northern Lights here. Na'Vi, in the meantime, taking a fight to Stardust. It's not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but having said that, actually, Na'Vi to 124, Stardust 129. If they take them out here, that's a big jump up the leaderboard too. Every team, there's just so much to fight for.
Yeah, there's so much going on, even between, like I said, just a placement here or there.
And it's all the right teams that are fighting, too. It's not like first place fighting 16th place. It's the teams you want to beat. And on the other side of things, it's the team that you do not want to have beat you that you're currently going against.
It was basically 7 points separating a $17,000 difference in prize money as well. Na'Vi actually, example, taking a little bit of chip damage here. Trying to slow things down. Celtic got a wide swing around the outside. He might not be noted here, but Example finds it to the fence.
Fence working out perfectly for him. Unfortunately, the angle not quite there. Example down, Uber down instantly after. Both of them dealt with. The flushes will come through, and unfortunately, Aliyah and Melman, again, I mean, they're up on the hillside. They want to defend. You thought that with Example and Uber kind of backfilling, playing the southern side, they'd be fine, but it's just not the case. And Na'Vi now down to just 2. Circle in the meantime, shifting north, right in between Everest and Gatka, and everyone's now making a move.
And now this is very similar to the Circle 2 we saw on this previous Circle, so Lots of teams going to be well versed here. Owl actually getting themselves on the south side of Everest now. Polish Power should reinforce that hold on the top of Everest, but Northern Lights find themselves into Liquid Compound right at the base of it.
I mean, if we're ending the game on Everest, Northern Lights have one of the very best track records on that mountain. You've got to put your money on them. They have the compound already. Now here comes Overpeakers up the hillside again. These guys are keeping, or potentially could keep, so many teams out for a spot in the top, but that would require them to best face in 8th. They're going up the hill. Little do they know Polish Power are here ready and waiting. James should not be long for this world no more. Norkis spots him. James caught in the open. He's going to be the first to fall. The remaining players can't get away from him. Clip down instantly after.
That's even on the retreat here. Clip taking so much damage. It's just Mexi left as he tucks his tail. It's out there. Absolute disaster for Overpeakers here. It's Mexi, the last man standing, to try and make something in this final game.
I'm not going to do any math on this, but if you're an Overpeakers fan, this is not looking good.
Bro, FaZe and Win or Die need to go out now. FaZe on a north wrap. That's likely not going to happen here. Win or Die actually set up comfortably on the west side of Gatka. I think this is almost the nail in the coffin for Overpeakers.
Where do you go here if you're Mexi? Not only do you have to prone it out, but you I mean, that's not going to be enough unless if you could somehow get a 0-kill win. You need kills too. And you know now there's an entire team just above you. And even if the circles favor you, you are now in the spot everyone's going to be coming towards.
It's almost relying on hiding in plain sight, but have to wait and see how Mexi's journey progresses here. See a couple of shots actually coming his direction already. I think that's from Tixu fellas over to the west, but Ascend, meanwhile, we're kind of following in the tracks of FaZe. Over on the east side, a ton of space to work with here. And they have been favorable in terms of getting some shifts.
That
so,
is the nicest way you could
it's not out of the realm
that.
of possibilities that Ascend have an opportunity here once again in Game 30. Again, like I said, 7 points separating 2nd through 5th.
And you know what's the most biggest change to what Ascend is doing right now? For the first time, Hybok, I'm not seeing Ascend spread out too far. It's almost as if there's too much on the line at this point for them to lose one. As I do say
feasible.
that, they are flexing out a little bit, but of course, when you're coming in late, you do need some intel issue. Now could become Apocalypse. He's here. He's gonna hear the car from Chris. Does he go out? No, he does not. That is a freebie, if I've seen one. We've seen Chris pull off stunts in these situations before. The tree might grant him the cover he needs. Apocalypse, when do you take this shot? There he is, spotted. Somehow Chris not only gets away alive, but actually barely even takes any damage. That should never happen.
Again, I thought, yeah, maybe Chris is stacked up with the level 3 vest and the helmet, but still nothing connecting there. So Ascend given the opportunity to progress as 4, and actually the circle going to center up here on Northern Lights. But still, masses of space over on the east for Ascend to play with.
But not only Northern Lights are sitting great, fellas, blessed with this shift as well. They're now going to be fully committed into the west side compound. They're again similar to the Miramar position they were playing earlier. It's one of those spots where you have a massive ridge line around you. It's limited what you can really do in terms of scouting forward, in terms of getting a lot of info, but they'll be fine where they are at least for a little while longer. Art, in the meantime, looking forward. Diggory now finding one from Ascend, and that's again while trying to flex out. A knock comes through, I should say. Kilyakai down and out. Vex gets the kill confirmed. You can see Polish Power. They were there instantly trying to steal that kill away from them.
But still, it's so far to the north of where the rest of Ascend are set out. Brexco, Chris, and Mika all making it towards that compound alongside the road. I'm not sure. What do you gain from this? Again, like I said, they're not going to have a solid read, but they have tons of space to work with. And there's just no contingency there.
Coming in very late on that one, too limited what they knew.
I hope something like that isn't what kind of leads them astray in this final game, Toby.
No, you're not wrong. I mean, when I saw them sitting full together in Ruins, I was like, you know what, this might actually be the game, but that's what you want to do. Killer kind of flexes out for info, and you see right there, what's the result of it?
I'd give question mark anything else to improve their chances.
You know what, at this point, might as well just let them finish at 300. It's not like it's going to make a big difference for them anyway in the grand scheme of things.
And it's actually backfilling fellas here. Austrian Force, I guess with the timing of that knock coming through, had to try and recover, so couldn't really prevent that from happening. But it makes their next move a little more problematic.
Gustav is already up on the hillside. He's very close, and you can see the way that both Crunio and Cappy are looking. I don't think they're aware.
No.
Having said that, Crunio did just very quickly run off, and you can see them both now looking down towards him. There's the intel, there's the info. Footsteps were heard. That is very fortunate, because knowing Gustav and the skills that he has, there could have been some swift knocks coming through. And actually, FaZe doubling down in this position. They're going to take the east side of the hills, of course, still 45 seconds away from seeing the next circle, but they have made landfall on the north side mountain, and with where they are right now, I don't see Polish Power trying to push this. As a matter of fact, they're giving them space.
No, the fact that they've got 3 kills up already, they're still 4 alive in a very powerful position on top of Everest. I expect them to be taking too many risks.
No matter where we go here, it's going to benefit one of those teams trying to fight for the top spot. Unless if we, I mean, that's even win or die. Unless if we hard shift south, down towards Na'Vi and Wu in the open, it's going to be a preferable spot for one of the other team. So if you're out there cheering, now is the time to pray, to hope the circle goes in the favor of the team you're chanting for.
The Wu haven't really felt any sort of resistance yet.
Center again.
Yeah, and that's going to be the sort of circle you want to see when it's been quiet thus far. Win or die, Exalt, Na'Vi down to the south, Stardust actually over on the southeast side of this circle have to make a move. Question mark 2 on the west.
Can anyone pull up on Northern Lights? And even if they can, who would?
Well, look at the 2 compounds that kind of defend them, right?
Yeah.
It's the Wu, Howl, and to an extent, Fellas as well.
Ascend. Down towards Howl. They're going to split out early. They have players up above them. We know this position. It is visible from up above, at least parts of it. So Ascend, I feel like, have to get a knock and then commit on it quickly. One thing's for sure, they are easily within Nate distance from the other side. Ruin able to find one. It's been a great run from Ascend so far, but now they're in trouble. Scav falls as well as Vasco finds another.
Nobody actually from Howl out of the compound just yet. Lazar looking to get a little aggressive, but Vasco now got his hands full with Misa. The second spray will come through. It's actually Silas with the tag from the Mini 14 here. Mexi maybe looking for some kills now.
He desperately needs them, but of course everyone's aware that he's a solo player up above. Flushes will come through in favor of Austrian Force. But you can see him running around. He's looking for it. He needs something issue as soon as he extends, Polish Power has a chance to peek from above. And actually, speaking of Polish Power, they have the mountainside control now. FaZe backfilling what's going on down here, wanting to see if they can find something on the eastern side.
Mexi might have a freebie. Actually, Nuki turns around in the last second. Can he find this kill? Mexi lands it. We'll find Nuki, but has revealed his position now.
Full Austrian Force, full Polish Power surrounding the last Overpeakers players here. A player, I should say here, as question mark. Make their way inside the next circle. It's a dip we don't see utilized too often. Actually, like way back when, 2017-18, this was a dip that was played all the time, but now, not quite so. You can see Goose, good angle on it, but he's going to get shot at instantly in return.
I think actually Austrian Force were looking to actually actively clear through Mexi. He's had to disengage from that position, find a little space down to the south. Elsewhere, FaZe pulling up on the northeast side. Actually, Diggory finds the opener. Gustav to follow through with a double nade. And just like that, Stardust, Fallout, FaZe, 9 kills on the board now, Toby.
That is crucial. Climbing the way back up. Wu just 4 points ahead of them. Gustav does go down. Diggory was down before as well, but you see the rest come through. See Polish Power sharing everything they have available up on the hillside. Now here comes Exalt. Where are they going? Is it Gatka? Yes, they are coming in on the northeastern side here. Wu, though, there, ready and waiting. Lets one go past. Quizzy, still unseen. Does find one with the nade inside, but I don't think he's aware there's another player inside the building.
No, there's no way he would have spotted this.
He's sharing the building.
Yeah, Quizzy's literally going to back himself into a corner now.
Fade ain't gonna move now. He does. Quizzy has to be aware. Yep, that's footsteps heard. Nixie does manage to find one, so kill comes through, but so much damage done onto the Wu. Quizzy is knocked. Bestelok still at full HP. Haven't opted to move just yet, and look at this. Northern Lights now starting to find damage as well as they find their first.
And actually another favourable circle for them. I think actually losing Brexco in the mix, but Ascend now sharing the compound with Howl. FaZe forced back towards the north. Aaliyah and Melman actually outside on the east, creating a little bit of pressure. See now, win or die to get themselves into the backside, but they did lose 2 in the process.
Nixie making the push further forward. They need to get EB back up alive. They need to be 3 on their feet here at least to try and make this insane climb to the top. 178 is where they currently sat at, but they need more in order to get something going here.
Happy to give this up. I think they want to try and clear the threat on the edge of the zone. Pushing towards Aaliyah, but FaZe drifting back down to the south could be problematic. So Win or Die trying to navigate their way through this. Xtan's thinking about taking the vehicle somewhere.
And if there's a team you do not want to have fighting you right now, that is question mark. Fortunately, Vasco there to help a little bit. They want to get all the players back alive. But how does Northern Lights respond to this? Nixie goes down. That's back down towards Gatka. Fate with the shotgun takes down one. Isolated once again. Na'Vi out as FaZe claim kill number 10. Overpeak has needed a 0, a donut for FaZe, but that is just not the case. Now Mika able to find one onto FaZe 2.
See, Fate still looking to do a little bit of damage here with some utility. The flash goes through. The nade might even just be good.
Backs off again. So much going on right now. Howl loses one. That's Diggory finally to confirm. Look at this, 3 players. They want to make the play, but he just can't do it from here. Tixu goes down, 1 in return instantly there. Doozy though finds Miracle, 2 down now on the side of Phyllis as they try to stay alive with so many players around them. And there you have it, Phyllis. They fall. Out they go. Polish Power finding kills in the meanwhile. 2 more points to claim for Phyllis to be down and out.
A possibility actually for Northern Lights and Polish Power to pass them now. Being eliminated. 4 kills for Polish Power, 3 for Northern Lights. Can they improve on this situation?
Ascent needs to stand strong, and they only have a couple of players to do so with Mika. Shotgun to play. Chris with the barrel. Vex now lobbing nades on in. No damage done thus far, but they have to push further forward. As I say that actually they are still inside the circle, so FaZe not forced to make a play here, but you can only imagine they want to clear this out.
Best of luck, just waiting for some kind of audio cue to give away Fate's whereabouts.
Yep.
That might just be it, actually. Well, the reload, definitely.
I mean, Best of Luck can't make a play here. Even if he survives, he's out in the open with multiple teams still alive on the other side. Question mark, the team with nothing to lose here. Just trying to see how much they can find. Of course, vehicle not optimal to drive once tires are popped. And now Extends missing a few shots, instantly informed what happens when he does just that.
Gavlox has found one though. Phil first will fall. No response in the utility, and actually, that looks like a good nade. Actually, it is perfect from Dante. Win or Die will be eliminated in 8th.
We're in placement points, but Tulins racks up a ton as Austrian Force falls to the ground as well. Northern Lights, Polish Power now tied in points. A Sensori make that 2 alive still. They have yet to fight FaZe Clan, but here they are. The fight has to happen now. The new circle pops. FaZe has to move forward, and they know what's waiting them on the other side. 13 kills for FaZe in this game. Ascent 5 points away from that tie.
Actually, I'm looking. Northern Lights aren't even prioritizing the other side of the compound, but Fex now looking to get up onto... Mika's got... They got a bike on the front door.
Is he on fire? Yes,
yeah,
he is.
Mika's
That's him.
done
No,
for.
Chris nades him! That's the last thing you want to have happen, Chris. Level 3 gear. That nade is going to be good. Damage done at least. They know there's one more to be found inside. The nade bounces off. There's one more nade thrown on in. 4 HP. Make that 5. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get the first aid off in time here. Polish Power now you can see flexing down in this direction. They want the info. They want the play. Ascent fall out in 5th. Polish Power prevails. Northern Lights stay on top. FaZe, a heroic game to finish things off.
Look at the awareness though. Polish Power, knowing this engagement is happening on the east, they actually navigate away from Northern Lights, who were in a perfect position to gatekeep them, or at least apply some pressure. Norcus and Crunio over here on the eastern side. Again, they're outside of the zone right now. Not even sure actually if they're going to be able to slot into the north of FaZe. This is a really interesting setup actually.
Maybe they know something I don't. Maybe with both Phyllis and Ascent out, they're feeling comfortable they're on through. Again, I'm not going to even try to do the math here. But they are comfortable. They are confident. They know they have to make a play, and they want to make that play down towards FaZe. But you saw just then, a quick shot from Northern Lights forces them to reconsider.
I mean, Marcelek has some space to play. Aduzi's already playing towards the center right now, and nobody even looking this direction. Spyro Batulin's perfecting still inside the compound. Able to really get much done right now, but a lot of damage conceded on the way back through. Can they find Vex nearly catching that mini 14 tag onto Crunio?
Marcelek, smokes locked on forward, just, I mean, literally a rock away from the circle right now. Crunio and Cabby trying to continue their rotation that they were stopped in the midst of. Wanting to wrap north around, they know they're going to be visible, they know it's going to be a hard journey, but they're going to have to try and send it regardless. Able to get over the hillside, but now they're running from FaZe straight into Northern Lights.
I think actually at some point, Batulin's sightlines will open up on the north side of the compound. Will first taking a little bit of damage. Dante's still actually further back than him, so difficult to question mark, really, to get 3 towards this zone.
Dante with the peek around the side. Now Doozy has the angle on Fex, unfortunately for him. Fex is up to regroup on the east side of the compound. Circle up towards the north. Doozy already here. They could try and collapse on it, but look at the vehicles in the States there. They don't even think there's a single drivable one left remaining. They have to play this one afoot. Phil first. Dante, how do they get there?
A god shift for Polish Power, though.
Yep.
Now gives them the opportunity of space and time as well.
You have to deny the push out from Northern Lights.
Crunio and Cappy are going to be tasked with that. Northern Lights still have a slice of that compound to play. That could become crucial as this game progresses.
Let alone the fact that we're like hearing shots going off both directions down here. You can see Norcus is fully committed to try and make sure that FaZe cannot cross the road on the north side. Here they come back in the same direction. He's thrown on the other side of the road, just waiting for any audible cue. And there you go. There was one vehicle. One vehicle available in the graveyard of cars. Allows for Dante and Phil first to regroup with the Doozy on the rug inside the circle.
There's great crowd control right now from Polish Power. Happy to bide their time. FaZe look as if they're going to pressure towards Norcus. They're very limited options, but look as if they're just going to commit to one.
I mean, this is playing out perfectly for Northern Lights. They're just waiting for those shots to come off, and then they're going to be sending it. Polish Power at this point are going to be forced to play a 2v4 split.
Thing is, though, with the way that the points lie, even if they trade equally here on both sides of this, might just come out on top. HC Diggory and Fex desperately trying to find something, but Norcus laying in wait.
Also, how does question mark opt to engage over this? They have the ridge line to work behind. You can see that there isn't really a need for them to try and make an aggressive play. FaZe force back down. Keep in mind, they used a lot of smokes just now to try and make that passage possible. Now they're going to have to re-smoke because they didn't opt to move when they had the smokes down. I'm not sure how many more they have to work with. One on the side of Fex, and again, they just pop 2 more.
I mean, Perfectix almost doesn't want to be shooting at FaZe right now. He wants to give them the best possible chance to cross this road. And here comes the push now, Toby.
Yep, Nate's thrown forward. They know that at least they're expecting something on the other side. Nork is completely blind. First one falls down. Flush to confirm instantly after. FaZe 15 kills and counting as they make their rev on further forward. That nade is going to be great. Unfortunately, not enough damage as FaZe is allowed to peel back off. But again, having to fall back on the other side of the road, this is perfect for Polish Power. Again, damage comes through, that's unfortunate, but now question mark starts to engage.
Yeah, and actually they're putting some shots into Northern Lights now. Spyro has to stick the first aid, some utility to follow up, but no damage to write home about. Marsalek going to find Diggory here. Actually, Dante's got an open sightline. Marsalek taking a ton of damage, but stays alive.
Polish Power needs to do all the damage they possibly can down towards FaZe Clan here. They need to deny them the entry. They need to be allowed. They need to allow themselves to focus on one side. FaZe are just exactly in. This is insane. Northern Lights, question mark, have to move Polish Power. You cannot overextend now. You have to wait for Northern Lights to make a play. Hopefully for you, question mark opts to wrap east and take down FaZe for you. You have to play this on the back foot. You have to sit tight and play defense mode here.
I mean, I hate to say it, but Northern Lights are the first on the chopping block here. They are the ones to die first with this shift. FaZe should absolutely slow things down now. Marsalek actually on the reposition. He's actually getting a ton of damage here.
The molly. The molly could be absolutely perfect. You see how little space they have to maneuver. Now the shots are coming through in return effects. Able to find one. That is going to be their entry. That is going to be the cross on over. They know they had an Orcus early. They know there's only 2 waiting on the other side. Northern Lights obviously would have heard this, but this has allowed for FaZe to get their foot in on the other side of the road.
Actually, how far north do they sweep here? Crunio and Cappy both fixated down to Northern Lights' position. Dante taking a ton of damage. He actually might even fall here.
Can find it. Cappy down to 3 bullets. They have nothing left to work with. They've been defending as best as they could, but they're running out of bullets. One nade here could grant them what they need, but they're throwing them too far.
So over the top, Northern Lights open up. Perfectix finds the first onto Crunio. Cappy just down to 15 HP. Now a doozy looking to backfill that.
Question mark has been a nuisance to everyone trying to climb the leaderboard for so long, and they're continuing to do right. Just that Northern Lights thrown in now, trying to stay put, and they take out Polish Power to seal the deal here. Question mark helping out FaZe in trouble now as they finally make the cross on over.
Question mark, though, unable to get any more damage done. Spyro tagged up now. Couple more bits of utility sent out, but I think Northern Lights will be able to cling to life for the time being.
There is one car to work with for HC. It's all the cover he's got, and he's using it as best as he can. Northern Lights not in a hurry to try and make a play here. They're using what little cover they have left. Unfortunately, ain't enough. 1 found, 2 found. Northern Lights out as FaZe continue. 19 kills. They want the 21. They want the final game of the Grand Finals of PCS7 Europe.
Actually, Dante going to find a freebie though onto Diggory as he sends that nade forward. Vex and 8C now. Can they close this out?
They know where they are, at least one.
Look at the split from a doozy though.
Flex around the side. Dante finds one. He tried to go for the rest, but they hadn't seen him. I thought they knew exactly where he was. He gets the off angle too. 8C finds one, but it's not going to matter. Dante with the 3-piece. Question mark. They didn't need it, but they take it regardless.
What a way to finish as well. Even after guaranteed, they're fighting until the final moments, Toby.
What a hell of a game, and what a valiant effort for FaZe Clan to try and, not just try, but successfully just jump their way, leapfrog their way back off the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just what a crazy way to actually end PCS7 here with that game.
I'm mind blown. I am mind blown. James, I suppose you are as well.
Unbelievable. Actually, an unbelievable end to an unbelievable tournament here, and Question Mark wins the last one as well. Down to the wire in this game, technically, with the results of this single game. And then Question Mark's just like, actually, no, we're just the best. Joining me here, Saga, as well as Avenger, to break everything down. What a performance here, Avenger, by Question Mark.
Yeah, super exciting end. I was just hoping for Question Mark not to be in a 50-point lead, for this to be the wildest ending we've ever had in anything.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, everybody out there, we now know our champion of PCS7. A huge congratulations as Question Mark, almost 50-some points ahead, is the PCS7 champion. Congratulations to them as they take the win. Unbelievable stuff. And you know what, boys? Let's bring it out as we have plenty to go on. What a performance. That was really loud. I can't believe it.
It doesn't work. You go ahead. My
The gold
hands too
ones
sweaty.
are rough.
The gold ones are rough. Here, take a silver one.
There we go.
Congratulations, Question Mark. I mean, ultimately, what a statement they made. Not only being able to take all of the points here throughout all of this, what a lead, and then the final game as well. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it really came down to the wire for a couple of these teams that were hoping to get a chance to go to PGC, and really fate was out of a lot of their hands a lot of the time, but when it came down to it, no one could topple Question Mark from the top.
We talked about it time and time again in this tournament here, Avenger. Calm down, lad. They came out at the end, going into PGC 2021, qualifying. Once again, it feels like they have a fall buff where they all of a sudden just become God mode. A doozy leading this squad to this victory is nothing shy of perfect.
No, and you know, with reformed roster like this here, they might be able to, or very likely will be able to, have a better performance at BTC this year than they had last year. Fortunately, not that good last year, but with this, how dominant they've been with the amount of talent we've had here at PCS Europe Grand Finals, it's just been so dominant. I'm really looking forward to seeing them compete at PGC.
This is a lot more than I thought it was going to be, but there you go.
We've got more.
We do technically have more. Would you like to shoot another one off? Is that? Would you like to?
Should we save that for very end?
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Good point. Good point. But I mean, looking at things how they've played out here as well, Saga. It's not just a doozy, of course, that has been able to fill massive shoes here on this stage. It's the entire roster. Phil First in particular, I think, really has probably garnered a lot of fans out there because he's looked phenomenal here throughout the tournament as well.
It's pretty impressive that Question Mark has 2 players on the team, that this is their first time ever to make a PCS finals, and it's so ridiculous that they just rock up and just destroy the entire thing. It's, you know, we've talked about it time and time again. Young players in combination with veterans who have the experience of major global international competition is just a recipe for success all across the world, and it's the recipe for Question Mark.
Yeah, I mean, beyond them, every component of Question Mark has looked fantastic here, Avenger.
Yeah, throughout. They've not managed to have a bad day here, and this is literally what is giving them this massive lead. No bad days, amazing performance throughout. And again, to end it up with a unexpected win here in the last one, how we could not ask for anything better.
How do you win this game? Like, the fact that you have the top 3 still alive, FaZe coming out and almost having a 20-kill game here, doing FaZe things, because that's what they do in moments where the heat is like the most pressurized. to be able to take this win with Polish Power, Northern Lights, you could see as well kind of almost the desperation to a degree. Nobody really wanting to move first, all playing on the edge here, and still question mark comes out on top.
Well, there was still very high stakes for the teams that remained in terms of not PGC placement. That was already locked in by the time that realistically by the time that Overpeakers kind of ran it down onto Everest. But for the likes of Northern Lights, Polish Power, there was still a pretty significant chunk of prize money placing available to them. So neither of them wanted to be the first to make the mistake. But Marsalek making that aggressive move to get across, thinking, you know what, I have some utility, and we know that FaZe is in a tiny little bowl, and if I can just get it in that bowl, that's 3 additional points, and that's a huge boost for their chances of picking up that extra prize pool. But FaZe was just a little bit too on it, and that opened the door for question mark and Northern Lights to make the pushes.
This is one of the big dynamics that, of course, we have been talking about leading up to this game as well, Martin, which is those PGC points. Eventually, yes, we will look at that and guarantee you guys at home the knowledge of the 8 teams that are going to be moving on. But the fact that neither Fellas or Ascend, in particular, the 2 that will really be able to strike out potentially at that second place, didn't get second place. Does this buy a lifeline for Overpeakers?
Yeah. It likely does. You know, it's in a situation where we were hoping to see, okay, potentially second place could take a PGC spot if the stars align.
Yeah.
And then, you know, biting our nails, and also Overpeakers biting their nails once they lost 3 players. 2, it was Polish Power, and it was one of the teams that they really needed to be second place, either Polish Power and LNT, to take that second place away, to kind of take the majority of the points away from the teams that were chasing Overpeakers, right? But yeah, super interesting game to finish our 30-point stint, or 30-game stint here.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. As you're just maybe imagining, we are trying to buy a little bit of time before we get a doozy on the line to have a little conversation with him. Nice. So we'll just, you know, talk for
we can talk some more.
Midge more. But I think when you look at this tournament as a whole here, normally you're coming into a tournament like a PCS7 and thinking to yourself, it's a Northern Lights win. It's a Northern Lights win. They did not quite get themselves the win. They finished very highly, but it's fair to say that all of these other guns were able to hang with the Northern Lights.
It really started off looking as though it was going to be business as usual for Northern Lights, but things quite quickly fell apart for them. But they did, at the very least, in the second week in particular, find some form, and Miramar was a fickle beast for them in the early stages. But they sort of, they sort of turned it back around again. But like we said, they came into this, they knew that they were already locked into PGC. They were far ahead. They barely needed to show up. They could have just turned their PCs off on day one. They'd still be going to Dubai. So they were using it as a little bit of a testing ground, maybe trying a few new strats, and you know, sometimes it wasn't even Batulins on top of the big rocks. It was somebody else. It was Perfectix. So.
Well, whilst we're trying to get a doozy on the line, we can take a look at the overall standings here to confirm you guys at home the final points that have happened here for PCS7, because, you know, we have ourselves good old question mark that had put themselves so far ahead. And actually, this is a little bit, for our region, slightly unprecedented. You do not see this lead, even though you always get a Northern Lights win, you get an Entropic win here and there, but question mark, what a lead they put themselves in.
If this was Northern Lights in the very top here, we'd be like, they're just in the usual stuff. But for question mark to come in at such a late stage in the PGC points structure here, and also in the very last tournament, obviously, they're just coming in with a 53-point lead Saga. That is just crazy and unheard of.
Yeah, for Europe, that is pretty darn insane, and everything else is so incredibly close. It just goes to show that no matter how consistent the rest of the teams were and how everyone was performing on their level, question mark were just constantly a step above.
All right, prize money time as well. Let's see what all these guys are walking away with, as of course it is question mark walking away with the lion's share. You'll always have those moments where Northern Lights is not too happy about taking a second place, but they still walk away with a decent amount of prize pool here, Avenger.
Yeah, $35,000 for them, of course, and $60,000 for question mark. Polish Power, that's obviously why they're fighting so hard in the end there. They could have gotten $8,000 more for this, potentially, if they're able to jump in for that. But they get $27,000 as well, and obviously super happy with that.
Not at all anything to sniff about. $27,000 to walk away from. You're feeling a little bit... you're not really too sure how to feel if you're a team like Fellas or Ascend, because obviously $22,000 in the bank, $18,000 for Ascend. But the big prize for those teams that was so close but slipped away through their fingers was that ticket to Dubai. And while it is going to be a little bit of a case of crying into dollar bills, it's still something that they're not going to be all the best pleased about, unfortunately for them.
Any guesses, Avenger, on who might be the kill leader for the tournament?
A doozy.
Think so?
Yeah. Has to be. Yay! 49 in 30 games, guys.
Yeah,
That is insane. And also super high average damage, of course. Really good to see from him. I just want to point out 6 points and 10 points. Fellas and Ascent was away from PGC.
Ooh.
6 and 10 points.
That's got to sting a little
in 30
bit.
games. That is not a lot.
Well, gentlemen, we are now joined by the champion himself, a doozy, after an amazing tournament. A doozy, congratulations. I got to ask you the silly cliche question to start things off first. How are you feeling after this amazing performance?
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm feeling good, but I don't think I'm not happy at all. I guess I'm gonna celebrate tomorrow already, but today I'm not feeling like we won something. We just played our usual games, so.
Okay, well, I guess my follow-up question to that then is this is probably one of the biggest leads we've ever had in a PCS7. What do you attribute, or what is the reason you were able to get so ahead against such a great lobby of teams? What do you think?
I guess, as I already said a lot of times, we put a lot of time in the game. We played a lot. Also, I watched a lot of VODs, from previous tournament, from PCS when we was not allowed to play. So we just put huge work for this win, and as if you want to check the scrims before week 1 and week 2, we also dominate on the scrims because we just try hard for this time. I don't know. I guess the huge work is the result of that performance.
It shows. It really does show. And to watch you guys play day in, day out as strongly as you have done has been absolutely fantastic. Saga, do you have a question?
Yeah, of course. So yourself coming in, very experienced player, been around a long time. We've talked a lot about the young players on the team, the newer additions to not only Question Mark, but to this PUBG esports competitive scene as a whole. How much do you feel your experience is helping them, and in what ways do you sort of lead the team in that regard?
I mean, when I picked them up in my team, it was my mission to teach them how to play on the big tournaments, and they did it fine, I guess, because actually happy with Phil's first performance. It was his first big tournament, and he was good with his skills, and also he was good with his mental health. He didn't nervous at all. I didn't see
he kept
nervous,
calm.
So
yeah,
he was calm for every game on the tournament, and I like it.
Fantastic. Avenger, you have a question?
Yeah, good to see and hear from you again, my friend, and congratulations. I want to ask you, when did you realize that you were going to win here, and when did you kind of start preparing for that celebration that's going to come?
I guess yesterday.
Okay, yeah, so
But
five games before we were done.
Yeah, but I think we won the last game. We probably it was in our minds. We already won the tournament yesterday, but we after every game we just repeat to each other to play until the end, every game is a new one. So this I guess that's why we also won the last game, and just make a bit good show for the viewers. Because sometimes the teams who already won the tournament, they are not trying to play until the end.
Right.
Not trying to win games, so we just played every game until the end.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Good luck at PGC, my friend.
I guess that's a final question from me then, I suppose. PGC 2021, you guys were able to qualify for that, and you went as Team Unique. It didn't quite go to plan for you. Are there any learnings that you took away from that, as well as this year, that you're going to apply to PGC 2022?
Oh, actually, I didn't understand the question.
Approaching PGC 2022, what are the big things you're going to take into there after? 2021?
We, as I already said, yeah, we have to play more than we played before PGC 2021. Because when we qualified to like previous PGC, we when we already qualified for that, in our minds we already like achieved something. But right now, yeah, we won the PCS, but our goals is bigger than previous year. So I guess we're gonna celebrate like a couple of days, but after I guess we're gonna start to prepare for the tournament.
That's a great answer. To stay hungry, I think, is very important here.
Yeah. That's important.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Aduzi, for joining us. Any final words as the champion before we let you go?
Play PUBG and watch the Esports tournament. PUBG is a good game.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Aduzi. Congratulations for being the champion, and we will see you in Dubai. Awesome stuff there as we have Aduzi, the champion, alongside his squad joining us. What a performance from them. A great interview as well. Really kind of liked the last answer as well. They saw PGC 2021 as, we've done it. We've made it, guys.
Right.
But now, 1 year on, there is a different extra step to take. And considering the form that they just showed in this tournament here, Avenger, they could do very well, I think, at PGC 2022.
And also global expectations to them. You're coming in here. They're going to be 24 teams watching this tournament right now, and they're going to be looking at it and saying, oh, these guys dominated. They had 20% more points than second place.
In this region.
In this region that are considered extremely deep, right? So it's definitely something that other teams, 24 other teams right now are going to be looking at. So a lot of global, eyes on them. And I think after you achieved getting to PGC again, then your hunger and your lust to get further, your aim is going to be top 5, top 10, maybe even to win.
Yeah, no, I'm glad I was able to clarify that question,
For sure.
because it was a very important answer I think we got out of Aduzi there. As we take a look at some of the moments from this as a whole here, and Saga, as always, when we saw them playing this out, it felt like they went from strength to strength to strength. Such consistency every single game.
Yeah, that mentality as well coming into
and the insane squad
as well. Oof, absolutely.
Yes.
Crazy. Of course, it could really be no one else at this point.
Agreed.
Insane squad has to go to question mark. They talked about, mentality, keeping yourself calm and composed, and really not overly celebrating too early on, even though they knew that they'd won by the time yesterday's games ended. They still came in, still put up a good performance, and even walked away with an additional chicken dinner at the end of today.
Exactly. There's an insane, aside from being in the insane squad, there's an insane sense of pride in getting themselves that last victory. You could hear it in Aduzi's answers there, saying that, some of these teams, we've won, great, cool, we can coast. But no, they want more and more and more.
And I think that's what comes once you've been able to achieve something once. The next time you want to do even better, right? And that's really good to hear from them, of course. Insane Squad, additional $5,000 for them on top of the $60,000 they already won. And of course, Aduzi was the kill leader. He's also getting $5,000. So they're at $70,000 now, guys.
They're doing all right for themselves, I think is fair to say here is question mark. I wonder if come PGC they're picked up once again. I mean, that was the difference maker for them to actually qualify by being picked up by Team Unique. Who knows who may come along? And I mean, never mind Insane Squad. That was an insane moment as, Dukes of Hazzard over here tries to crash into question mark. Not
ascending it.
It's a good metaphor for the lobby, just getting absolutely rolled by question mark on the way. But no, they really have put up an incredible performance, and we can't wait to see what they can do on the global stage.
All right, and question mark, yes, of course. They are the Insane Squad. And so some awesome highlights do go along with that. But who is the all PCS team? We have, well, of course, Aduzi leading the charge here alongside Rustamar, Nixie, and it's Chris will be able to make an appearance here, Avenger. A great lineup, all things considered. But you know what's even cooler about this? Is that if you'd have asked me in PCS 6, in PCS 5, if a lot of these names would have been on an all-star squad here for all PCS, I would have called you a liar. The landscape has absolutely changed here in Europe.
Yeah, it's crazy we don't have, your likes of Example, Fex, Diggory, all these guys that we've been seeing so many times. And also the names that we're seeing here. If you asked me last year, what do you think is like, you're going to be saying...
I just said this.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be saying the organizations, but there's no huge organizations here.
That's true. That's true.
The only, and the biggest one, it's a new one that's recently gotten into PUBG, Ascent, of course. It's good to see him. Rustamar breaking the 10,000 damage for 30 games, guys. That is insane.
That's nuts. Yeah, they really did pop off. You saw him constantly at the top in terms of the kills and the damage. Doozy was right up there as well. Obviously, notable absences again from Northern Lights and RV, big teams like that, but there's so much talent again. We say it time and time again that the depth in Europe is so deep, and to see so many of those teams that had that potential and have had it for a long time, as well as some up-and-coming faces as well, hitting that peak, hitting that level, we just have to give it a shout-out here at the OPCSC.
There were so many great names from this tournament, but, you know, here we are with the 4. Congratulations to them. Here are the qualified teams, though, for PGC, and here is where we lay the foundations for the European teams, the EMEA teams, moving through into PGC. The final 8 to be able to qualify. Question mark, Northern Lights, Entropic, FaZe Clan, Polish Power, Na'Vi, Overpeakers makes it, and BBL also makes it. Those last 2 in particular, I feel, had to have been sweating buckets by the end of this Avenger, because it was a little bit down to the wire.
Yeah, for sure, especially here. Last game, there was a chance. We saw Overpeakers, they did not make top 8 as they needed to defend that spot. But unfortunately for Ascent and Fellas, they did not get that 6 and 10 points respectively that they needed to get that second place. BBL, of course, securing the MEA slot. Foot, Howl, Stardust, these teams did not get enough points here in PCS7 where the most points were available to be able to contest them.
And Fellas, just short of being able to make it in here against the Overpeakers. Of course, for Heroic, we mentioned it at the start of the day here, Saga as well. They will not be going. A bit of a blow for them considering how well they did at last PGC.
Yeah, it really has been an unfortunate turn of events for Heroic, and if it weren't for the fact that Question Mark walked away with first place, if a team like Northern Lights or someone who was already up there had been in that position up at the top spot, then it still wouldn't have been enough, unfortunately, for Heroic. It was a very tough call for them to have made it in, and they knew that from the get-go. It was a bit of a drop of the ball to not be able to qualify for the Grand Finals, and yeah, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to repeat that second-place performance they've had previously at PGC.
Oh, definitely. What do you make of our 8 teams going to PGC?
Exciting, a lot of repeats. Also, of course, Quiet talks a lot that Entropic is obviously doing this well still and not playing here where they've been able to have a really great year. Unfortunately, not qualifying here.
I think they'll come back strong.
They're going to be, I am sure, 100%, they're going to be super hungry. Now, after not qualifying to PCS7 Grand Finals, they're going to be so hungry going to PGC, and they're going to be playing their hearts out.
We have other things to look at as well, of course, here. Whilst we now know our PGC teams that are going to be going, we have our Twire stuff as well as best of the best as a whole. We'll look at Twire in just a little bit, but total kills going to a doozy. Of course, we've seen Rustamar been able to pump Mr. Molodoct, actually getting himself total top headshots. And to be fair to Exalt as well, they were kind of a little bit of a diamond in the rough here through the tournament. We saw some great moments from them, Saga.
We really did. They were one of the teams that could have been instrumental in the downfall of Overpeakers, and in the end, it didn't quite end up mattering just because of how things were so incredibly tight at the top. But Molodoct has been absolutely frying for the vast majority of this tournament. We've been constantly seeing him picking up a whole lot of kills, knocks, damage all across the board for Exalt. So great to see him represented. And of course, the 750-meter kill from Hobbits where he got the knock and flush is absurd.
Throwables damage, 1,000. That feels kind of low. I mean, I guess like one person has to do it, and it's like,
over 30 games, this feels extremely low.
Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah. It doesn't matter. I guess maybe in one game.
Nah, no chance.
No,
you think so?
Nah, absolutely no chance.
No,
that is the total.
That is the total.
Okay, geez Louise. Okay, well, there you go. And other numbers that are interesting, I suppose.
Yeah. If Pretty Curdy was playing here, it'd be like 2,000 or 3,000.
There you go. There you go.
Damage.
There you go.
Oh!
Here's the overall.
Excuse
me. Ah, damn it. Saga. Why'd you have to take me over, man?
How did that happen?
I don't know.
Yeah.
If we just alternate our pictures, maybe nobody will know the difference.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. I'd just borrow your glasses.
There you go. There you go. Well, here's the overall leaderboards for the talents. You know what? You did all right, Avenger. You did all right, Saga. But Kalaris in that third place did really great. Meanwhile, Toby in the distance is trying to celebrate. But no, Toby, you were still kind of rubbish in about 9th position. So there you go. What do you make of it, Avenger?
Yeah, obviously happy to be in there. And it's looking good. You guys are doing extremely well.
We did all right.
Yeah. That's
us,
the body doubles doing quite well for
yeah,
them.
the desk crew above the casters, as things should be. So all is well in the world.
Exactly. Tweedledum and Tweedledum. We did really, really well for us. Here's the best value players. Who's surprised about someone like Phil First being able to take such a strong spot here? He came in, I think he was probably quite cheap to start things off, but then as the tournament went on, everyone was like, actually, this guy's really good, Saga.
Yeah, I think if you were a week 2 backer of Phil First and switched over your team, you will have paid a lot of money, but still ended up as one of the very best value picks.
So this would, in theory, be the best team selection, Avenger.
Yeah. I have Fex, so I'm happy, you know, but still, Phil First, there was a risk in him. He was 21,500, but still by far blowing it out in terms of how much damage he was able to do. Huge selection, of course. You have 100,000, 21,500. That's pretty cheap.
Definitely so. Definitely so. And I mean, with that, I think we're almost done. But you guys at home, thanks to PCS7 being a rip-roaring success, you should get yourself a memento to mark the occasion. Celebrating Questionmark's fantastic victory. emea.merch.pubg.com. You can get yourself the same mug that a doozy probably drinks out of. Just saying.
Whoa.
Just, you know.
The speedy mug.
Maybe.
Because it has to go so fast when, you know, the game...
That's right. What a gamer.
Yeah.
What a gamer.
Yeah.
High APM.
Guys, that is the end of the tournament. I'm going to give you some final words here to round things out. Mr. Avenger first, what did you think of the amazing tournament?
Insane tournament. Honestly, did not expect Questionmark to be able to dominate this hard. I was, you know, looking forward to maybe NLT not winning again, but didn't expect this type of dominance from a team that comes in and does it at the very last chance here. Fantastic to see. And also the last game, one of the most exciting games I've seen in a very long time in terms of there are so many possibilities, and it obviously ended up with Questionmark winning one more.
Yeah. Saga, your first time with the boys offline. How's it been for you?
It's been amazing, really. The studio has been fantastic to work from, and the games have really brought the heat, which is exactly what we hoped to see from so many of the teams who are coming in, and so many first-timers at PCS events, and even those who hadn't had PGC points on the board really stepped up. Great to see teams like Win or Die, the Woo as well, making huge moves, getting towards the top end. It very much bodes well for the future of the region when we come back next year after PGC is concluded, and there's so many teams that can still be challenging for top spots.
No, definitely. What a tournament, what a PCS7, not only here in Europe, but also around the world, as well as now we know all of the teams that are going to be going to PGC 2022. So from everybody here, from the champions as well in Questionmark, a huge congratulations to them. That is goodbye from PCS7. In 20 or so days, we will be in Dubai live for PGC 2022, where we compete for the World Championship.